dressed up yachting. Having trouble. They're putting it up with like sandbags here. And we get to do the same thing with the flagpoles. Because there's nowhere to put them. They're wrapping it in saran wrap.
That's how you do a tournament ghetto style.
Hey, Andrea. Let's put the red flags on the 22 halfway and the goal line.
Sorry, I can't hear you from down here.
Sorry. doing? It's good to see you.
Just throw the bag there.
Small events guy, you can get the
Yeah, do it. Do it, Chewy. Okay. Yep. Alright, Chewy, I'm going down. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got nothing. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nothing, Greg. Nothing. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. As in, I've got nothing. I cannot hear myself. I cannot hear the other mic. So I've got you. I'm hanging up though. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No gnats, no nothing. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm.
You trying to kill me?
Mm-hmm.
Is that real?
No. I told her whatever feels good. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. You got some stuff? Snap.
Did you hear both mics yesterday?
No. To be honest with you, I do not remember hearing any mics yesterday. Yes, that's for that. Ground lifter.
And the knobs are both up?
Yeah, Greg. Yeah, we're all the way up. Yeah, yeah. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What's going on, Allie? How you doing? Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Aye. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. When are you graduating? Next May?
Yeah, it's 3 years now.
Yeah.
Never.
And then you're gonna be a vile, evil lawyer. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh. How much does it cost each time?
To take the bar?
Mm-hmm.
I have to take the NPRE. This,
Check, check. 1, 2, Greg. You worried about that?
I don't know why.
no, it's gonna
Everything is potted up. Everything is routed right. It's patched right.
Yeah, and I got you. I just don't have effects. So let me ask you this. Is any of this stuff going to the IFB channel, or did you have to build a channel?
All the play-by-play, color, and effect mics are all going by IFB channel.
Everything's going to the IFB, because I got nothing. And a whole lot of it.
Try reseating everything over there.
Do you have both mics up? Because if you have both mics down, I won't get anything.
No, they were both up.
Okay, are they up now?
Yep.
Okay. Still up?
Yep.
Alright, I'm getting that, I think. Check, check, check. No, I'm not.
Do you try a different headset?
Okay, stand by. Check, check, check. Talk back, talk back. Nothing, nothing. Nothing.
special with that lanyard?
Nothing, Greg.
You went IFB 4 and 5.
Yep. I've got power. The power's here. It's just, it's not getting to us. So, yeah.
Try a different line, I guess.
Yep. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got nothing, Greg. A whole lot of it. Nothing, nothing. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, do me a favor. Try to throw some music down the line or something like that.
How about now? Still nothing.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Whoa, wait, wait. Check, check. One. No, you've got your mic open. Yeah, I got nothing.
Alright, I'll send replay move. Hang on.
Yep. Can you... The TV plugs into that and that plugs into the wall.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
See how far into which I plug it in?
Yeah.
So you're not getting
I'm not getting anything, Greg.
Instead of just directly into the wall?
Wait, is that the TV? Yeah.
It's already plugged in the wall.
Oh, I know, but you got to put that in between because see, it's
Oh, okay, that's what I was wondering.
yeah.
That's the problem with the ground.
Yeah, so that third prong or whatever, it sends noise up the
Really?
magnetism from the earth.
Really?
Yeah, so you put a lifter in there and there you go.
Massive.
Yeah.
I think it'd be the opposite.
Does Greg need anything for me to take back? I'm not doing much.
I don't think so. Have a seat. Yeah, it's weird. But now we have effectively removed the ground, so if this place gets hit with lightning or whatever, that TV will just blow up in somebody's face.
Perfect.
Well, the talent's face.
Yeah.
Which is
Talent.
rightfully whose face it should be.
Deloitte.
Check, check. 1, 2.
Oh, and who put me as timeout coordinator on the fucking rollout or whatever?
Roll out.
My friend was like, "Oh my god, you're in the highlight video." I was like, "Man, I was looking
Yeah.
knew it. I was like, "Someone."
Yeah.
He was like, "Maybe they didn't know that they put." I was like, "Oh no, that was purposefully done." Like I was like, "They did that shit on purpose."
No, I didn't tell them to. I didn't tell them to shoot.
Don't. Check. Hey.
Got it?
I'm getting something. Check, check. Yeah. What? Hey, look at that. Nat effects mics stuff going on. Yeah, I got the other headset. Greg, what'd you do? You turned it on.
Idiots and tea.
Haha, nice. Nice. All right, brother. So that's delicious. I'm getting Nat mics. That sounds great. The other mic sounds good. Anything else I can help you with out here?
Is Tabor ready to fire?
Tabor is ready to fire.
Ready to fire.
Stand by.
I'm on camera.
I don't need camera. I just need whoever's running the shooting.
What's going on?
Just trying to find out who we can check in with.
Oh, who's making it happen? Who's the mover and the shaker? I haven't seen the mover and the shaker.
Who is it?
It's for actually the event or for game ops?
Event.
For the event. What is his name? What was that guy's name?
Chad or Stu or
No, the guy that you met today.
Tony.
Tony. Yeah, Tony. Hey, Greg. So they're trying to figure out who's running the event out here. Are they still up there?
Nope. No, they were going to.
They're going to where?
They were going to run around all the different fields.
Oh, so they're checking in at all the places?
Yep.
Okay.
Are those our talent guys?
No.
Alright.
They're supposedly going through and checking in with everybody. So I don't know what that means. Yeah, but it's Tony. Sorry about that.
Alright, I'm getting Tabor's camera, but we need to switch his filter.
Okay, switch his filter to 56. Dude. Oh man, my face is gross.
Did you not take a shower?
I did. It's just like a not great one. Don't swear too hard. parents' place is like built for midgets or something like that, so the shower head comes out to my belly button.
That's how all the dorms at my women's college were.
Oh yeah.
God, were we shorter back then?
Yeah.
Like to here.
Yeah.
Like struggling.
Yeah, it's terrible. So it's like I can wash my junk effectively and that's it. Everything else I gotta like do a
Lean back.
back bend or something to get in there.
I remember I went to Nebraska for a funeral speed break.
Yeah.
And my dad was like, "Oh."
That's the worst story ever.
Super fun. And I cried the whole time. It was just super depressing. Like, my great aunt, like it was my great uncle.
Oh no.
They'd been together for like 50
Alright,
years.
guys,
All by ourselves. It was just depressing.
now,
But
might
we
be
got
cold
rid of
out
the
there.
Ramada, or I did.
Okay.
Did you guys set up the tent? Get rain gear? That was the
You
other
could feel it like moving and stuff.
Yeah, tent's up, Greg. So Chad is missing some straps for that, which he's gonna get later. But I already put the weight on it, so hopefully it doesn't fly away. So I think Tabor's good. And I actually slung it low so it wouldn't catch any wind this time, hopefully. But yeah, because they always put it to the last setting, and Tabor might have to bow his head a little, but you know.
Okay.
Okay, he's short enough.
Sure. Alright, I think we're good.
Okay, all right, man. Yeah, late. No, wait, the other one pops out, so you can pop it out this way.
Oh yeah, it's definitely double.
God damn, I'm cool.
We're the dumb ones.
Look at the bottom of the bird. Yeah.
I'll pee while we run in marker territory. That's it from just, oh, they played this one.
And that's why I didn't want it to be where your brain never processes what it does without the experience.
7-minute halves.
That clock, I think, is probably accurate.
What's their cell phone?
She can receive.
543-3396.
Yep. Let me go with 608. Robbie, I'm gonna go see if I can figure out when that needs you.
Hey, you're on AJ, man. You're on AJ, man.
Has the microphone right there.
Hey, line out here, Tim. Hey, Tim, line out.
What? It's a microphone right there. Don't say anything down.
Hey, Oklahoma here. 79. 13, Wisconsin, yellow. Go wide. Pocket. Good. Right away after this, Garrett go to center and go to one. That's the other thing. I can feel it. I'm like, ooh. 1, 2, 3. Huh? 77, Oklahoma, purple. Yeah, back. Yeah.
If one of you guys grab one of those folding chairs, because we don't have anything over to the table. They're up on top where we were sitting. I appreciate it. Don't worry. Okay, you guys are.
Switch.
Swing now, stretch it.
Hey, silver gold here. 99. 88, Wisconsin, gold. Right.
Good morning and welcome to the USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships at the University of Denver. This morning we kick it off with Division II action as the Vassar College Brewers take on the University of Wisconsin Whitewater Warhawks. It should be an exciting game here as we get set for kickoff in about 20 seconds. We're looking at a team from Wisconsin coached by Pat O'Connor and the Vassar College Brewers coached by Tony Brown. It's a little knock on and it's gone straight out, so that'll be a free kick at halfway for the Brewers. Possibly a nervous mistake there by Whitewater off that initial kickoff of this championship. Quick tap, and it looks like they've got a set move here as 2 moves the ball wide. Vassar looks to keep it out of contact, and they're looking to stretch this Whitewater defense. The big man, number 1, crashes over Jeff Matthews, recycles the ball quickly, and we look to move it out wide as Vassar continues to attack the wide channels. And there's a penalty there for offside for the offensive team. Bit of an unusual penalty this early in the game, but Vassar College got caught coming in from the wrong side of the ruck, and Whitewater looks to break out quickly as 9 gets the ball wide. And does he have the pace to go all the way? It looks like he does, and he's going to center that ball for the opening score of this Division II National Championship. And Whitewater scores under the post, and it's 5-0 Whitewater. Whitewater looks to build on their good form from the 2 automatic qualifying tournaments in the Midwest, and the kick is good. So Whitewater goes up 7-0 over Vassar and will kick off again. Whitewater slowing the game down, catching their breath, going slightly deeper with this kickoff as they look to have good line integrity and put pressure, trapping Vassar deep inside their own 22. Vassar looks to move the ball wide again through Jeff Matthews, and he takes contact and gets the ball back without a ruck or tackle. It's been knocked backwards by Whitewater, and there is a turnover. Looks for the inside pass, but it goes to ground, and it's been hacked forward by Vassar College. Whitewater recovers back there at the halfway, and it's a solid hit by the number 10 for Vassar, Nick Graham. And the ball is loose on the ground, and Whitewater looks to recover and get back in support. Uh-oh, there's a break here. Number 10's gone. Will he have the pace? 15 for Vassar, Joe Simon tracks him down, but he releases the ball and gets up and scores the try. A great piece of skill there by the Whitewater player. The tackle was made by Joe Simon, but he had a heads-up play. He released the ball, got back to his feet, picked it up, and was allowed to keep moving forward to score the try. Whitewater looks like they have that breakout power, as every time there's a turnover, they seem to be able to go the distance. We'll look to see if that continues through the second part of this half. The conversion attempt is successful, so it's a 14-0 lead as the University of Whitewater Warhawks go up over Vassar College.
14-0.
Whitewater seems to be very good at this counter-punching play as Vassar College seems to be taking the ball forward, having a turnover, and Whitewater's able to score each time. They kick it to the big man, Jeff Matthews, who's been looking for contact most of the day, but this time he moves the ball away, and Vassar looks to stretch this defense, but it's solid tackling by Whitewater. Number 11, Jesse Myhill, goes for a bit of a run before he finds the big man again. And Vassar continue to go forward. A nice step back inside, and there's a tackle situation. Whitewater's over the ball again and has successfully turned the ball over, but it looks like a double turnover as Vassar steals it straight back. And a big piece of contact and a solid tackle there. Whitewater has turned the ball over because Vassar wasn't careful with that ball at the tackle contest. And 11, 1-2 step, and it looks like he is gone. No one's chasing home, so he's just going to amble in for the 3rd try for Whitewater in this first half. Underneath the posts. kick is successful as Whitewater extends their lead in this first game of the day. You can't say Vassar College has been sleeping on them. They've been trying to attack those wide channels, but Whitewater's defense has been solid. Low cut tackles have led to turnovers, and those turnovers have led to points almost every time. A good kickoff, solid pressure. The Vassar player, he's standing in the tackle but can't find the supporting player. Eventually he throws the one-handed pass back to his support, and Vassar looks to stretch. Here they go to that wide channel. Joe Simon unfortunately knocks the ball on, and we will have our first scrum of the game. We probably have about a minute left in this first half, and the score at the moment is 21-0 to Whitewater, as they have been dominant off that turnover possession. Let's see how they go off this first phase possession. We haven't seen a first phase other than the kickoff, but we know it's a huge part of sevens. And we know if you have your set piece right, you can run away with a game. And we've had a bit of an issue. Looks like a binding issue on the far side of the scrum there, as those two props look to get friendly with each other.
Yeah, we should put water in here. He says not water here. Yeah, we're working. We gotta fill it. And is that bacon?
And there's a penalty. The Vassar player will be called back because he didn't take it in front of the referee. Unfortunately, if that penalty is given, the referee needs to be able to see the quick tap being taken. Otherwise, he was off to the races. Vassar takes that tap and looks to go forward with their big attacking weapon, the man who likes contact, Jeff Matthews. He finds an outlet deep in the pocket, and they look to stretch those wide channels again. Whitewater, once again, patient, makes that cut tackle, and number 10 has gone over the ball again, secured the turnover, and Whitewater look to finish this half with a quick tap and possibly another try. Every time there's been a turnover, there's been a try, and that was knocked back by Vassar and then caught by a Whitewater player. And after a quick ruck, number 12 is streaking away to score. And it looks like Whitewater will finish the first half the way they started it, with a try off a turnover and a quick strike. And that takes us to 26-0. After this conversion, we'll go to halftime. And it looks like Whitewater is in a dominant position. Has he been successful? Yes, he's just snuck that in, that post. And they go to the break, 28-0. University of Wisconsin Whitewater over Vassar College. Yeah, that's halftime. That's halftime here at the stadium.
Hey man, how many teams from each pool make it out pool play? One or two?
You know, I'd go with 2 because I was looking at the tourney schedule.
There's only 3 for D2. There's only 3 pools.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The tourney schedule looks like a clusterfuck as far as tomorrow goes. So I'm gonna assume max amount of teams make that those regular rounds.
Welcome back to the University of Denver. I'm Josh Sutcliffe, and I've got Kurt Weaver here with me for the second half.
Beautiful day for rugby, Josh.
It is a beautiful day for rugby. We've had a lot of rain early on this week, but it seems to have cleared up. But on this artificial turf and on the main field, which has great drainage, I don't think it will be a problem for these players. Whitewater was very dominant in that first half, Kurt. Do you think Vassar can come back?
You know, I'll tell you, Whitewater is so quick with the turnover and, you know, heading back the other way. I'm hoping Vassar has something in the pocket they're just pulling out here for the second half.
And that's a great high kickoff, but unfortunately, it's gone the same way as the first kickoff of the game and gone straight into touch. Means it's a free kick back at halfway for Whitewater.
Yeah, that's the kind of mistakes, I'll tell you, they just add up throughout a match like this. With only 7-minute halves, you can't afford to make too many of those.
And Whitewater breaks through off the set piece, and it looks like they're going to start with another try. That brings the score to 33-0.
I'll tell you, it's just it's missed tackles. It's a kick directly into touch. Just some small things. Vassar looks like they want to get the ball and get it moving, but I'll tell you, it's the wall working against them.
This 12 has been a very consistent kicker all day long. Admittedly, he's had his work made a little bit easier with kicks straight in front, but he is striking the ball sweetly, and that takes us out to 35-0.
Yeah, Josh, the drop kick, never an easy technique to learn, but certainly a necessary one here in sevens. Usually it's the biggest guys in the field, the props, that you see practicing the drop kicks before games.
You never know when that skill comes in handy, Kurt. You never know when it comes in handy. A good kickoff here and not being taken by Vassar College, and it looks like Whitewater's going to be able to attack again. He's gone to ground, and it's a good ruck by Whitewater, and they look to move the ball out wider. That's a nice double skip pass, and he's off to the races. Too easy for Whitewater there as number 11 centers the ball, and our kicker is going to have an easy kick again.
Yeah, I think referee hesitated quickly there just to see if it was a forward or backward pass. I think it was all okay. Went right down that red line. Tell you what, when you can do the double skip pass on the outside, it's very difficult to defend.
That was a great ball after a quick ruck, and I think that's the important part to realize. The quick ruck there just gives you so many more attacking options.
It does, and I'll tell you, with the speed of Whitewater when the ball is up on their feet, their speed to the breakdown to support is also amazing. They're doing such a great job. That second man in, taking care of the ball, getting clean, quick ball, attack off the front foot.
And we're going to start again. It is 42-0 to Whitewater. A contested kickoff. Whitewater's come down with it. It looked like it was tapped back by number 8 there. And here we go again. Great quick recycle. No ruck formed. Number 15 looks to break on the outside, and it's just a poor tackle by the 9 there by Vassar College, and it makes it too easy for this Whitewater team to strike again. That takes us out to 47-0.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Whitewater's really having their way today. Vassar, although, like I said, has some athletes out there, have seen them play some good ball throughout the season, they're just having trouble today making their one-up tackles.
And the kick is good, so we go out to 49-0. And if I was looking at this Vassar team, they probably need to get a little bit closer to the ball carrier before reaching with those arms. It seems that is too easy to fend off for this Whitewater team.
Exactly, Josh. I think it's something that they call get that foot in the hula hoop, get a little closer. I really couldn't tell you. I didn't do much tackling in my day when I was in the field, but I tell you, I know it's, oh, there it is again.
It's
just
a little knock-on and
small
great
mistakes.
contest. And Whitewater looks to break again. 15 throws that another cutout pass. Did that go forward? The referee took a hard look at it. It seems that it's gone backwards, although that football pitch has gone forward. And so it will be a Vassar put into the scrum as Vassar finally gets to touch this ball in the second half. We're about 3 or 4 minutes gone, and Vassar hasn't even had the ball on offense yet.
A couple quick substitutions here, some fresh blood. This is a man who looks like he wants to tackle. I feel like this is coming. Vassar's on the front foot here with some new fresh blood, fresh legs.
They haven't been afraid of the contact, but they are looking to move that ball wide so they have the one-on-one matchups. Finally, we get the scrum packed instead of the penalty we had in the first half, and Vassar feeds it and gets it out cleanly as the ball moves wide to the center. The fresh man on the field, a quick loop back, and he's looking inside. He doesn't give it, but that man does draw a player, and they look to go the other way. Vassar stretching the field again. Can they get something going here at the end of the second half?
Oh, just to tell you what, great one-up tackles there by Whitewater, and he gave it sit through.
He's gone. Number 2, can he get back inside? He cuts back inside. The tackle is made, and Whitewater contests the ruck. It looks like the ball's out, and Whitewater has won a turnover. They have been deadly off this turnover, but unfortunately this time a little knock-on off the offload, and Vassar hot on attack for the first time today.
I feel this is their chance, Josh, putting in a couple points late here in the second half. Although it's going to be consolation points, still nice to get some stuff on the board.
Yeah, and being the first game of the day, they have 2 other matches in their pool. They can still move through to the championship rounds after this defeat. So they want to get every point they can, because it does come down to points differential if 2 teams are on the same points on the table.
Good scrum there by Vassar. Ball's produced again.
Are they going to do that loop again? It looks like that
One
is
more
their
time.
favorite set piece move.
I'd like to see the number 12 get engaged here. Fresh legs on the field. Big boy wants to run the ball. There we go. Oh, and great drawn pass. Looks like you out there, Sutcliffe.
Don't say that. You're too kind, Kurt. The big man, Jeff Matthews, he's wanted contact all day. He's
Support
broken
is
the
struggling
line.
to get there.
And Vassar pushing for that corner. Reaches out.
Oh, penalty. Looks like it's entry from Whitewater. Entry the wrong side of that breakdown.
And Vassar looks to go to their set piece. Will they do that little loop again? Or they're just going to go straight up?
Oh, looks like we got some speed on the outside. Number 9 making his runs.
And 15, what a swipe. Number 16, I apologize. He just came in and picked off that little offload there. And Whitewater with the kick ahead, and no one is back for Vassar.
I believe he has the speed.
The number 3 comes in. And it's a penalty offside in front of the kicker. So the Vassar player played the ball. As the number 10 came back for Vassar, he didn't come behind the ball before playing it. And so that's a penalty for offside. Whitewater, will they close out the game with another try?
Yeah, it's a tough one there. I'll tell you what, they've had the rub of the green go against them the whole day. And then, like I said, small things like that. Number 10 makes his way through in a pretty easy stance. You have to think this is likely the end.
54-0 with the kick still to come. Whitewater will walk away the winner of this game, and they will look to build a sizable points differential, so that hopefully springs them forward through to the knockout rounds.
Like a glove, right through. Oh, and referee Cisco says a little bit more time to play.
A little bit more time to play. We heard the klaxon go off in the background, so this will likely be the last play of the game. Just for emphasis, we got a second one.
Want to make sure those people listening at home know when the half is over. Vassar has the ball, a little bit of room to run out here.
And it looks like they'll try and build some momentum heading into the rest of their games today.
Oh, there we go. Good gap. Does he have the gas to make it through? Just pin the ears back, head to the corner. Oh.
And the offload, Whitewater.
Great defensive trail there by number 15 on Whitewater. And right now he is simply doing slalom work.
Kicks the ball out, and that will be the game.
Decides to end it. Smart idea there by Whitewater. What a dominant performance, Josh.
Very dominant performance. They came out, they knew their plan. I'm going to cut low, turn the ball over, and we're going to strike quickly. 56-0 to University of Whitewater. We'll be back with our next game shortly. welcome back to our second match from the University of Denver in the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships. My name's Josh Sutcliffe. I'm here with Kurt Weaver as we look to our next match of the day between the East Carolina Pirates and St. Louis University.
Josh, this looks to be a cracker. Some good athletes out there, and of course, colorful shoes always mean speed.
It looks like ECU started with their big lineup. Looks like they've got some power athletes, and it's a great tap back by St. Louis, and they're looking to move the ball wide quickly, and ECU's looking to smother on defense. That ball's being held up, but the ball carrier's got to ground, and a ruck is formed. St. Louis clear the ball wide, and let's see how they go on their first attack out of their own 22. 13 Whoa. Makes a great break, and he's gone straight up the middle.
Big boy rumbling.
Looking for the offload, and it's a great offload to number 15. Quick ruck ball, and it looks like it's still going to be St. Louis ball. The referee's got his arm out, possibly for an offside there. We'll wait for the secondary. It was hands in the ruck, and St. Louis has gone quickly. Did ECU get back there? I don't know about that. And the referee might play a second advantage here, but it might not matter.
13 again.
Is going through, and the offload hasn't gone to hand, but it has gone backwards, and St. Louis looked to retain the ball. ECU with a big counter ruck there, and this is a fight for the ball, and ECU has turned it over.
Biggest ruck I've seen in sevens for a while.
The fend-off is unsuccessful, and St. Louis has turned the ball over. This is going back and forth, Kurt. I don't know if I can keep up, and it is a knock-on over the try line, and ECU shows desperation to keep that ball from being a try.
Josh, I'll tell you what, this looks a little bit more like ping pong at times. That big 13 number, Zach Bunty from St. Louis, I'll tell you what, he's a runner.
He wants it, doesn't he? He just comes out there and says, you know what, you got to tackle me, and so far ECU has not been up to that challenge.
Scrums again, I think, Josh, such an important part of the game. Much of a smaller piece than the 15-on-15 version, but I'll tell you, key here, especially against a try line.
Oh, dangerous, dangerous. And ECU are going to attack out of their try line. I don't know if they're going to make it, and it looks as though this will be a 5-meter scrum to St. Louis as ECU couldn't exit their own in-goal area.
Good pressure right here for St. Louis. 5 meters out, good attacking ball, some sizable guys who want to run. Looks like they have a good chance.
And you know, the 15 scrum, the ball comes out, it's a fairly stable attacking platform. In sevens, you got to play a little bit more off the cuff, and we'll see here if St. Louis, who has set a more traditional looking backline, whether they come blind to this huge blind side. The 10 would have 35 meters to work in. Let's see if they exploit that.
Whole lot of space to run.
They go.
But why use that when there's space on the left-hand side?
10 goes to ground, and it's a great offload on the ground. They're staying up, and that's a try, I believe. No try.
Looks like we have a penalty to ECU.
Not sure what the penalty was for. I couldn't decipher the secondary, but ECU are going to kick it out of their own area and relieve a lot of pressure, but that ball has not found touch.
Oh, Ted's nice thing about turf right there. Ball will roll.
The ball continues to roll, and he does not have support with him, so can ECU put the pressure on and turn it over? No, great recycle there. And St. Louis breaking out. Great offload to the chip.
Brilliant kick through, and then nice little tap down.
Charged,
Unfortunately, just lost forward there.
We'll set a scrum, but that was a great little piece of defending by the sweeper there for East Carolina.
Yeah, I tell you what, 2-on-1, not much else they can do there. Great defense. Not an easy thing to do.
Kurt, for how much action we had, it's amazing to think that this is still 0-0.
Exactly. I'll tell you what, these two teams are really battling it out. Nice to see some good tackling out there as well after our first match. Couple challenging tackles in that first match. This match has been great so far. Both teams making their tackles.
The ball comes out for St. Louis, and they look to attack again. This 10 hasn't been afraid of contact. He offloads to the 12, and they look to keep the ball alive.
Yeah, number 1, Trey Easton for Eastern Carolina. He likes to tackle, and he likes bright green shoes, so I got to say I'm a fan of him already.
A counter ruck by ECU.
Oh, brilliant there.
Unfortunately, on the pickup, they just
the one hand.
Here goes St. Louis. Does he have the pace? He's going for the corner. Waiting for the referee's signal, I believe. That
number
is the
10.
First try of the game.
Connor Brady. Well done there, Connor, on the outside. Making it to the corner flag. Wasn't sure if he got it down or not. Wonderful job, Connor Brady.
St. Louis doesn't make it easy for the kick, but they've gone up 5-0. And you know what? in this game with this defense and the back and forth nature of it, 5-0 is a big lead.
It is, and I'll tell you, I think with both teams wanting to make as many tackles as they are, and with the size of these teams, these guys clearly want to keep the ball inside, so it might be a game like this all day long.
And you know, we're coming up to the end of the first half, and this has been a frenetic pace. It'll be interesting to see if these two big sides have what it takes to play 14 minutes, or whether one team starts to fade away. A great conversion attempt off the posts.
Connor tries to convert his own try. Well done. If you can't get it through, at least hit the post. That's what we always say.
Unfortunately, it's not Aussie rules, so you don't get a point for missing. It's still only 5-0. But, man, that was a great attempt from out wide. I think he actually might have taken the drop from out of the field of play. Unbelievable shot at goal.
Well done, Connor Brady. We'll call World Rugby, see if they can add some points to the tally for when you hit a post.
A deep kickoff, and ECU will have the ball and look to move out. They've got numbers out wide, but they've chosen to try and trap St. Louis. But a good tackle and a strong counter ruck by 13. He has picked the ball up and he is charging forward.
Tell you what, that's 13, Zachary Benty again.
Dummy, he's gone through.
Absolutely brilliant.
Number 15, Nathan DeMeo, picked the ball up at scrum half, through the big dummy, a left foot step, and he's gone.
Tell you, when you have a guy like Zach Benty in there just absolutely doing work on those breakdowns, creating those turnovers, and as well breakout runs, nice to be able to offload to the speedsters, put some points on the board.
And it looks like DeMeo takes the quick conversion to convert his own try, and St. Louis goes up 12-0 over ECU.
Seeing the ECU roster here, we have a couple football player transfers. Actually, that number 1 Trey Eason, Mr. Greenshoes, he's a former fullback on the East Carolina football team. Love to see those crossover athletes coming out here playing some rugby.
And we might be coming down to the end of the first half. A poor kick there by the number 10, and it will be a free kick at halfway as we count down the last seconds of this first half.
It's those little mistakes that end up adding up throughout a match.
Here's the big fullback. Will he just take it on himself? I mean, maybe that's why he came to rugby. He wanted to play with the ball.
Let's see him run.
Yeah.
Rumbling, stumbling. There he goes.
The step. Oh, the chip.
Showing he's not just a runner.
Fortunately, he couldn't regather in 15. Nathan DeMeo is fighting forward and gets an offload to number 12. Number 12 is breaking. Does he have the pace? It looks like he does.
Andrew Colton. Well done, Andrew Colton.
Oh, Andrew Colton. A great trail line in sevens can't be underestimated here. I mean, the offloads in the first game and in this game shows that if you want the ball and you work hard for it, you're going to score points.
And I'll tell you, Josh, that's the third player from St. Louis who's had those trail runs and then a big run into the try zone. It seems to be they're a team of athletes.
Doesn't look like that kick from right in front was good, so it's only 17-0 at halftime. They've left a couple of points out on the field, St. Louis, but they're looking in a very strong position going into this second half.
If I'm not good at anything else, I'll be able to make it No, I worked, like, for my last year of law school, I worked at this St. Clair County prosecutor's office. Yeah, totally different worlds. Really much for both of us. We both were like, we can never really talk about what happens like outside of here, you know? You don't know me, I don't know you. Occasionally we would have like a conversation, and then like someone just kind of like walk in and like, one of his clients. Yeah. Yeah. It's all hypothetical. Go what?
Back to the second half of this game. It started off as a tight affair with St. Louis and ECU playing probably 3/4 of the first half without a score. But at the end of that first half, St. Louis scored 3 quick tries off trail runs and offloads, and they're up 17-0 as we start here, Kurt.
I tell you, referee Cody Cuxman about to get us underway in the second half here. Hopefully ECU can find something in the tank. They've been fighting pretty well, making their one-up tackles, but I'll tell you, those St. Louis University guys just absolutely great on the breakthroughs.
The outlet pass goes back, and ECU look to stretch, and they've given the ball to number 1, the football crossover athlete, and he finds a flying winger who puts the shoulder down, finds an offload, and there we go. ECU starting the breakout.
There's number 2, Jeff Vaccarella, nicknamed Toast.
Uh-oh. The big man has the ball in the green boots. I think he's Kurt's favorite player of the day so far. Number 12 looks like he copped a high tackle there, but the referee hasn't picked it up, and ECU continue to recycle the ball.
Finally, a little spark of the step. Absolutely brilliant there on the outside. And I believe he's going to have the gas in the tank, but there's a great contest all the way down to the end.
Scoring out wide, I think, is number 6, Vicente DC. And he gets a try out wide. Unfortunately, he couldn't center that to make the conversion slightly easier, but ECU is on the board, 17-5.
After Vicente's great try, we have number 3, Chris Parker, up to take this conversion. Again, love to see the big boys kicking the ball, especially wearing the bright-colored shoes. Oh, brilliant strike.
Not quite the direction, but it was a great strike, and we remain St. Louis 17, ECU 5.
Go white.
Trey Easton kicks off, and he's gone short. It's a contest in the air.
Oh, brilliant kick by Trey Easton. Dropped it right where he wanted it. ECU recovers.
ECU with the turnover, and can they recover here at the Rock? They have, and they've got numbers out wide. Can they move it there? They're looking for it.
There goes Toast.
Back into Easton. He stands in the tackle, buys some time, and it's a great clear out there. St. Louis timed it perfectly on the counter ruck, and 8 looks like he's won the ball. St. Louis has won the ball, and ECU gives up the cheap penalty coming in from the side before the ball came out of the ruck. And St. Louis, they look to go quickly. They've moved the ball wide, but it's a forward pass, and it's going to come back. Oh, they were looking threatening on the outside there, but a little forward pass. It was a sneaky forward pass.
I was going to say it by the chinny chin chin. That was pretty tight there. Adam Pavlakis from St. Louis, absolutely brilliant in that turnover. To pick up the counter ruck, turns over the ball, ends up drawing the penalty, gets him on the front foot.
He's from Dallas, Kurt. I mean, they do everything bigger in Texas, don't they?
Yes, they do.
ECU with the feet to the scrum. Oh, it looks like a penalty for offside here. Scrum half coming around a little bit too quickly, and ECU goes. Moving the ball wide, but
Number 2, Jeff Vaccarella, Toast's pass just a little bit too toasty there.
Came out a little burnt on the other side, and unfortunately we're going to have a put in for St. Louis, and that does look like his last action in the game. Hopefully that limp is just him being a little disappointed in himself, and it doesn't put him out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I tell you, long days of rugby, Josh. We have 2 long days of rugby coming up for this collegiate championship. It's about body maintenance, really.
It really is, and roster management. It's good to see the coaches putting on the substitutions in the second half as St. Louis feeds and gets the ball out of that scrum cleanly. A wide break there, couldn't quite get through, and it's a contested ball here. Nice ruck by St. Louis, and they're going to
tackle by Vicente there.
Moving the ball the other way. We've got some flashy boots out here. Can he get through? Offload to 13, and he loves to.
Oh, not in my house. Rumbling, stumbling.
The big stiff arm, and then the offload, and then the 1-2. I'm going to go outside. I'm going to come back inside and score the try beside the post by number 14.
Brilliant try there. I'll tell you what, supporting really, really well, but you got to love when the big boys run. Stiff arm, puts them away, sit down, I'm coming through.
And then the little offload. I mean, it's hard not to get excited when you do something that big, but to find your teammate coming through supporting you, and then he had work to do as well. It wasn't like it was a straight run to the line. The quick conversion attempt coming up here.
Absolutely beautiful there. Clearly he's had his Weetabix this morning.
Fortunately, conversion wasn't successful, so we remain at 22-5. It is all ahead of ECU with only 2 minutes left in this game. They're going to have to score probably off this kickoff.
You got to think they have the opportunity to do it here. They're doing really well when they have the ball in hand. They have the speed on the outside to use. We just want to be able to see them get that ball produced quickly and use it.
Substitutions, 13's getting a rest after his good work. He better ice up that hand. Looks like he might be using it the rest of the day.
Yeah, Zachary Benty, well done on the field.
Great kickoff and a great contest by number 8 there. Adam Pavlakis won that ball back, and St. Louis continued to use that offload game. ECU committing numbers to the ruck, and have they won it? No, they haven't. They have come in from the side on that.
Oh, quick turnaround there. Beautiful tap and go.
Offload again.
Definitely caught ECU napping there. Quick ball available, space in the outside to run.
He's got the wide man. Unfortunately, the pass wasn't quite on point, and ECU has covered across, and looks like they forced St. Louis out of bounds. Great jockey defense there by the man in the orange cleats. Just
Brilliant.
bid his time. He didn't rush up. He said, look, I'm outnumbered. I'm just going to be patient. And you know what? He made the tackle into touch.
Chris Parker was as well going to take the throw in. Just over a minute left in this game. Looks like we got to get ECU a couple more points here if they're going to have any chance of coming back.
St. Louis steals a line out with no lift.
Brilliant offload.
Reach.
Oh,
and
the stretch out.
Number 6, Kevin Riley, used all of his height there to reach out, dot the ball over. It looks like now 27-5. St. Louis just starting to pull away with this one.
Beauty, absolute beauty there. St. Louis has simply just worn them down. I tell you what, with their offloads, it's very difficult to defend. If you're not making your one-up tackles that are impact and putting players on the ground, they still have the opportunity to offload that ball. It's just too dangerous. It's too much to defend. Too big of a field, too few players.
Kind of duffed that kick, and so we remain at 27-5. Probably the last play of the game coming up here is St. Louis. Let's see if they go to this number 8 again. He's been successful in the last couple of kickoffs, contesting in the air from a beautiful kick. It's another short one, a little narrower this time, and a huge
boom
hit.
Goes the dynamite.
ECU retained the ball, but St. Louis is over it. Penalty here.
One more opportunity here, and they definitely want it. Look at them going. They want blood in the water. Oh, brilliant step through. Oh, you've got to love it.
In Berman terms, that was a whoop, whoop, and he goes over to score the try.
Beautiful. Well done there. I'll tell you, it's not easy to slip through that many tacklers. Absolutely brilliant. The blue shoes clearly helped the situation.
And ECU finishes the game with a try, and that will build momentum. The final score, 27-12. And Kurt, those are our 2 games in Pool B. Whitewater with a big win, St. Louis with a win here, but ECU building momentum. It'll be great to see what happens in the rest of the day in Pool B.
MVP, ARs?
Shoot, I forgot my wallet.
I got you. And as a defense, thinks it's going to be the defense.
And welcome back to the University of Denver for the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens Women's National Championship bracket. We're in Pool B as Virginia looks to take on Texas Tech Red Raiders. And we've got it's going to be a great start to the day. I'm looking forward to this. My name's Josh Sutcliffe. I'm here with Kurt Weaver, and we're getting a kickoff from Virginia. Deep kick.
Beautiful.
And Texas Tech fields it cleanly. She's looking to go around the defense, but a solid tackle there to start the day, and a big counter ruck from Virginia. It looks like they've turned the ball over. Yes, no, no. Unfortunately, a little knock on as they tried to pick the ball up, and we'll have our first scrum of the game 30 seconds in.
Virginia looks hungry for contact, Josh. They're big impact tackle, big turnover ball. Great to see.
Looks like they're following in the footsteps of Jamie Burke, one of their most famous alumni and the most capped women's Eagle.
Now a famous referee actually at this tournament.
One of the ARs at this tournament. She'll be running around in the yellow, and Virginia put the heat on in the scrum, but Texas Tech managed to find a way to pull it out, and they've gone wide. 15 is ripping down the outside, and does she have the pace?
Oh, she pulls out at the last second there, Josh. You got to just trust in your speed and go for the corner.
And unfortunately, because she slowed down, there was a little forward pass to her support. Her support just overran her there, and I agree with Kurt. Trust yourself, back yourself, go for that corner.
It's the opening of the game. There's nothing to lose. Let's see who's who. Let's see who's got speed on the field. Go for the corner.
Now, Virginia put a lot of pressure on Texas Tech's first scrum. Can Texas Tech return the favor here? As Virginia feeds the ball and it rolls straight through the tunnel, we'll have another feed. In sevens, like in 15s, you need to strike for the ball. It can't just roll in one side and out the other side. So the referee resets the scrum here.
Sets up for it. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant hook there by Virginia, and they're off to the races.
Moving the ball wide. Out to the winger. She's going to put a stiff arm on, and
beautiful
she's gone. She cuts back in. Nice swerve line, and 11 has to put the foot on the gas again, and she can.
Trusting the speed.
And she does, and she scores underneath the post and opens up, and we are 5-0 Virginia about 2 minutes into this game.
Brilliant run, absolutely brilliant. You got to love to see when a player trusts their speed like that. Number 11, Peyton Loris, absolutely doing really, not only running to the outside, stretching the field, but then understanding there's some space back to the inside, trusting your speed, hitting the hammer down, try time.
Conversion attempt is successful. Virginia steps out for a 7-0 lead. Texas Tech will receive this kickoff. Off the first kickoff, they look to move the ball to the center of the field and then strike back down that weak side. They were almost successful. Let's see if they trust their speed a little bit more.
Yeah, you got to be confident here. Texas Tech clearly had some speed on the outside, clearly had some opportunity. I think just needed, like you said, trust in there.
The kick finds space and a great tap back in.
Oh, AR says in goal or in touch there. You got to love to see, or you got to hope to let him play out there. Let's see some try time.
I think there might have been a foot on the line when she tapped the ball. That could be the only thing I can see. And a wayward throw, advantage to Virginia. No advantage coming, and so we're going to pack a scrum with this powerful Virginia front three.
It's an interesting technique there, Josh. Just the absolute toss the ball in and hope for the best.
I don't think Texas Tech had set their line out there. It looked like a player was trying to run in. I don't think Coach Fritz will be very happy with that.
Another great scrum there by Virginia.
And they probe that weak side. 12 comes around and a big stiff arm.
Clearly, Virginia has been eating their stiff arm breakfast this morning because they are ready to go.
They've got numbers out here. Can they move it there? The prop holding the ball in two
drawn
hands.
pass. And 11 on the outside again. One more time. Peyton on there. And she makes it in. Brilliant job getting that ball to the center. Of course, getting it closer to the center makes an easier kick. You got to love to see that. Peyton Loris, another great job, another great run.
And they're up 12-0. It's quite impressive. She moves the ball to that outside hand, her left hand, and uses that right hand as a weapon to fend off the defenders coming across. Very impressive work, knowing your strengths and using them to exploit the defense's weakness.
Josh, I got to say, it's a rare thing these days to see your speedsters on the outside wearing such diminutive boots. A nice subtle white I'm seeing out of Peyton Loris. Usually you're going to see a bright green or orange.
My goodness, what a great strike by the kicker there.
Brilliant kick.
They go up 14-0.
Number 9, Brianna Kim. I'll tell you what, she's been a great leader out there today. Captain of the team as well. doing such a great job out there with the whole team. Conversions, drop kicks, leadership. Gotta love to see it.
This time the kickoff is fielded by 15 out there on the wing, and she can't stay in the field of play. It is a Virginia throw-in, and they're going to look to go quickly, and they have gone quickly.
Play on, says referee. Love to see that. Get it up and moving. We want to see action. No one came for downtime.
Oh, great steal by 12
Oh,
for
it
Texas
ripped
Tech.
free. Absolutely brilliant there. Number 12, Taylor Orr. Well done.
They go on the breakout. Trust yourself. She steps inside. She beats one.
Put the hammer down. Chastity Myers. Oh, she gets caught from behind. Puts off to 13, Tori Armstrong.
And she's going to go.
Armstrong in for the try. First try of the game for Texas Tech.
And once again, we're seeing this trailing players having a huge influence on the game. That player in support, when the player gets tackled, can offload, even throw the ball back along the ground. There's not that many players around, and Armstrong there, it capitalizes on a beautiful, well-retained ball. The kick is successful by number 12, and we have a game on our hands, 14-7.
Taylor Orr with the conversion there. She was so integral in that turnover ball. Did such a great job. Offloaded there to Chastity Myers for the long runs, putting it back inside to Tony Armstrong. Armstrong for that try, but I'll tell you what a team try that was.
It was, and a nice little grubbing kick. You don't see that as often in sevens, but on this field, it really takes off. But Virginia has done well, and they're looking to move the ball wide. I love this player running with the ball in two hands, keeps the defense guessing, but Armstrong has ripped the ball away in the tackle, and it looks like Virginia did play the ball on the ground there, and Texas Tech looked to go quickly. And they're going to look, oh, the spin move by number 1.
Oh, and there it is
Freezes
again.
the defense, and a great offload here. We've got numbers here. Texas Tech needs to keep their heads up.
Number 3, Christina Haney, I'll tell you what, for Virginia, is all over the place. The long runs,
Uh-oh, we
couple
might
tackles
have
the
another
inside.
penalty here. Not back
Yeah,
10,
and
and
I'll tell
that
you
might
what,
be a yellow card.
That's 2 or 3 in a row. You got to expect a player to go sit down for a while. There it is, the whistle of doom, and here it comes.
Right.
Go sit down.
Number 19 for Virginia has been shown the naughty girl chair. Summer Harris-Jones will spend the next 2 minutes in the sin bin, and that's 2 minutes of playing time.
Tell you what, when you see those repeated infractions and those players are not getting back 10 meters from where the point of that infraction happens, you got to expect a yellow card. Really want to see the discipline be raised here for Virginia. They've been doing such a great job so far, but when discipline drops, it's a difficult game.
And Texas Tech have to take advantage of this one person.
Oh. Good runs on the inside, but Armstrong, our try scorer again, looks to weave through the inside. Great offload.
Little knock on. No, the referee said it's gone back, and Virginia will look to break out and score shorthanded here. I've got to say, it's brave coming out of your 22 shorthanded, but Virginia has found the ball. It goes wide, and number 3 with the ball again. She's going to take contact on her terms this time.
Christina Haney, she's a runner.
Great ruck there and a big win, and Virginia look to stretch the other way. They might eat up this 2 minutes of the player in the sin bin with the ball in hand here, Kurt.
Tell you what, it's the best thing to be able to get out of a sin bin without any points scored against you. You got to count that as a win.
Good ruck, and they're going down the short side.
Keeping the ball up and alive.
Great ankle tackle by number 13 Armstrong, and they're holding Virginia here.
Playing slow ball in sevens is certainly a unique situation. There we go. Bree Kim on the run. Absolutely brilliant look. No one's home. Brilliant. Oh, as cool as the other side of the pillow, Josh.
Oh my goodness, could you get a better bounce than that? The vision to see that Texas Tech were playing 7-up across the line and no one was home. A little chip over the top, puts the hammer down, regains the ball, and she says, you know what? I got a clean pair of heels and I'm going to show them to you all day long.
Brilliant job there by Bree Kim. Seeing the field, great leadership to just stay calm, under pressure in their own half, sees the opportunity, takes it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for someone to hire out there, that's the kind of employee you want at your company.
And she converts as well, so that takes them out to 21-7. And that's quite a commanding lead here at halftime, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half. And Kurt, welcome back to the second half here. Virginia finished short-handed. It looks like they'll start the second half short-handed as well, but that didn't seem to stop them as Bree Kim puts the long kick in, and they finish the half with all the momentum.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant there. I'll tell you what, Bree, co-captain of the 2014 Junior All-Americans, clearly has played her rugby at a higher level. She also played with the elite select side Atlantis. You can just tell, calmness under pressure, being able to play. And it looks like they're back to 7.
Texas Tech kicks deep, and Virginia, that player, she's coming onto the field, and she looks like she has a point to prove, and she is going through tackle after tackle, breaking 2-3 tackles and still on her feet. She says, you know what, I'm going to keep going. An offload to 11, and they've got tons of numbers out here, but she might not need any of them.
Absolutely no way. She's got the corner. She wants it. Number 12, absolutely brilliant run around the outside. Beautiful.
Elizabeth Anderson, she said, you know what, I've got the speed. I'm going to pull a Vix Filet in here. You know what? I'm going to start on one side of the field. I'm going to run to the other, turn the corner on the whole team, and score close to the posts.
You've got to love that. Absolutely brilliant. You know, I'll tell you, when you see players like that can see the outside and know that they absolutely have the confidence to get there, you love that kind of player. You want her on the field, especially in those tight times.
The kick is good again.
Kick is good, and I gotta mention real quick, the guy fielding the ball right there, ex-USA Eagle Paul Emmerich. So both Paul Emmerich and Jamie Burke, both absolute classic and legend Eagles for USA Rugby, now out here refereeing. Love to see the pathway in the game there, Josh.
It's a great pathway, and it's a great way to stay involved with the game. It's great to see our Eagles giving back, and I think also out here today is Madison Hughes. He's watching the men's Division II very closely as his brother's the captain of Providence. Virginia wins the kickoff.
Tell you what, can't let it bounce. Can't let it bounce. That's a coach killer right there. Coach Fritz is not going to love that.
Virginia looking to move the ball wide. Texas Tech a little passive on the defense. Number 13, Armstrong, tries to make a difference, and she has slowed the momentum, but 22, she's got gas.
Elizabeth Anderson, absolutely brilliant. Oh, and keep the legs pumping on the outside.
Offload back inside, and Virginia will retain the ball here. A good ruck, and look, they've got numbers out wide. They've got to use them. Keep that ball moving. 19 steps back in, and she says, you know what, I'm going to take Route 1. A little offload, space out wide, and will Virginia go in to score?
Beautiful look there by Bree Kim. Sees it on the outside, but nope, ball's held up. Great defense there by Texas Tech. Not an easy technique, especially in sevens, to hold that ball up.
You know, it was great desperation. They know that if they go another try down, there's probably no coming back. 21 points is kind of that magic number, and they're trailing 28-7 right now. Texas Tech have to be the first team to score. They show great desperation on their line, but Virginia is still knocking on the door and has the put into this scrum.
Yeah, Josh, with only about 4.5 minutes left in this half, you got to think that they still have some time to come back, but it's going to be a difficult uphill battle.
And it's gone out to 22. She likes to turn the corner, but this time she steps in and steps out of a tackle.
Shows us I can take the corner, I can take the inside. Absolutely brilliant. Number 22, Elizabeth Anderson. Beautiful step out there. Got to love the confidence again. Can take the outside, can take the inside. Beautiful.
That's a dangerous player. That many weapons in a winger, she's going to give other teams fits all tournament long.
And Josh, again, important in these games, these early round games, you got to get some points on the board. It's about point differential sometimes when you come through to the championship rounds.
And we're 35-7 as the kick is good. And Virginia, well, I'm going to say they're probably going to put up a short kickoff here, and Texas Tech has to take the ball on the full. They can't allow it to bounce, otherwise Virginia is too dangerous. Has breakout speed and breakout power. Texas Tech, we've got to stand up here, find that ball, and punch one in.
You know, you're seeing Virginia came through the NOVA qualification tournament. They got first to that tournament, and it's very clear as to see why. They absolutely looking brilliant today. Oh, not just doing the hard work standing up, but also the counter ruck through. Referee does not like the angle she took through that breakdown, but I got to say, that kind of aggression, even by the smallest players in the field, you got to love that.
Texas Tech goes quickly here, and they're going to look to find some space, and she has some space.
Beautiful.
There. 15, she's putting the gas down. She needs support. Great release.
Tell you, 15, Janae Coleman. Want to see Janae just trust her speed a little bit more, Josh. I'll tell you what, I think if she just pins the ears back and heads for the corner, I got to believe she has some speed in that tank.
I believe she does too. Unfortunately, when she tried to release the ball and get back to her feet, she just knocked it on the pickup. And so Texas Tech will set a scrum. Virginia's feet The subs are coming on. Once again, critical here by the coaches Fritz and Hildreth to keep their teams fresh as the day progresses.
Bree Kim with a very welcome rest. I'm sure she's ready to take a load off, put the feet up, and watch her team hopefully take this home to victory.
Hacked out the back. Virginia has the ball. They're going to move it wide again to number 22, Anderson. She's going to take contact, but gets a good offload. And Virginia doing a great job of keeping the ball alive. One stiff arm, two stiff arm.
Stolen. Absolutely brilliant. Taylor Orr, you legend.
That's what we call
the behind the back. The behind the back. The razzle dazzle. You got to love it. Number 1, Ada Gutierrez. Brilliant offload there. And they draw the penalty. Texas, taking it. Brilliant. Texas Tech draws the penalty there. Virginia ends up not rolling away out of that tackle, and Texas Tech now on attack.
Number 1 for Texas Tech takes it up. She stays on her feet. It's such a critical skill in sevens because it allows time for your support to get there. Unfortunately, the place wasn't so good. And I think this is a penalty to Virginia for coming in the side because she rolled that ball back. The support players were all in front trying to contest the ruck, and Virginia are going to get an easy get-out-of-jail-free card. Let's see if they kick to touch, and we'll see how their line-out goes.
Yeah, just about a minute left here, Josh. I tell you, you got to like the patience here by Virginia. Is that going to get out?
It's going to roll.
Oh, and it does. Brilliant kick there by Virginia. They gain in grounds, about 70 meters they gain down the field. Such a great heads-up play. Maybe a little bit of luck there on the bounce, but we'll take it.
You know, these turf fields, they do cause a ball to roll a long, long way. It's something to be aware of when you're playing on them. And for these players, they're actually going to be playing on turf fields and natural grass, so something they might have to adapt to in different games. Easy line-out win by Virginia, and they recycle the ball.
Texas Tech not back 10 meters in that line-out, so the referee's showing advantage, but I got to like the speed. Anytime you get orange boots moving that quick, you got to love it. Number 14 in for the try. Number 14, Joy Jefferson. Brilliant job there by Jefferson, getting in the outside. Tell you what, once she got ahead of steam, it's tough to slow those players down.
You know, you love it when a sub comes on and makes an impact. And these players, these Virginia subs, have made an impact across the board. Anderson and Jefferson, both players that started on the bench saying, hey, coach, look at me. I got something to offer this team.
Boy, three absolute dangerous try scorers on this team. Joy Jefferson, Summer Jones, and Peyton Loris doing such a great job there for Virginia.
And a great kick to finish off the game.
And Emmerich raises the flag. That does it for us here. Virginia over Texas Tech, 42-7. What a cohesive and comprehensive victory there for Virginia.
It's great to see, Kurt, and we look forward to seeing Virginia move on through this tournament.
Yep.
Welcome back to the University of Denver as we go to our second game in Pool B of the USA Rugby College Sevens National Championship. And this is our women's division, Stanford versus Air Force. And this should be another great game with a lot of athleticism as well, as Stanford kicks deep, finds green space, and that ball rolls out of bounds. Kind of pardon the pun, but a cardinal sin there committed by Air Force.
Yeah, I gotta say, off the opening kickoff, you want to be hungry for that ball. These games are so short, 7-minute halves. You want to get in there and get work done.
Air Force has a throw into the lineout. It's a good throw.
Referee Bryant says that's okay. It looked like it was a little bit to the outside, but we play through it.
And Air Force tries to kick their way out of their own defensive area. Stanford tracking back and secures the ball, looking to move it wide. Stanford, a team traditionally known for their speed on the wings, producing players and Eagles like Vix Filet and
beautiful
Jessica
on the outside
Watkins. Cuts back in, and she's not afraid of contact. Going forward in there, and Stanford, the support gets there quickly, and they've got an overlap out here on the right-hand side. They've got to use it, though.
Numbers in space.
She pins. She
gives.
Brilliant
draw and pass. You got to love it. Number 14, Olivia Burdendale. Great job out there. I'll tell you what, Olivia, well done to just absolutely stay calm out there on the outside, wait for your pass, finish it strong.
And I would say that's a veteran play. The ability to straighten up the line, draw two defenders, and know when the right time is to give that pass to your support player who is coming steaming onto the ball.
Absolutely right, Josh. New players want to give that ball early or take it right through contact. The player who knows what they're doing, a little delay in that pass through, create a little bit more space for those outside players, puts them away every single time.
Oh, goodness gracious me, what a kick there. That conversion was good, and it was from quite a way out. So we're 7-0 here, Stanford over Air Force. And the Cardinal looking to put it on the Falcons here after a slightly disappointing spring campaign in their 15s.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Stanford, traditionally a strong 15s team, unfortunately this year did not quite make it all the way through.
Kicking to the other side this time, and Air Force positioned underneath it, can't
Brilliant
control
kick.
it, but does tap it back, and Air Force control the ball. But they're deep in their own half. A loose offload there, and Stanford look to apply pressure as they crowd in around the ball, contesting over the ball, and they've won the turnover. Not legally.
Referee Bryant says
the
off their feet there. They got to have an upward body angle. Anytime you see hands on the ground, you're really going to see a penalty from these referees. They've been instructed to be a little bit tighter today. Make sure that everyone's on their feet. Of course, Josh, rugby, a game played on your feet.
Right, and if you're off your feet, you're really out of the game and you hurt your team. I think one of the stats from the Women's World 7 series that we've seen come through is the team that spends the most time on their feet are the team that wins the game.
Referee Rosen, of course, Coach Lisa Rosen from Air Force, wonderful with the set pieces. Longtime coach for USA Rugby with several different teams, doing a great job here with the Air Force team. She's going to want to see her Air Force team really up their aggression level.
They're trying to kick it out again, but not a great kick there, and Stanford's going to have an easy time recovering it, and they're going to look to move the ball wide. Not a great pass there, and Air Force has a chance to capitalize. Knocked back by Stanford. Number 14 there retains the ball, and Stanford get over the top of it. The counter ruck comes from Air Force, not successful, and Stanford, they have a numbers overlap here on the right-hand side, and they're going to look to exploit
Nice
it.
3-on-2. We got to be able to use it.
The skip pass really cuts out the time and space and causes Air Force to be able to defend that effectively. The ball goes backwards, and a little scrappy here, but once again, they've generated a
there we go.
overlap to the left-hand side, and this time they look to use it. Great tackle by number 21 for Air Force there. Smothers the ball, prevents an offload.
Yeah, number 11, Chelsea Harris. You got to believe she's got the speed to finish on the outside. We just got to get her some room to run.
Not a great pass as that traveled forward. It said out of the back of the hand, and Stanford one step inside off the right foot, off the left foot, and she's going to go underneath the post, number 9.
Brilliant. Chelsea Svensson.
She's a freshman for Stanford. Those aren't freshman moves, Kurt.
I'll tell you what, Chelsea, well done. Anytime you can take a step to the inside, step to the outside, finish like that, you're going to be playing rugby a nice long time for both Stanford and hopefully the USA someday.
It's great to see the patience by Stanford. Even when things aren't going perfect, they're willing to allow the ball to bounce, take their time, and try and make the best decision.
Yeah, I'll tell you, so Stanford, I can tell you, had kind of a rocky road getting into this tournament. They had an at-large bid that they won through the West Coast Sevens. They actually placed 3rd at their own Stanford Sevens tournament. So it's such a characteristic of Sevens, ups and downs. It's not a foregone conclusion. Any team, any day can win. That's what we love about this game.
It's what we love about it, and I know Coach Sherman for Stanford knows the ups and downs. I mean, he's played for the national team, and he's won things for Cal as well. So we know that he's got these players prepared and ready for this. A nice high kickoff again, and once again, it's found green space. Stanford keep it alive.
Brilliant.
What a play out there on the wing, and number 9, once again, Chelsea, she's kept the ball alive in contact. Heavy contest at the breakdown, but
Room on the
Stanford
outside
wins it.
here, Josh.
Not a great pass, but once again the patience and the loop there, creating the extra player on the outside, and she
There we go. Hammer
has
down.
the corner.
Oh, hop on the bus. We're going to school.
Uh-oh.
Number 11, Chelsea Harris, finishing strong with that try. Absolutely brilliant.
My goodness gracious me. That was all made by number 8, Nikki Richardson, looping around, creating the extra player in attack. And Air Force went, oh, we've got this covered, and then they don't have it covered.
Absolutely wonderful. Air Force having a little bit of struggle with their coverages. I'll tell you what, with the loops of Stanford and their quickness to move the ball right to left across the field, very difficult to cover that much space. Number 8, Nikki Richardson sets up for a conversion kick. Just a bit outside.
So we stay 19-0 here in the last minute of the first half, and I've got to say, Air Force can make an immediate improvement if they catch this kickoff.
It's one of those coach killers. We talked about it before, Josh. Coach Lisa Rosen and Coach Gary Hartzell absolutely wants to see this ball taken out of the air. I know they have a great game plan system ready to go. Just have to get the ball in hand to be able to do it.
So let's see. Nikki Richardson has floated them up there. That's a flatter kick and a little easier to take, and Air Force do take it, and they're straight onto the attack, looking to move the ball forward and wide. They've got some space. She cuts back in.
Nice tall runner there. I got to say, number 22, taking it up through the inside. You got to love when a Stiller just takes it straight up. Olivia Berg doing a great job. Oh, and a brilliant kick there. You got to love to see a little kick into space.
And the bounce works for Air Force. Number 10 20 regains possession, and she gets the offload.
The ball comes back to Haley Morrill, and they're on advantage. Oh, look, must have been just a quick knock-on advantage there by Stanford. So Air Force on attack. I tell you what, they finally get some go-forward ball, and just at the end of the half, you know, it's just little things going against them this game.
And you know, they look great with the ball in hand. They've got to shore up that defense, and we'll see if they can do it in the second half. 19-0 Stanford over Air Force. And Kurt, welcome back to the University of Denver in this women's Pool B matchup. We've got a game on our hands, and Stanford is capitalizing on all their opportunities, and Air Force just needs to take advantage of some.
Yeah, I tell you, Air Force not looking bad. They surely have their opportunities. They're getting their hands on the ball when they want it. Unfortunately, just some small mistakes. Letting the ball drop off the kickoffs, not making some of those exact one-up tackles, or allowing that offload. And I'll tell you what, you can't do that with Stanford.
You know, Coach Rosen probably brought those points up to them at halftime, so we'll look if her halftime speech worked.
although short in stature, certainly big in knowledge. She knows what she's doing out there.
Absolutely. Stanford takes a clean kickoff and looks to move the ball wide very quickly. And that's a nice little short ball there and an offload back inside. Way to support your own pass. Clean ball for Stanford here at the ruck. And way to hold on to the ball there by number 11. Stanford are liking those inside passes and the trail runners.
More inside passing in sevens than I've seen in a long time. Brilliant tackle there. Gotta love the trail tackle, especially when you can make them in a pressure situation like that.
But 11 turns the corner. She's going all the way. Those yellow boots flashing in the sunlight here at the University of Denver.
Chelsea Harris, once again, you gotta love their chances. When you get the ball with her on the outside with some space, a player like Chelsea Harris can finish it off. Absolutely brilliant try. And I'll tell you what, credit to the other 6 players on the Stanford team. Moving the ball around that much on the inside of sevens is not an easy thing. It's usually going to end up in a bobbled ball. They're keeping their hands on the ball, keeping the ball up and alive. Gotta love it.
As Nikki Richardson lines this up, what's so impressive about that is those inside balls were often going between 2 or 3 players that were just backing up each other. And that's impressive to see. They're working for each other out there. Unfortunately, kick is no good, but Stanford takes a very commanding 24-0 lead. Stanford with the kickoff here, and Air Force must take this kickoff.
Yeah, I got to think this is absolute pressure time for Air Force. There's down 24-0. Still lots of time in this half, but
she takes it, but it's out on the full. Free kick to Air Force here, and this is prime attacking opportunity for Air Force. They're looking to go quickly as number 9 gets her hands on the ball. She's going to come to the center, probably tap as Air Force set up a quick move here. They look a little confused.
A rare mistake there by Stanford, kicking directly into touch. Referee Bryant wants to see this happen again. I think she just wants a nice reset, get a good platform to attack from. Of course, Air Force winning the Piper Cup to get into this tournament, which was an automatic qualification tournament. Also on the Horsetooth Sevens.
And looking to move the ball here. Swarming defense by Stanford is looking to hold her up, and we might have a maul here. No, she does get to ground. A great ruck there by Air Force, and they have an opportunity here to move the ball wide to open spaces. Number 14 takes contact in the middle of the field, and that swarming defense by Stanford, they're looking for those 2-person tackles and driving the Air Force back as they make contact.
And slips around the outside. Brilliant job there by number 18, Madeline Midas. Oh, Madeline, absolutely brilliant. You legend, Madeline. Well done. Right through the middle. Great job slipping off a couple tackles and then stepping absolutely through the inside.
And that's what you want to see. Air Force finally getting a hold of the ball and then giving it to their weapons on the outside. She said, oh, you can't tackle me. I'm going to stiff arm you. And then she stepped back in the sweeper, and it was off to the races.
Great try there by Madeline. And I got to say, absolutely brilliant job by Lydia Hill. Lydia, number 8 for Air Force, clearly a leader on their team, captain of their 15s team, collegiate All-American, and you can tell, just turnover ball, good solid platform there. Great job there by Air Force.
And we're at 24-7 now, and there's 3 minutes left. Anything can happen in sevens, but they've got to win the kickoff, but it doesn't quite go 10, so that's going to be a free kick to Stanford. And those little errors, you've called them coach killers all day. I'm sure Coach Lisa Rosen is unhappy with that right there.
Yeah, I'll tell you, her and Coach Hartzell over there look like they are a bit frustrated today. I think they got to see some flashes of brilliance from their team, like that last try there by Madeline. Oh, and lots of space and runners on the outside. And of course, number 11, you don't want to let her out there with too much space, because Chelsea Harris ready to go, but decides to keep it.
They need to win this ruck. Air Force probably penalized here for not rolling away. It's going to be a quick tap, and Stanford have so many players, but they're inside the 5. You can't take that first penalty inside of 5 meters to the try line, so Stanford called back. They've still got the numbers out wide,
but decide not to use them. Interesting decision there by Stanford, who's usually a spread it wide team. Lydia Hill in there doing work for Air Force, keeping them outside.
I think they're going to be called here for coming in the side. They tried to contest the ruck, not quite the accuracy that they need, and that seems to be indicative of Air Force's day. As number 9, easy as you like,
absolutely
one pass and goes in for the try.
Chelsea Svendenson, absolutely great job there. Chelsea with the try on the outside. You got to believe that that's one of those tries to put away this game.
And it looks here as though Air Force are going to want to finish this last 2 minutes with a bit of momentum going into the rest of the day. As Nikki Richardson, it's a good kick, just not quite online. We're at 29-7.
Josh, a little quick note that's just been called in from the audible here. Try scored Chelsea, absolutely brilliant. Texas State mile record holder.
Wow.
You got to believe that when you have a prop playing rugby for Stanford that is a Texas mile record holder, absolutely brilliant. That's the kind of player projects at the national level.
Absolutely, and you know if she's a miler, she can run all day long, and that's one of the critical components of sevens. And Nikki Richardson, again, just trying to go a little too close. She's cutting it a little too close, and that time she's eared on putting it out. She just needs to rein it in a little bit. But Air Force here will look to attack again, and let's see if they can get to the outside of Stanford and break them down the sideline.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Josh, those little mistakes, okay in this game because they're up by so much, but later in this tournament, that's going to kill them.
Not the best kick there. It went straight up. It came straight down, and Stanford has the numbers here on the outside. Can they get the ball out wide again? Backwards off the hands. It goes to 19. She's covered well by 22, who has done hard work all day. She loves that physical contact area for Air Force. But
Stanford with room.
Moving the ball wide and straightening. Great tackle, ball and all. No chance for an offload there, but Stanford retains the ball well. And they're looking to move it back, stretching this Air Force from sideline to sideline. And when they see that half gap, they try and exploit it by going forward.
Space both sides, but I'll tell you what, Stanford, instead wanting to keep it on the inside, look at that inside offload, seem to be working for them all day long. Again, a unique technique. You've not seen it on many teams out here today, but it seems to be working for Stanford.
No ruck there, so Air Force probably could contest it a little harder. And Stanford, nice straightening line there by number 8, Nikki Richardson.
You know, for their mascot being a tree, they are pretty active out there. You got to love it.
And Air Force win the turnover.
With some space.
And it looks here like they won't be able to use it as the AR's flag goes up, and that is the end of the game.
Referee Bryant whistles the end of the game there. 29-7, we have Stanford over Air Force.
And that wraps us up with Pool B action here at University of Denver. and welcome back to the University of Denver. I'm here with Jamie Burke for this Pool D game in the 2015 USA Rugby Women's National Championship for College Sevens. Today we've got Texas and Lindenwood kicking off their first game of the day, and I know Coach Billy Nichols has really touted this Sevens as a big part of their program, and Texas, well, what do you think they're going to bring to the table, Jamie?
I think based on my knowledge of Texas rugby, I think they're going to bring a lot of athleticism and physicality. It'll be interesting to see how they play against a team that tends to be more disciplined around the field, whether that physicality, they can really capitalize on it.
Yeah, and it's really good to see a college like Lindenwood picking up rugby, adding the women's program to their men's program, and they've got a couple of international recruits here, so we'll see how they blend with the Americans.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting ready to kick off with like center referee there, Jenny Liu, USA Eagle herself, taking up the whistle and giving back to the game. Great to see.
Jamie, you seem to have done some of that yourself.
We've got the kick is up. We've already got Lindenwood starting to move it.
Looking to go wide, and they're looking to stretch Texas. Let's see how much pace this Texas team has. We know Lindenwood likes to use their speed and the width of the field. And a good tackle made there in the center of the field by the lady in the orange headgear. I think that's number 10. But Lindenwood retained the ball, and they're looking to break out wide. We found an edge, we found a gap, and 1-2 step, she's going to go. I don't think anyone's going to catch her. That's number 7 for Lindenwood, Ariana Lewis, and she scores between the posts 30 seconds into this game, and Lindenwood go up 5-0.
Looks like Texas is going to have to stay a little bit more spread out there on defense if they want to keep that Lindenwood wide attack contained. So they might have to be a little bit less aggressive in those rucks if they want to keep that defense spread to protect their edges.
Yeah, it seemed like someone shot out of the line, and that's all the hole it took. Lindenwood was successful with that conversion, so they go up 7-0 over Texas. And they will kick off to Texas. It looks like they've got a secret special play there as they hold the ball up to cover their words. I don't know why any players do that.
Because I can tell you, as a player, you can't actually hear what anyone is saying when you're 10 yards back.
Texas win the kickoff, and they're looking to use the ball wide. A nice attacking line set up there. But Lindenwood's defense looks very firm, but that's one step and go.
Oh, nice.
Fast feet there, and she's gone. Number 9 for Texas Longhorns shows that she got some razzle-dazzle dancing feet, and over she goes for the score. Quick as you like.
That is an excellent answer back from that quick Lindenwood try to have right off the kickoff be able to put points on the board. Really sets the tone for this to be a match to watch.
It looks like there's athletes on both these sides, and they are both willing to back themselves. You gotta love a player converting her own try here successfully, and we are all tied up at 7-all here, Lindenwood and Texas. We're just 2.5 minutes into this game, 2 tries in. Can we keep up this pace? I mean, that's a lot of tries here, Jamie.
Well, and I think that's going to probably be the deciding factor in some of these games that we're going to watch today is who has the staying power to keep up that intensity for the entire 14 minutes.
And that really comes from work done away from this field, work done back at home at their colleges. How much fitness have you done? As number 6 looks to turn the corner, she says, "Don't touch me, I'm going." Does she have the speed? She's got the support. Back inside, I believe that's Georgia Page going over for the try. Number 12 for Lindenwood.
And number 12 came in there to score that try and had 3 of her teammates in trailing support, such that if she had gotten caught, she would have had an easy offload. So good team play there by Lindenwood.
And that's what you love to see about this. In the early games of the day, the team that has been most successful supporting the breakaway, that's been the team winning. And maybe it shows fitness, maybe it shows desperation to score or get their hands on the ball. But when they do it, as we look at an unsuccessful kick, so the score remains 12-7, it's a great, valuable lesson for all young players coming up. If you want to play sevens, you've got to work hard off the ball.
Yeah, the ball carrier, gets kind of all the glory because they're the ones making the tries and scoring, but really it's the support runners that are running off of them that frees the defense and create some of those gaps that allow them those little, shake and bake moves that get them through and into the try zone.
Lindenwood went deep off their first kickoff. Will they do the same thing? Oh, they've come across the other way. It's short, well fielded by Texas. And they're looking to give it to, looking to strike out wide. Texas retain the ball. There's a ruck set out there wide. And they've got a good line of players out, but they decide to take the more direct route. And unfortunately, the offload just leads to a little knock on there. You know, those offloads are hard to take, Jamie. You've got to be a little sympathetic as the ball carrier to the person coming onto the ball.
And it's so hard as a ball carrier to remember that in the heat of the moment. When all of a sudden someone's right up in your face, it tends to become this panic moment of trying to just get the ball away as quickly as possible. And the players who can keep that calmness about them even as they're heading into contact are the ones who are really going to excel and be successful going into the tight game.
And it looks as though we might have a substitution here for number 12 for Lindenwood. I can't tell what the injury is, but it looks like it might be blood. So there might be a blood substitution coming on here for Lindenwood, and that's the break in play.
So that's Georgia Page going off for, it looks like blood.
And it looked like number 1 came onto the field. That would be Tiffany Person. So we'll confirm that as we go along. A feed here by Lindenwood, but a great push by Texas. Lindenwood managed to scramble it back, and they've got the loop. Great extra player coming into the line. She puts the foot down, and she's gone through a gap. Number 11 steps inside the sweeper. Can't get away, though, but they retain the ball, and they've got huge numbers out to the wide side. They've got to move that ball.
And that's a discipline mistake there. When you've got that many numbers out wide and the defense that congested, you got to move that ball out.
Number 11 takes the ball, holds it in 2 hands. It just causes the defense to freeze a little bit. She has to take contact in this situation, but she does retain the ball, and Lindenwood has numbers again. They seem to be taking a little too much contact when they don't need to, and Texas is over the ball, unfortunately illegally. They're not staying on their feet and supporting their own weight. They're having to use their hands to hold them up there, and Lindenwood goes quickly, and it's a quick tap by number 9, and she sees her way through a hole all the way to a try line, and Lindenwood said, you know what, you give us an opportunity, we have to take this, and they go up 17-7.
And we've got Amanda Divich there taking that quick tap and just threading her way through that Texas defense.
You know, and it's great to see. Amanda actually has a baby, I think about 6 months old, so it's great to see these mothers coming back, still playing college rugby, showing that anything is possible. And you know what? She said, I didn't move the ball wide earlier, but there was this huge hole in front of me, and I have to take it.
Absolutely. And that's Jocelyn Taufa with the successful conversion kick that takes our score to 19-7.
About 20 seconds left in this first half. And, you know, Lindenwood has scooted out to a considerable lead of 12 points. Texas here really doesn't want to allow Lindenwood to get any more points without scoring themselves. So this last couple of seconds in the first half are really important that they win the kickoff, retain possession, and then are able to keep moving forward.
Just before this kickoff, our blood sub came back on the game, so we have Georgia Page back in for Lindenwood.
Texas win the ball, and they look to move wide. They've got some space out there, and they have numbers here, but they're just not striking onto the ball. It seems a little too much behind the gain line. They're not really challenging defenders to commit, but a great offload and good support play. Unfortunately, Lindenwood has more numbers there, and they've turned the ball over. Number 7 is going to go over for the easiest of strolls into the try line.
And that was a beautiful defensive effort by number 7, you know, to make the tackle, pop up off the ground, and clear over the top of that ball to pick it up and run it in for the try. That's what we like to see on defense, is that really high work rate. Really allows for quick turnovers and quick scores.
You know, and Ariana Lewis has put a team in a great position with that turnover. I mean, getting back to your feet, it's hard to do. You've just made a tackle. You've just been involved with contact, but that ability to get back to your feet opens up the game for you.
And that conversion wide.
End of the first half, 24-7 to Lindenwood. We'll be back in a few minutes for that second half.
there.
And welcome back to this women's Pool D game between Texas and Lindenwood. Lindenwood, it was a tussle early on, but Lindenwood really pulled away in that the end of the first half, and it's 24-7 here. I'm with Jamie Burke, and Jamie, what were your thoughts on that first half?
I thought that Texas showed a lot of heart and a lot of athleticism in the first minute or so of the game. Then they started to flag a little bit, and Lindenwood really maintained discipline and still played solid move the ball rugby. I will say I think the score could actually be even more dramatic than it is had Lindenwood moved the ball wide and not taken it back into contact so many times.
And a squibbing kick here, and it's bounced over the Texas player's head, so it worked out well, and a huge hit by number 5 there. But Texas has retained the ball, and with some nice footwork has broken the line. How quickly will her support get there? It looks like not quick enough, and it's a turnover to Lindenwood as Georgia Page comes in there, and a great clear out. I don't know who that was from. I think it was Ariana Lewis, and they've got the ball wide to Amanda Divich, and she's going to go over in the corner, and you've got to say that's a well-worked team try.
And that is what they could have been doing earlier in the first half. So it looks like perhaps, coaches gave them a little talking to about taking too much contact during that halftime speech, and they're taking that to heart and really moving the ball around.
And you've got to say, in 7s, even more than 15s, turnover ball leads to points so frequently. And your ability to move the ball wide on that, it's the one time you're attacking a defense in tatters.
And really that was set up by that turnover off of the tackle where Texas didn't quite get their support there in time. They were able to get the clean poach and just move it a couple of passes away and really find the edge of the defense.
And you got to say, well refereed by Jenny Liu there. She allowed the turnover to happen, didn't even have to play any advantage there. And Lindenwood were good enough to go through and continue with that. A short kickoff, a better kickoff, putting pressure on the Texas player here. She drops it backwards, but cleans up the ball. And nice offload there to number 12, and she's moving the ball wide. These Texas numbers are a little hard to see for us, but I think that's number 9. She had some great footwork in the first half to score that try, but Lindenwood are very physical at the breakdown and may have secured another turnover. No, it looks like a knock-on as they tried to do it, so we'll have a scrum down, Texas feet. And, Texas here really need to look to support. It seems like they've got a ball carrier running by themselves and their support runners are waiting for something to happen. Those support runners can be really influential, attracting the defense or being there in support so you have quick ruck retention ball. But Texas, they just need to work a little harder off the ball, and I think they'll see some good results.
So it looks like referee Jenny Liu there resetting that scrum, a little push before the ball comes in from Lindenwood. Maybe got away with it a little bit. Now they got to be a little more disciplined. And great drive there by Texas to get that ball out. A little bit of a bobbled pass, but good driving scrum and setting their ball runner out and wide.
And there's the support play that I was talking about just before. It's given Texas so much space out here on the left-hand side of the field and more good support play, but a nice solid tackle. Texas continues to retain the ball.
And they're doing a great job of moving the ball now. It does seem like they are waiting a little bit on support, perhaps because they want to play more of an offload game. The problem is Lindenwood is making some good, solid tackles, which means you have to get, support players over to clear that ruck if you're not going to get that clear offload.
And just a reminder, join the Twitter conversation with #college7s using the number 7 in there. Support your team, show your colors. I mean, we have over 50 colleges out here today, and it would be great for them to hear your support here. A really interesting setup in the scrum there by Lindenwood to try and get low, but it seems to have come out the same tunnel, so we'll have a reset here. Jamie, this was your area of expertise in rugby, but the 7 scrum is quite a different beast from the 15 scrum, isn't it?
I think of it more as a controlled ruck.
Taking some players out of it, and Lindenwood get the ball out. Oh, the looping player, the ball just doesn't quite go to hand, and Texas gets the advantage here. Can they use it?
But they do have great support there from number 12 on Texas to clear that ball out. That actually helps them maintain that possession.
Texas looking to stretch the field. They're looking to go to that wide channel, and she's turned the corner. She got away from the tackle, and can she go all the way? No, great covering tackle by the sweeper who says, you're not coming in my house, and bundles her into touch.
And that latest run was, if you look at the first half with Lindenwood, where their ball carrier had so much support, Texas was on her own. She had no support within about 15 meters of her, so if she wasn't going to score, then she was going to get taken down, and it was probably going to be a turnover.
And fantastic quick line-out throw, unmarked at the back of the line-out, and Lindenwood, a huge hole there. She strolled through. I mean, that was big enough to drive a Mack truck through. I think I could have fit through that gap. And she goes all the way, number 6, in for the try underneath the post, and that's Jocelyn Talfa, and she scores and extends this lead out to 34 points to 7. You know, and set piece, there's really 3 set pieces in the game of sevens. Kickoffs are probably the #1 way to create a tattered defense, but if you can win clean ball off scrums and lineouts, your ability to attack is so enhanced that you can really break out for 70, 80-meter tries. That conversion was wayward there, so we remain at 34-7, and with under 2 minutes to play, you know, Lindenwood here, they can afford to shut it down and take their time. I don't know if they will, but Texas really need to up the tempo and finish on a high note to take that momentum moving forward.
It looks like we've got some substitutions warming up for Lindenwood. Try and save some legs. There's a lot of rugby to be played over the next 2 days, so the more you can get players out and get those legs rested and get food and everything in them, the better off they're going to be. So.
And it's great for those players to come on and get a taste of the action early on in the day. I mean, coming into a national championship, you're going to have nerves, so everyone getting a run in this first game is only beneficial to your results as you move forward. Clean take by Texas there, but a heavily contested ruck and a well-contested ruck by Texas, and she's gone through the middle there. Number 9, and they move the ball wide. They've got numbers here. They just need to keep moving it, and they have. They found the space.
And now she just needs support to be with her quickly so that they can keep that ball moving.
Texas doing a great job of keeping the ball alive here. Taking contact in the middle, but a good offload at the back there. And Texas, they are supporting the ball carrier and moving this ball down the field.
It does look like Lindenwood is starting to not contest the rucks as much and really trying to stay fanned out on defense to cover that width.
A sloppy pass there by Texas leads to a turnover to Lindenwood, and they are now hot on attack. They've got space out wide, and this turnover ball could turn into points for Lindenwood if they're able to find that space, and it looks like they have. A little too easy there, and that right there will break the hearts of Texas. They've done all the hard work to move down the field. One sloppy pass leads to a Lindenwood turnover, and they score.
And that's right what you were talking about earlier. Turnovers are where points can happen very quickly because their defense isn't aligned, because you were just on attack, people are steep, you don't have everyone communicating, and there's bound to be a hole.
And we finish off there with a conversion, and that takes the final score, 41-7, Lindenwood over Texas. And Jamie, any final thoughts from the game?
I mean, Lindenwood looked much more disciplined in the second half in terms of spreading that ball, keeping the ball alive in play. They're, you know, with the types of try scoring they just did, they're going to be a contender over the course of this weekend.
Absolutely. I think we see one of the teams that might go very deep into this, and that's it for me here. Lindenwood and Texas, 41-7.
Welcome back to Denver University, everybody. This is Alex Goff with Katie Wurst here at the USA Rugby College Sevens Championships. We're looking at St. Mary's in the red and blue, going from right to left against Colorado State. Colorado State's just winning the kickoff right there, moving the ball, trying to get things going. And Katie, this seems to be, well, a lot of people talking about St. Mary's being a team that is made for sevens, even by the way they play 15s.
Absolutely, and it just reached such prominence here in the D1A final, recent champions against Life University. Such an exceptional job they've done this season, and they look to be streaking towards the corner right now, just into touch.
Just a little bit out of touch, but you see that they're moving the ball very quickly. They're looking to go from side to side. Attempted a quick line out from Colorado State, but the line out had already been set, so we're going to go back and take a regular line out. Colorado State, their big high-profile player, Ben Pinkelman, not in the lineup this weekend. He had an injury, just actually saw him just a few minutes ago, and surgery went well. He's rehabbing well, but he cannot play. So that's kind of a big loss for the Rams. Rams do win that line out, though. Trying to work it out, fumbling. That was a loose pass. Gales have it now.
St. Mary's did really well to capitalize on that miscue on the line out.
And a few chilly hands here on not the warmest day in Denver knocked forward, and they had Kingsley McGowan full and free and open on the wing, but didn't get it to him. So still 0-0 here.
St. Mary's did just a fantastic job to recycle the ball quickly off that quick turnover off the line out. You can't give this Gales side a minute to recycle and get into the space.
Take a break, maybe a potential, it looks like a blood sub, temporary sub. And fans, remember, before you head off, before they head off to the World Cup, your USA Eagles return to PPL Park in Philadelphia to host the Harlequins Football Club. Get tickets for the August 30th match at www.ticketmaster.com. Scrum down for Colorado State. Got to get out of there, and they lose it. It's going to go weak for the Gales. A little bit of a fake. He's over. That's the first try for St. Mary's. That'll be 5-0. And Katie Wurst, you lose your scrum, you're opening yourself up to all kinds of problems.
Certainly, they just really took advantage of getting a quick start on that set. And the Gales really took full force, steal it against the head early on. It's good stuff going on for St. Mary's.
Kick is no good, away to the right. St. Mary's is coached, their regular head coach is Tim O'Brien. We'll see him patrolling the sideline, but the guy who's been working them through the sevens is Joey Reevy, and Reevy was actually the player on last year's team that made the final, losing to Arkansas State. And Reevy has been brought back, been doing very well. The players have really responded to him, he said, even though most of them were classmates of his last year. No discipline problems there. Knocked back by McGowan.
McGowan just great aerial skills there to get himself early possession of the ball.
Halu gets it out again. Just going into contact, asking a few questions of the Rams defenders. Now they're going to put the hands out. McGowan breaks through. That's one, that's two, that's three. Right to the line and stretches over. That was a beautiful individual effort from Kingsley McGowan. He took on about 5 different tacklers, but nobody could get a handle on it.
McGowan really showing what he's been learning there at Chula Vista, being a part of that sevens pool. Broke through 2 attempted tacklers from CSU, just great space, and he was able to dot it down there for the Gales.
Former USA age grade player and an All-American, was an outside back, switched to fly half midway through the 15 season, did very well for him. Kick is over, 12-0. St. Mary's now leads Colorado State.
Nice kick placed right on the line, just short.
Just a little bit short, and that's always a big changeover of momentum. Free kick for Colorado State. They actually get into St. Mary's half now. I think that's the first time they've done so. Really need a little bit of patience here for the Rams. And And that might be it right there. A quick change of direction. A little bit of space. Could have used his man on the outside, though.
St. Mary's committing a number of individuals to the tackle. See if CSU can capitalize on this.
Quick hands out, but you see that St. Mary's defense is there.
Did exceptionally well to recycle. CSU did have numbers on the outside.
And that one pass a little bit loose. Rams still have it, though. Still working with their way. They've got plenty of time to answer. About 90 seconds left in this half.
Nice pick up there on the short pass.
Oh, now we've got an overload. Can he get it? There's the offload. There's the try. That's what they needed. And patiently working their way down the field, Katie. They didn't try to do too much with that.
Yeah, try well work there with support, making sure that offload was in hand. He fended off with one hand, put two hands on the ball, able to get that pass off of the hip. Had his man in the corner, and good way to get on the board there early for the Rams.
So 12-5. St. Mary's leads after they got tries from Holden Youngert and Kingsley McGowan. The kick is no good. It'll stay 12-5. We'll see if we have time. I think we have time for the restart.
That try was well needed there by CSU to stay in this game. Really, it's been mostly St. Mary's so far, but they well worked this possession. CSU letting them know that they're here to play.
Their first visit to the St. Mary's half nets them a try. Got to be happy with that. A nice high kickoff. That was good. Taken by Halo. Very nicely done. Younger digs it out. Sidestep.
Great little evasive move there.
Back inside to Youngert. He's got all kinds of options. He's not going to use any of them. He just dummies one side, dummies the other side, and Holden Youngert will score his second try of the half. And just like that. What a great way to end a half, though, is to get the try with no time left.
Certainly just a great little scrum half battle there, and Youngert came out on top on that one. Just used his pace and able to touch it down between the post.
And running in support, he had two players running in support. He opted not to use either of them, but the defenders had to think about that, and he was in two minds and kind of in two left feet, and ended up kind of falling over, frankly. 19-5, St. Mary's leads.
An unfortunate little defensive breakdown there for CSU, and really a momentum killer at this point.
Dude, we're going to get so many of these.
Well,
they're not taking any of them. Really? They're just leaving them all parked up. Dude, that would be us right now, though. Yeah. We would be playing CSU. So, look at Dave.
I got you, I got you, I got you.
They don't really need anyone doing anything right now.
And we're back for the second half here at Colorado State against St. Mary's in the College Sevens Championships here at Denver University. St. Mary's leading 19-5. And Katie, that's about as high a kickoff as you ever want to see. Went out on the full, so it'll be a free kick for St. Mary's, but you got some height on it.
Certainly, and St. Mary's have just proven themselves to be so deadly in the aerial game here. One of their first tries scored early on in the half was just all about McGowan getting up in the air, getting it down. Speaking of McGowan, here he goes.
Jinking around, I think that's Osley in support. Still moving it. It's Halo out in the wing, and just like that, try. Such lovely long passes, and the Gales are moving nicely as the sun comes out. And St. Mary's pretty comfortably in the lead right now, 24-5. AIG is a proud sponsor of USA Rugby. AIG is a leading international insurance and financial services organization serving commercial, institutional, and individual customers in more than 130 countries and a big supporter of rugby. Sorry about that, Katie.
Oh, no problem there. I'm just kind of mentioning a bit about the Gales' pace there on that last series. So many excellent passes. They really used the width of the field, spread it wide, able to make those quick passes off, and got themselves in the corner early.
I don't know why he gave it to me then.
Now St. Mary's has been playing 15s up until very recently, winning the D1A championship. But they don't seem to be rusty when it comes to the 7 style of play. Oh, loose ball. Gathered, hands, Youngert. Oh, that would have been the pass of this early morning so far. What a beautiful attempt at the pass. Didn't quite get there. McGowan knocks it on. That'll be a scrum to Colorado State. Fumbled into the line out, and I think as can happen if you knock the ball forward and it goes into touch, the team that's getting the ball can choose to take the scrum or the line out, and Colorado State's taking the line out on this one.
Bringing it back a little bit, the story of that last series was just fantastic smothering defense. Really, they left CSU nowhere to go, and then you heard cries from the crowd to move the ball, move the ball. Just a little errant knock forward, unfortunate.
Rams trying to get out of their end, a little bit frantic as the ball comes flying onto the field from a very long kick conversion from the field behind us. Still the Rams contain it. I don't know if they've got anywhere to go though. As you said, Katie, smothering defense. Look at that. McGowan rucking over the ball. The ball's loose. Still Colorado State keeps it. Still Colorado State nowhere to go. Maybe up the gut. Oh, they're so patient, but they don't have much time. And that will be in from the side. Penalty against the Rams. St. Mary's, Youngert taps it quickly. He's got support. There goes McGowan. That's Maloney.
CSU working overtime to get that coverage.
Oh, they've got so many numbers out on the wide channels, and a nice one-handed take. And over he goes for the try. That will be 5th try for St. Mary's. 29-5, the Gales lead now. And you see their hands on the knees. Colorado State did all they could to try and get out of their 22. They could not do it.
St. Mary's just had great go forward to have to make CSU commit more than one defender. Left plenty of space wide. They had numbers up about 3 in the corner. There's certainly not much the Rams could do to get there.
Nice wide flat passes from St. Mary's. Kick is away, no good. 29-5, St. Mary's leading. And get the feeling that they're executing fairly well for still, you know, that their first game of the tournament. Still in the morning, still trying to sort of shake the rust off, get playing. They're looking pretty good.
Alex, you mentioned just the passing skills. They're so equipped at that, and they're able to spread the field wide and make that CSU defense work to cover all the men.
As a little dance from Dylan Audsley, who has had a fantastic season this year in 15s, and he beats one man with his sidestep, beats another with his pace. Done. Under the post, 34-5. He's going to take the kick, and 2 minutes to go. St. Mary's has run away with this here at Denver University.
Audsley, a former age grade national team prospect as well. Just really a lethal combination of pace and evasiveness. Not much the Rams can do to answer that.
Born in the UK, moved to Arizona, where he was a football player, a punter and a kicker, and also playing rugby.
You can certainly see the transfer over from the special teams work.
Yeah, that's true. And thought about playing football, decided rugby in St. Mary's. Great decision, such a talent. Nice deep kick from St. Mary's. They smother defense again. Force a holding on penalty. Kind of a loose pass there. Cooper Maloney rescues it. Another flat pass. Youngert juggles, keeps it. Holding Youngert, that's his 3rd try. And he's really enjoying this.
Youngert just made something out of nothing there with a beautiful line of running. Audsley saw that he was there in space. He really threaded that needle and walked his way into the try zone.
Youngert will put that kick over. That will make it 43-5. We have enough time for one kickoff. 3 tries from Holden Youngert, tries from Kingsley McGowan, Vili Helu, Mike McCarthy, Dylan Audsley. Youngert and Audsley have been sharing the kicks. And that's the story. This kick one, not 10 and out on the full. I don't know, is that 2 free kicks? Nobody knows that they're done. You can't end the game or a half on a penalty. He didn't know that there was a penalty going on. He tackled someone, so there's a yellow card. And
Red, 15, back him up. Back him up, Red.
we have a penalty, that making sure that St. Mary's is backed up correctly. And Colorado State, this is their second foray into the St. Mary's half. Let's see if they can get a second try. Keeping it loose, keeping it controlled, try for Colorado State. And I have to say, Katie Wurst, if they can get the ball back and if they can get out of their 22, the Rams could do something. They just weren't able to do it this time. 43-10 with the kick to come.
St. Mary's just did a great job of starving them of possession. They had not very many opportunities. So a great little show and go there. CSU, great to see in the last waning seconds of this game that they're here to finish it out. Great little offload and able to well-work try to finish the game on a high note.
St. Mary's puts everyone on notice with this one because Colorado State is a very good team, really good continuity. St. Mary's wins big, 43-12. And we are looking at our next game coming up, which is West Virginia against Texas State. And West Virginia won the Big 12 sevens. They are very physical. They can move the ball around. Texas State, a bunch of big guys, at least watching them come onto the field. They have some big boys. They're probably going to want to mix it up. Welcome back to Denver University, everybody. You are watching the USA Rugby College Sevens Championships. This is the men's D1 bracket. I'm Alex Goff. I'm with Katie Wurst, and we're watching West Virginia in the white and blue, going from left to right, against Texas State, who are in the maroon and gray. And Katie, this is a big-looking Texas State team.
Certainly, Alex. I say everything's bigger in Texas, and so far that's what we're looking at right in front of us. A number of individuals with a lot of large body mass. Is going to be an exceptional match kicking off right here.
Kevin Price is a good, effective kicker for Texas State. Watch out for Ryan Blythe from West Virginia. He is a big athlete. Scores a lot of tries for them on the 15 side. Ball did not go 10 on the kickoff. They're trying to get it right on that 10-meter line and didn't quite get it there. Free kick for West Virginia.
Texas committing a number of defenders here into the tackle.
And illegally so. Penalty. Not rolling away from the tackled player. The Mountaineers keep moving it. And that was Chris McEnroth working his way through and squirming out of a grasping tackle. That looked like it was Derek Antonucci. Try in the corner for West Virginia. No, Luke Ellis. Right, 6 and 9 look a lot alike, especially with those big, thick yellow numbers. But a good try for West Virginia. Excuse me. That starts it off, and Katie, that was pretty basic stuff.
Yeah, Ellis started that run there, maybe got himself caught going a little bit sideways, trying to take the corner, had a little pass off, and then really just took it himself, and a great individual effort there to get his team on the board.
Excellent kick from McEnroth from the sideline. That was beautifully taken. Adds the 2 extra points, 7-0 West Virginia, leading Texas State.
McEnroth happy to put those points away.
Kickoff retained from Texas State. Oh, they almost lost it again, but now they're moving. A lot of bodies. And that was Washington pushing somebody off, getting it out there.
Good go forward by Texas State here. Nice fend off.
That was Patrick Moser moving it. And now another pass. Nice loop around. That was Watson. Watson trailing in support, but not close enough. Kind of a risky pass. And West Virginia takes it.
West Virginia did a good job to get into the passing lane defensively. Now they're open upfield.
Looking for some help. Finally gets it. McEnroth's there. And wisely looks for some space on the outside. But boy, this game is being played right up the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, Texas State really just lost their shape defensively, trying to get it back. Here, Ellis not too pleased with that little miscue. He thought he was going inside, and he took the outside.
Yes, Blythe thought he was going to get a flat pass right in the gut, and instead it went behind him. Somebody said a bad word. We apologize if you heard that over on the microphone. And they're certainly wanting to unleash Blythe on the wing. He's a big player, but they've got him on the wing. Short line out.
Great decision there by Texas. Gets the ball quick. They've got numbers on the outside. Here he goes.
Terrific pass from Scotty Tatum.
Great tackle.
And loose ball knock on. What a tackle to loosen the ball out. And that'll be a put in for West Virginia. Gatorade knows every victory starts from within. It's the determination to come up big when it matters most, but no athlete does it alone. They need training and fuel to perform, and that's how greatness comes from within. Win from within with Gatorade. Scrum down for West Virginia. Right around midfield, it's 7-0, West Virginia leading.
Great contest there, evenly matched.
And this is Blythe. Let's see what he can do. He's going to fake that, try to break through, but he does offload it. Nicely done. Great passing. McEnroth's there.
Nice over-the-shoulder offload there. Really great support.
And I think that was Peter Connolly with that pass for McEnroth, but that was just sort of a nicely, smoothly taken. That's kind of a training ground move. Sending Blythe up. If the gap isn't there, he knows somebody's behind him. He had his support, and everyone looping around following that pass very nicely. 14-0. West Virginia leads with the kick from McEnroth, who's responsible for 9 of those points.
Just textbook offload there. Really saw the defender coming in. Got his hands high, so he wasn't able to wrap him up in that, and then really perfectly placed for his oncoming support.
Well, Well, Texas State has been wanting to use their runners up the middle, try to suck in a few defenders and see what they can do on the outside. But they have been losing possession. They lost possession here too. Ball kicked ahead, not really going anywhere. It'll be a line out to Texas State, but that was, well, that was sloppy. And Katie, you don't ever want to see that kickoff land on the ground. It's got to be controlled.
Absolutely, Alex. Just something you want to make sure you're getting yourself in the air, because it's just possession that goes begging.
And free kick to Texas State, infraction at the line out. See what they can do with it. Oh, with hands, but he managed to make the pass, even though he kind of fell over. And that's Contreras. Contreras does a little bit inside out. And it turns out he stepped on the touchline way back at midfield, and it'll be a West Virginia line out there.
Contreras really cleaning up the mess there from his teammate, got himself a little bit ahead. Fatigue starting to set in here in the last waning seconds of the game.
Remember, we are at altitude for some of these teams, and I guess the West Virginia Mountaineers, they might be up there a little bit. Some of these teams, it's a little bit of a shock.
Well taken line out there by the Mountaineers.
And there's Blythe again, faking the switch move. McEnroth, big, long pass, sees that there's an overload on the right side. They're going to make that work. That's Viliani, still on his feet.
Dancing through a couple of tackles there.
Offloads to Kammerdiner. Down, but he's got support. In we go. Try West Virginia, and that was all started from McEnroth recognizing that there was sort of a 3-on-1 on the right side. Big long pass. Took him a while, a little bit of a strain to get there, but they did make it.
Mountaineers showing us just how important it is to go forward and have support here. Putting a nice statement on the end of this match.
And that is halftime?
Oh, actually
halftime. Yeah, you know, a lot of action in this game. It seems like it's been an entire game's worth already. 21-0, West Virginia leads, and they look just a little bit more comfortable with their teamwork. Texas State has some athletes, but just not quite as polished.
We've seen just a couple of beautiful offloads by the Mountaineers. Their timing is working for them. You can see that they've really been putting some effort in on their handling skills.
Hey fans, this summer come to Cary, North Carolina for the 2015 NACRAS Sevens Championships to see which countries will represent the North American and Caribbean region at Rio 2016 Olympic Summer Games. And if you were wondering if any teams were going to qualify automatically, that's not the case, because the USA women's team lost 15-14 to England in the third-fourth playoff in Amsterdam, and because of that, the USA women will have to come in and qualify at the NACRAS Sevens at Cary, North Carolina. It won't be sort of a coronation tournament. They will actually have to qualify. So come cheer them on and cheer on the USA men's team as they try to get by chiefly Canada, I would imagine, at that tournament. For more information, go to nacrasevens.com for info on that tournament and tickets. It's going to be a good one.
Certainly, Alex, just a great opportunity to show how you support your American teams, your U.S. Eagles.
And what about that, though? The USA men finishing 6th in the series, far and away their best performance, and the women ending up tied for 4th, and they lost in the tiebreaker, which was very cruel. But we were talking until the very last game about them qualifying automatically for the Olympics, which is something we hadn't been talking about at the beginning of the season. A remarkable turnaround for that team. And the kickoff as we start the second half went 10, went into touch, but it did bounce before it went into touch, and so that'll just be a regular old line out for Texas State.
You saw that was Blythe really chasing that ball down. You see Mountaineers on the front foot at this early kickoff.
A little bit of a fumble pass, but he's going to clean it up. Work it out to Viliani. Back they go again. That's Ellis. ripped to the ground.
See, Texas State really just committing so many defenders to the tackle, but finally finding a way to go forward, gaining a bit more territory.
That was a big tackle from Donnell Washington that forced that spilled ball. They get a penalty for shepherding, obstruction basically. There's Washington now with the ball in hand, looking to challenge someone. Nobody seems to want to challenge him, actually. Blythe just sort of missed him. Blythe now has held that ball up, and that's one of those things where the tackler's knee touches the ground, so he's now tackled. You have to let go of him there. But a fumble, Brendan Cammerdiner's not going to be too happy with that, fumbling that ball.
Cammerdiner just looked up, he saw the defense in front of him, wasn't able to see the ball into his hands. Probably want that play back.
Yeah, so he fumbled it, and excuse me, that wasn't Cammerdiner, that was Derek Watson on Texas State. Cammerdiner plays for West Virginia. But Watson knocked it on, and then Scott Tatum picked it up from an offside position, so that turned from being a knock-on into a penalty for West Virginia. They've kicked it to touch. They're up 21-0. They don't really have to worry about going quickly at this point. Let's just take the line out. Line out on the 22 for West Virginia. Let's see if they've got a training ground move set up here. Nice take. There's Blythe waiting for it. Gives it to McEnroth. Loops around McEnroth. Sidestep again. Offloads. And we are over. And was that McEnroth finally in support? It looked like there was no support to be had, but he got there. He got on his horse and finally got that last pass, and over he went.
Support came up a little bit steep. He kind of anticipated McEnroth would get through, but he was able to recover the ball. McEnroth looped around in a great position. He started off that play with great depth, was able to just come on at pace, really able to move that Texas State defender, and a well-worked try there for West Virginia.
So I'm thinking that was Connolly making the run. Looks like number 13 on his back, but as you can see, West Virginia has lots of lines and spirals around their numbers. And I'd say my eyes aren't what they used to be, but they never were, so they weren't, even when they were used to that, they weren't. Kick is out on the full, another restart mistake, which often happens. You know, we've got, Katie, these teams are trying to work on a kickoff that goes all the way to the sideline, or just barely 10 meters, something like that. And then here we are, a little bit of altitude, a slightly different bounce off the artificial turf, whatever little factor means that they overcook it just a little bit, or they undercook it a little bit.
Great tackle there by West Virginia coming off that line.
And that'll be a knock-on from Texas State. Texas State not really able to get that continuity going. A lot of big hits in this on the defensive line from West Virginia.
Texas State getting more involved, a lot more physicality at the breakdown, often committing a bit too many defenders. West Virginia doing a good job of really capitalizing on that.
Good shot from Texas State, but Ellis saves it. He's running across. Blythe has it now. Quick switch of direction. Connolly kicks ahead. Why not?
Blythe looked up and saw there was space to the other side, so decided to switch fields.
Gathered it, tried to knock it back in, but ended up being the ball went into touch. Yes, carried. Well, the assistant referee has changed his mind, but line out to Texas State.
Yes, please. Thank you.
28-0 West Virginia leads, and really they've just executed so much better. Washington. And there's a break. First time we've seen sort of a big break from inside their end, and that was Tatum, but his the passing lane was cut off nicely from one of the West Virginia defenders, and that was enough to get that turnover.
Tatum just taking advantage of the fact Ellis getting a little over-eager defensively, shooting up, creating that gap. Tatum saw it, and really good go-forward movement there from Texas State.
They have that capability. Just haven't seen it quite unleashed. The support runner is not quite there.
So critical in sevens to keep that defensive shape, make sure that you have that ample distance so you can cover the width of the field. Very difficult at times to be disciplined if you are that player shooting up, but make sure that you're crossing the street and have the people coming with you.
It's kind of a big scrum for Texas State. If they want to get a score, they would like to get a turnover. Ellis instead nabs it, goes weak, nobody there, breaks through one tackle. That is a classic 7 scrum half try right there. Squirting out of the back of the scrum, grabs it and keeps going. Terrific try for Luke Ellis for West Virginia, and he scored the first try. He's going to score, it looks like, possibly the last on the game. 33-0. West Virginia leads. Ellis is going to take the kick as well.
Ellis doing it all here for the Mountaineers. Just great work rate that we've seen all around the ball.
Did kind of shank that kick though, but and he hangs his head, and there's no reason really for him to hang his head. West Virginia's looking very impressive in this game. There will be time for the restart. Nicely gathered by Blythe, very well done, but it is a knock forward, and that'll be the end of the game. And Katie Wurst, well, I think we saw something from West Virginia here.
Certainly, just letting everybody know that they're a team and a force to be reckoned with for the rest of the weekend. Saw great work there by Blythe, just great aerial skills towards the end, even in the last seconds. And Ellis really coming forward, always dangerous around the breakdown there. We saw him sneak off the back of that scrum and put his team up ahead. But great physicality there by Texas State, almost too much, probably something they want to work out to commit less defenders to that breakdown, but good stuff there by the Mountaineers, able to capitalize on that little bit of a mistake.
Coming up here at Barton Stadium at the University of Denver, it is a rematch of the 2013 D1 AA final between Lindenwood and Central Florida. Lindenwood, who moved up to D1A after that final, wanted a little payback. Central Florida ended up going back and winning another championship, and then made the final this year in D1 AA and lost in that final to UC Davis. I'm very interested to see Central Florida and how they do here in sevens. They won their sevens tournament in the SIRC. Lindenwood are brought in basically on the strength of their performances last year in the national tournament and also in Las Vegas. And this is going to be a battle, a war, a collision. It's going to be some big bodies whacking into each other. That is for certain. And Lindenwood in the gold and black, and Central Florida in the black and gold. So if you're trying to differentiate them, Lindenwood is the one that's a little bit shinier and a little bit more of the lighter color on there. And then Central Florida is kicking off with sort of a half black shirt. So a little bit...
Central Florida more in the yellow colored jersey. We'll be calling it yellow.
This would be easier to see if it was black and white. Lindenwood letting the ball fall on the ground, but it is gathered up.
Lindenwood putting themselves under undue pressure by letting that ball drop. Oh, great kick ahead and chase now. Oh, just took an unfortunate bounce there.
That was a little bit of a turf bounce, wasn't it?
Certainly, on that third bounce, you're hoping that the ball's going to pop up. Just popped up a little bit too high. Lindenwood not getting any breaks early on.
Lindenwood coached by Cameron Wiper in sevens, J.D. Stevenson, who's their director of rugby, in 15s. And gathered at the back of that line out. Still moving the ball nicely.
Little miscue there. Oh, he runs right through those two tackles.
And out he goes. That will be a try for Lindenwood. That's the first one, and that was some great ball movement.
So we don't actually have his name listed there.
Right,
But great
well,
physical force from that individual.
The numbers on our sheet don't correspond to the numbers on the back, so we'll be doing a little bit of guesswork. But Lindenwood moving that ball very nicely, even in traffic. And I guess, Katie, that's one of the issues is we can see plenty of guys who can pass the ball quickly on the training ground when there's nobody in their face. Lindenwood manages to do that when they're getting pressure defense right up in front of them.
Really, Lindenwood, he tried to take the corner there and then committed the 2 defenders. Thought he was going to cut back inside, decided to just go straight through and somehow made a gap for himself. Really good example of great physicality early.
I like that, made a gap for himself. Kickoff from Lindenwood now, up 5-0. See what Central Florida can do with this.
Great high and long kick there.
Testing. All right. Razorbacks, the hardest hitting niggas in the league. Take it!
And that defense from Lindenwood really bottling them up. Central Florida not really used to being just sort of manhandled like that, but they do get a penalty.
Lots of aggression by both sides there on that breakdown.
Sent out first by scrum half Tristan Dignan.
You see great line and shape there, Lindenwood working together, jockeying upfield.
And they're forced to kick. It's kind of a high, it's kind of an aimless kick. It didn't really have distance, and it didn't really have a target for space. I mean, it would if they had been kicking it there for Calvin Turner. Turner was looking like he wanted to chase it down.
I think that really was kind of a bailout plan at that point. He looked up
right.
and saw the wall of defense coming from Lindenwood. Decided he'd try to put himself under less pressure by kicking forward.
Gerlach with the throw for Lindenwood. And it's a little bit overthrown. Augsburg not able to get it. And instead, that's Waters. And Waters taps it. Gets it out to Nelson for Central Florida. Nelson not held. Could have gotten up. He rolled around a little bit. He's fine.
Lindenwood trying to work that barrel roll there, getting him off the ball.
And they go back the other direction. Waters again, big man. Oh. And Boozer wasn't able to get the ball. He was tackled without the ball, but you know, it's legitimate to assume he was going to catch it. He just couldn't catch it. So no penalty there. And then in the end, with the attempted interception, not quite going to hand, it's knocked forward by Lindenwood. Scrum to Central Florida. And that was the first real taste of how physical these two teams can be.
Certainly Central Florida just caught a real break there. Saw the Lindenwood player get up very well in that passing lane. Able to tip it forward and just knocked it on. See a referee there resetting the scrum. Lots of physical play we've seen by both sides.
Dignan puts the ball in for Central Florida. Big shove from Lindenwood. Huge shove from Lindenwood. Where's the ball? It's got to cough out of that pile somewhere. Referee's letting everything go here.
Lindenwood just owning that scrum there.
I think that's exactly it. That was Burson. He's on his feet. He's still going. Tried to offload it to someone who was not in position to get it, and we got a knock forward. It's getting a little bit fractious now.
Burson really could have shipped the ball a bit, had some numbers on the outside and some support, instead elected to go straight into the contact.
Reminder fans that World Rugby Shop is proud to be the official online retailer of USA Rugby. Get all your Eagles gear and more at worldrugbyshop.com. Brad at World Rugby Shop will hook you up.
Again, both teams getting a bit eager there on the engagement into that scrum.
You got to believe that Central Florida doesn't want that to happen to them again. Point of pride, they want to hold it. And they do a better job. The ball comes out. Penalty against Lindenwood. Central Florida moving it. And that'll be Turner out there on the wing. He's bottled up quite comfortably, though. Oh, boy, people getting flipped over, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Boozer, Waters. And then he's got Nelson out there. Nelson taken down. Yeah, not when you're the tackler assist. You can't just get up and get that ball. Only the tackler can do that. So in from the side against Lindenwood. Ball fumbled though, and Katie, it seems like Central Florida's doing fine, except that they've had a couple of things, a couple of penalties for them, and they've forced it. And when they've forced it, they've dropped it.
And Lindenwood just doing a good job recovering defensively, and they're so physical in what we've seen. Any set piece, if you're watching in the crowd, and you're a coach that's scouting them for early on, you're saying, what are we going to do about this set piece? We've seen just extreme power from them there. Central Florida holding on, doing what they can with it, but so far Lindenwood has that edge.
5-0 Lindenwood leads. They scored that try right at the beginning, and after that, it has been sort of a test of wills and a battle of bodies in the middle of the field. Really very defensive and kind of a testosterone fest in a way.
Certainly, just a lot of physicality that we're seeing here in sevens, which is early moments here in these matches that we have. It's a long weekend coming forward. Hoping to see from both sides that they're going to try to commit the defenders and move the ball into space more. And you can see that they're both working that, but both teams doing an exceptional job defensively and not giving either team an option to create space.
Both teams are used to imposing their will in 15s, and certainly they want to do that in sevens as well. Hey fans, BLK, the fastest growing teamwear supplier in the world, is proud to be the official apparel partner of USA Rugby. Visit blksport.com to see how we can assist you and your team to go beyond limits known. BLK, it's not change, it's evolution. We are getting ready for the second half here. Lindenwood against Central Florida here in the men's Division I College Sevens Championships. We've seen St. Mary's win comfortably over Colorado State. We've seen West Virginia look very good against Texas State.
And as we're really being treated here to a pretty even match between Lindenwood and Central Florida.
See if somebody can break out. And that's Lindenwood kicking off.
Both teams using the high and deep kick to put the teams under pressure.
Nicely gathered by Rossi. Scored that wonderful try in the D1AA final.
Quick little evasion, quick scoop off the ground.
Boozer.
And a lot of space and numbers.
Nelson still trying to challenge the defenders, get that over the head pass. Waters was there, Rossi's there, Boozer's there. And the penalty is for not releasing the tackle player, not getting out of the way. These rucks, really a huge contest right now at the breakdown. Dignan, Nelson's been in the middle of the action. Haven't seen him do much more other than take on tacklers though. Rossi kicks ahead. Lost, and in a game of these kinds of tests of wills, Katie Wurst, kicking the ball away seems like not the smartest thing. And we see finally the defensive shape is gone. Long range try for Lindenwood.
That's really all it takes is just one missed tackle there. And Burson really so quick to capitalize on that miscue.
Really the chase wasn't quite there. And Katie, when you're playing on the field and someone kicks the ball and you don't believe in that kick, do you believe in the chase? If you don't believe in the chase, and the chase is not there, you leave a hole. It's 12-0 Lindenwood. That's a big try. That's a big momentum shift right here.
Certainly for Lindenwood, it was about capitalizing on that moment. That missed tackle, it just flew forward and really wasn't able to get his foot stepped in that hula hoop and get himself close to the body, just missed it.
Waters is under it. Dignan. Rossi. And tackle, but the ball released very nicely. Boozer He's got Waters with him. Doesn't use him. And ball into touch as they, there really wasn't anything that Tyler Turner could do about that. He got man and ball right on the sideline. They ran him out of space.
Yeah, Boozer just maybe took more of a floating angle across, would have done a bit better to kind of cut upfield. As you saw, it would have helped a bit more with the miscue from a support runner.
See that referee is wearing a camera, looks like, on his head, keeping track of his decisions, his decision making. Gerlach spins it out. That would be Burson, the try scorer. And a break. And there we go. Lindenwood, that was just simple as you please. Hands, hands, hands. And send it to a big guy with a little bit of pace. And he's in at the corner. And that will really give a nice cushion for Lindenwood. And in the end, Katie, 2 very simple turnovers by Central Florida. Kicking the ball away, running into touch. Both of them hurt them.
Yep, just Lindenwood here starting to take the wheel and really going forward. They even did well to handle just a bit of a bobble off that line out. Still kept their composure, able to move the ball as wide as you like and find the space.
So that makes it, with the kick, not even close to being close. 17-0 Lindenwood. Got about 3 minutes left in this game here at the USA Rugby College Sevens Championships here at Denver University, where they have 3 full fields going on and 3 brackets.
Lindenwood really finding the magic key to get less involved with the physicality and more letting the ball do the work for them. It's working for them here in the second half.
Another good take by Waters, but what are they going to do with it? This is exactly what happened before. And then this time, tackle is high, penalty for Central Florida. And kind of a loose pass. Waters keeps it though. And that was Turner. Sending it out, that looks like Rossi. Oh, he still got it. Look at that. If it was good once, it was good twice. He offloads it, but not the support not really there.
Great scramble back defense by Gaddis to get himself around.
And the Lindenwood player slides onto the ball. And the Central Florida player comes in and dives on top of him. That's a penalty. That's always going to be a penalty. That's a penalty every single time it happens. Yet we see it quite a lot. Kick to touch. Beautiful kick.
Just an unfortunate lapse in discipline there. We've seen a number of penalties on both sides, but they had such great go forward with Central Florida just to lose it there by giving up that penalty.
Nick Beauchamp, or potentially Beecham. If you watch the TV show Outlander, it's pronounced Beecham.
Some conversations there with the match official.
Where's our line? Where's our line of touch? Gerlach to throw it in. And the underhand throw, a little bit more accurate than the overhand for him, and that's fine.
Again, you see the fatigue, just so many players going to make the pass and just skipping forward. Has a lot to do with the altitude and a lot to do with this being the last minute here of this match.
Well, Turner has a shot maybe to try and break through. Offloads very nicely. Where's the support? Not quite there. Central Florida a little bit slow to get players to the breakdown. Ball bouncing around. It's kicked by Waters. Kind of a strange decision there. Loose at the back of the ruck. And in the end, a knock forward by Lindenwood. And really, it seemed Turner had one support with him. That's all he had.
Yeah, it's like I said, the last minute there, we saw a number of people just picking up the intensity there. A number of players flying in to try to provide support for that ruck. Usually indicates that they're a little bit late in support.
We see Dodge coming onto the field for Central Florida. Fresh legs, you need that. Maybe the timing of your substitutions is critical for coaches as well. And Dodge actually gets the ball, see if he can do something with it. loops around with Hunard, back inside to dodge. He's quick. And that is a beautiful try from Central Florida. Showed us what they can do right there. Fresh legs against tired legs, perhaps.
Absolutely. Dodge just pumping his fist there. He's psyched to get that last minute here in the game. Good tactical decision for Central Florida in the end.
And remember, all of these points are important because if you finish second in your pool, you have a 2 in 6 chance to get up to the quarterfinals. You need points difference to do that. The kick, therefore, is important, 17-7. That's the end of the game. Lindenwood University wins it. A really nice performance in the end, especially second half for Lindenwood. Central Florida probably thinking that they needed to have kept control of the ball a little bit better. And that'll do it for this game. And I think, Katie, that'll do it for you spending time with me, at least for the moment.
Certainly.
Could have been. I guess if we go, you suck big time, asshole. We could probably get close to 20 pages on it. You suck big time, asshole.
It's got a pretty good view. Dude, when you're up in the corner, you can see all 3 fields. It's so sick. It's hydrates. Nope. Anything I can see it. Yep. Actually, they played all right. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Be professional. Let's go, Phil. Be professional. Let's go, boy. Let's go. Let's go, Cup.
Hey, we're back here at Denver University for the USA Rugby College Sevens Championships. We're looking at the men D1 bracket. This is Stony Brook on your left and Arkansas on your right. I'm Alex Goff, and I am honored to be with Jamie Burke, the all-time most capped women rugby player in U.S. rugby history. And Jamie, have you been seeing any issues with altitude for some of these teams? Some of them are coming from sea level.
I've seen a little bit starting to kick in, especially as the halves wane down. I mean, in any sevens game, you're going to see that.
Oh, and look at that for pressure defense. Deep kick from Stony Brook. They just
thought I'd seen everything.
They just blitzed and blitzed and blitzed, and then cut off that last passing channel, and it was an interception in the try zone. He just fell over and scored a try. I think any coach who wants to preach offense through defense would love to see that try.
Yeah, looks like they've got a lot of pressure defense coming up. Arkansas is going to have to figure out how to string some plays together to try and keep themselves from getting pinned back in their end again.
They certainly went backwards with that. That was Patrick Abeline with the try and the kick. 7-0 Stony Brook, and 7-0 try where they didn't have the ball.
Again, going with that deep kick, seeing if they can pin them back again.
Well, they jarred the ball loose, but the Razorbacks have it back, and they're moving it. And they've got numbers if they were able to make a few passes going, but they didn't.
Excellent coverage there by Philip Salter to keep the Arkansas contained till his defensive line could get back and support him.
Arkansas is still going. It looks good. Out onto the wing, and they're in. Do not have names with the numbers for Arkansas, but that was a very nice team movement. Once they got going forward, they were looking a lot better.
Yeah, it looks like Stony Brook's going to have to keep up that high pressure defense. Looks like without pressure on, Arkansas can move the ball pretty well and really slice through and find those gaps. But with Stony Brook up in their face, they seem much more frazzled and much more apt to just drop the ball and bobble it backwards and perhaps pass the ball to them in the try zone.
So the kick is no good. 7-5, Stony Brook leads.
So nice tight game here, about 2.5 minutes into this first half. Got Arkansas going for the kickoff. Going for a nice high ball, see if they can challenge to win that back, but it's cleanly taken.
And that's Salter offloading it off the deck to Shane Wend. Penalty not rolling away, not allowing the tackle player to play the ball is basically what that is. You want the ball to be free and out so we can play some rugby. Penalty to Stony Brook. They are going to, looks like, run a little bit of a planned play. So that's Hendrickson starting
going for a little bit of a double switch movement. Coming on with a lot of pace.
And that's Brian Michael. Excuse me. Yeah, Brian Michael.
Looks like we've got advantage potentially for that knock on there coming from the referee. And Arkansas turns the ball back over.
And a couple more fumbles. Michael seemed to be away. It seemed like all he needed to do was put in a bit of a sidestep. He chose to take on the Samoan sidestep and go straight over. Didn't work out too well. So a little bit of a bullet dodging for Arkansas here, and they get the scrum from the knock-on in their own 22. Let's see, Jamie Burke, if they can get out of their 22 a little bit better than they did when they started the game.
Well, looks like Stony Brook got a good shove on them in that scrum, was able to turn the ball over on that. And turnovers are super dangerous when we're talking about sevens. That is where you see a ton of scoring opportunities as the attack has to scramble to get back on defense, and they're out of position.
There's Salter. He offloads it back, but he doesn't find anybody. But that's Abilene. He was the try scorer earlier, and he just wriggles out of problems, and in he goes. And that's a second try for Philip Abilene, and really it came from the idea of trying to work it towards Salter, Salter getting it back, and it seemed like it was just stuck. Nothing was going to happen there, and Abilene rescued that very nicely.
Yeah, he popped up off the ground quickly after that tackle where he was not held. And as long as you're not held, you can keep playing that ball.
So that makes it 12-5 for the Seawolves. Abilene boots it through. 14-5, important kick because now they're ahead by 2 scores. The sun has come out here in Denver. We've been hearing all these ominous discussions about, well, rain is fine, thunderstorms, that's what we don't want. We don't want lightning. Suddenly I heard a rumble. The weather forecast I saw this morning said that most of the thunderstorms would be to the east of us, so that would be nice if that happened.
Nice deep kick there by Stony Brook to pin them back in their end again, really getting that pressure up on them to see if they can keep them back there.
Looks like that's what their coach asked them to do. They're doing what coach said.
And Arkansas trying to spread the ball, trying to find some of those gaps in the defense. And really moving the ball well.
Much better exit from Arkansas, and then the space just opens up, cuts back inside, very nicely done. Try number 2 for the Razorbacks, and a crucial one as the first half starts to come into its final minute.
Good back and forth rugby we're seeing here.
And the kick, just barely good, but just barely good is still good. 14-12 with less than a minute to go here. Stony Brook leads.
With this minute winding down, Alex, what do you think we're going to hear coaches giving them that feedback of at halftime for these two teams?
Well, I think that when Arkansas has the ball going forward, they feel pretty good about it. And it was when they were static, especially in their passing, that was an issue. And Stony Brook, they're happy to play defense.
That was a very nice knockback by Arkansas to get the ball placed backwards.
Rucked over by the Seawolves. They've got it. Salter digs it out. Oh, they're going for the interception. Didn't happen.
Oh, that would have, they had numbers on the outside. If that ball had gone to hand, that would have been a walk-in try.
Brian Michael needed to speed up a little bit to get that, but it's going to be a penalty against Arkansas for, I believe, in from the side. One more shot. Time is done.
So the half cannot end on a penalty, so they get to actually play it out even though time is up.
Sweeney Gets it moving.
He's got to have support there quickly.
And nicely poached, perfectly poached from Arkansas.
Saw the very clear release of hands by that tackler. Was an excellent defensive effort by Arkansas there. Number 13 really set that up by clearly releasing, getting his hands back on the ball, and allowing it to turn over to his teammates who could take advantage of that.
The first try scorer sets up the third try for this half for Arkansas. Number 7 breaking it away, and Stony Brook's Michael Tritola just not able to keep up with him and just shoved away a little bit. That's perhaps a big turnaround right before halftime to go score a try like that.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a momentum shift. We'll have to see how the coaches respond, what feedback they give. Kick is wide, so we go into halftime staying at 17-14. If you're following us on Twitter, make your voice heard using hashtag #college7s. That is the number 7. Right, and let us know who you're supporting, what teams you're looking out for, and we'll be back with you after this halftime break.
We are back here for the second half of the Stony Brook versus Arkansas men's D1 College Sevens Championships game. Arkansas scored just before halftime to make it 17-14 for the Razorbacks. And receiving that kickoff of Stony Brook, that was Salter for Stony Brook. They're going from right to left.
Excellent take in the air on that high kick. Looks like they were looking to challenge, and they're able to get that ball out quickly. Stony Brook's got some nice support, good little line there. And they take that kickoff back in for the score.
All the way.
Bartholomew Sweeney, number 9.
Bart Sweeney gets the try, nicely moved, and we're seeing right in the middle of things, once again, would be Patrick Abeline, who scored 2 tries and is working on is basically the fly half of this team. He's in the middle of things. Salter putting in a full day's work for Stony Brook. We're not seeing the best kicking from both sides, and I think they would like a couple of those kicks back. But 19-17 now, Stony Brook leads, and this has been a back and forth game. We've seen a couple of lead changes, and turnovers in the breakdown. We've seen those. We've seen a little bit of mistakes. We've seen all kinds of things going on in this one.
It seems this game actually has been a story of defensive turnovers turned into tries. So it's great ball movement after a quick turnover and finding that wide space to really put points on the board.
And there's an error by Stony Brook, the ball rolling dead through the in-goal area. That's going to be a free kick for Arkansas. And, we know they wanted to kick deep and put the pressure on, but you kick too deep and suddenly you've got a turnover, free kick to the other team midfield. There's number 7, try scorer. Ball knocked forward. I think we're going advantage to Arkansas. They're still going.
So you still have the advantage on that knock-on.
A little bit of dancing around by the Razorbacks. They're trying to free up their guy, number 13. That'll be his second try. And that one was pretty easy. I don't think he got out of second gear because once he was free, he was very free. And back in the lead goes Arkansas.
Trading back and forth here. Let's see how Stony Brook responds to this, this shift in scoreline. They seem to respond pretty well to those high-pressure situations.
Kick is good. That's a crucial one, too. 24-19. They're up by a try. Seeing them go back and forth has been very entertaining. and sort of contrasting types of teams, contrasting backgrounds. But that's what's great about these sevens tournaments. Nice high kick. Razorbacks, oh well, he kicked it a good yard and a half past the midfield, and I think the players were offside as well. So we're going with a free kick.
Looks
Stony Brook.
Looks like even if he hadn't gotten the free kick off of that being in front of the line, that looked like it was going straight into touch on the full.
Okay, so
we're probably coming back either way for this free kick to Stony Brook.
Well, the key thing is we've identified several mistakes on this. Was not up to standard. Abilene again starting, and ball loose, ball lost again, and referee playing advantage and going to bring it back. But those planned moves again on the training ground, everything seems to work fine, but then the adrenaline pumps up a little bit, and we're going to have to do this as fast as possible and a little bit sneakier, and suddenly you fake out your own teammate. Got to watch for that, and Stony Brook now with the scrum, so the first knock-on was by Arkansas. Sweeney's going to be putting it in.
Their first scrum down was excellent from Stony Brook. Let's see if they have the same idea.
They've got kind of a power I formation all in the line behind the scrum, but Sweeney's taking it on the weak side himself.
Excellent fend there by Sweeney to give himself some time to place the ball. And it looks like we've got a lot of numbers out wide. If Stony Brook can move this ball, they can pretty much, cruise into the try zone.
And Salter has it. Salter just skates around the outside into the corner, and that's a try.
It's going to bring us to a tie game now. This kick becomes a critical one as we're entering the final 2.5 minutes of this sevens game.
Huge. I don't think either team wants to try, wants a tie. They definitely want to try. I don't think they want to tie it up, but that can always have interesting ramifications in the pool standings, but the kick is over. Very nice. Kind of a low line drive one, but it was accurate, and that makes it 26-24. Stony Brook in the lead. There's 2 minutes to go now. And a low line drive kick out on the full, and that is the third straight restart mistake we've seen. We haven't seen a properly done restart so far this half, it seems. And that'll be another free kick for the Razorbacks midfield.
And definitely, hope it doesn't come back to bite them, right? That we've had a number of Stony Brook restarts that have not gone the way they wanted. And those mistakes in a sevens game can definitely come back to haunt you.
Here goes 13 again. He's finally caught around the ankles, but he does offload.
I do see that Stony Brook seems to be playing a little bit of a no-ruck defense so that they can keep their defenders in the passing lane. So they're really making Arkansas have to move the ball quickly by not necessarily contesting in those rucks.
I think they recognize there's not much of a contest. They don't have a size advantage, that's for sure. A couple of wide passes there. Looked like Arkansas might get through, but there are numbers on defense from Stony Brook. Abilene now, he's the only guy, and he's trying to get there.
And nice tackle down. Ball's picked up and bobbled forward.
And a little bit of a harsh call perhaps, but it was knocked forward, and that was, just as you said, Jamie Burke, tenacious defense and trying to keep that line as much as possible. The players are taking a little bit of a breather here, up a mile up in the sky for the Seawolves. As you can guess, they're at sea level most of the time in Long Island, so a little bit tired. Abilene really had a lot of rugby to play today so far. 2 tries, setting up a couple more. Ball comes out from the tunnel. We're going to have a reset.
And it looks like this is probably going to be one of the last plays. So Stony Brook really wants to maintain this possession and hold on to this 2-point lead that they have.
If they win it and kick it to touch, I think they're good. It's going to be a big shove from Arkansas, too.
You can see a kicker straight back from them that they're... Oh, and we have a penalty for unbinding early on Arkansas.
Number 13 thought he could get to that loose ball, and the ball is kicked to touch, and that is it. despair for a brave Arkansas Razorbacks team. They put everything into it, but they go down against Stony Brook 26-24. And remember, points difference could be a huge deal here, so they still have something to play for. But Jamie Burke, what a game.
Yeah, it was definitely back and forth. Saw some great rugby, saw some great defensive work by Stony Brook, saw some great ball movement by Arkansas, and it really just came down to that last couple of minutes there.
Patrick Abeline started that with an amazing try, and he had a big day for them.
And it looks like coming up next, we've got Minnesota Duluth going up against Principia at 11:40. So they'll be kicking off here in just a moment. Stay tuned, and we will be back shortly.
Let's go, Blue. 14 minutes here, Blue. Short.
We are back at Denver University for the men's Division II College Sevens Championships here as Minnesota Duluth against Principia, the defending champions in the two codes, coming up in Principia there in the blue and yellow. The Thunder Chickens against Minnesota Duluth, the Fighting Penguins in the blue and black. And just as soon as she comes and spends time with me, she leaves. Jamie Burke comes and does one game and leaves. Phaedra Knight comes in and rescues me though. And this is Alex Goff with Phaedra Knight. And Phaedra, this is actually a big game in D2.
Yeah, tremendous, a lot on the line. You know, obviously in the early stages of this tournament, but you know, that said, walk away with a win here and put you in better position for advancing to the cup round tomorrow. That was a big run there by number 8, Jake Lugers. He's been very dynamic. Watched him earlier today just tear up the middle of the field and wreak havoc for so many defenders.
And that's what they're doing. They're just going straight up the middle, challenging the lighter, slightly lighter Principia defense. They get a penalty, a little tap, send it out to the wing, and Duluth goes up 5-0 with that try.
Yeah, that started with, again, that big bullocking run by Jake the Bus. He's adopted. We've adopted a name
You've adopted
for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my kind of player. So.
Right. You know, the sidestep idea being just go straight over them, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So we don't have all of our roster information there for Minnesota Duluth, but we're trying to get that. So, but that was Logan Hansen in with the try. So we do have all our roster information. It's just on paper. Okay, so 5-0 Duluth leads, and really Principia hasn't really seen much of the ball there. Getting under that was I believe Anderson.
Yeah, Jordan Anderson had an outstanding first match today too, showing really why he is an MVP or a reigning MVP for the 2013 men's
He was
D2.
everywhere. I remember that down at Greensboro last season, just a phenomenal weaving player. Now there we go, flat pass to the hard runner up the middle. That's Rain.
That's number 15, Joshua Sparkman, another fire plug for this Principia squad. He had quite an impressive first match this morning as well, all over the field.
Sparkman taps it, Rain kicks through. I don't know if that was necessarily the most useful thing, but it does put Duluth back on their goal line. Big tackle. They've got some room, though. They've got some numbers.
Good cover defense there by Principia. Doing well to just kind of stay together, but a missed tackle.
That's
crucial missed tackle there.
And that's Randy Tanaka just walked out of that tackle, really. It was kind of an arm, kind of a grasping on the shirt thing, and he just kept his legs pumping, and there he goes. You don't necessarily have to be super pacey, but he kept moving.
Yeah, when you go in for those tackles, even those sticky bomb tackles, those low tackles on the legs, you got to wrap those legs up, and it's just a matter of pulling into the body, and I think that's just a lack of execution and technique just led to that. But I personally thought Principia did a really good job of covering. They just didn't execute when it came time to the time to take the man out.
I'd be wondering whether kicking ahead was the way to go. 14-0, Duluth leads, and Principia won their opening game pretty comfortably.
I said I'm looking for
against Providence.
Yes, they did.
And that's Patterson underneath the ball, but he's pushed right into touch. Gotta love that clock tower here at Denver University.
Yeah.
Signaling quarter to noon. Duluth wins that. And out we come. Bolstad gets it out to Schwartz. They're spinning it back the other direction now. That's Christensen.
That was forward.
And they got it to Tanaka. He thought he was away for his second, but it was a forward pass. Principia, well, they come back for the scrum, but they're coming back with not a lot of enthusiasm for it. It looked like they've been shaken a tiny bit.
Yeah, they have. They're going against a pretty sizable 3 on the other side.
That's true. Cerna with the put in for Principia. And gets it out a little bit, but bobbled slightly by Sparkman. And that's what's going to happen when you get some pressure defense in your face. You start looking at those guys and not picking up the ball.
Yeah, it's one thing at a time, always staying present in the moment. So you got to catch the ball before you can run with it. And that's one of the hardest things, I think, the biggest challenges for most players to execute is just staying in the moment.
It's very zen.
Very zen, but that's what works. In all that chaos, you need a little balance,
That's Schwartz putting it in. And still dancing around looking for something to do there. Christensen. Martin now just going straight ahead.
That's great defensive prowess there.
Quick on the ball, Principia, forcing that holding on penalty. Sparkman still going. Anderson,
There again, that's about being present, Alex, right? Like, you don't want to go to block 2 before you've executed block 1. And you needed to just catch that ball.
That's
and
right,
take
block
off.
1 was catch the ball, and he was looking at the try line, and those stiff fingers, and off they went, and he was away. There was no one there to stop him had he just caught the ball. So
nice. That was almost a lucky break for Principia.
We're going to have the scrum. We've got, well, it says 7-5 Duluth, but it's not. It's 14-0 Duluth. Let's see if they can make it 21. That's a nice little loop. Hansen handing it off. Moving it again, Tanaka. And that's out to Bolstad. Bolstad, who started that movement, still following his pass like a good sevens player will. And down the wing he goes just to show that they can run a little bit too. Minnesota Duluth up 19-0.
It's funny, the defender there, number 20, was outrun, but key critical piece in defense is you never stop defending even once you're beat, because you can always penetrate that passing line, and I think if he'd stepped in there, he may have disrupted that pass, which subsequently ended up being a try.
I think it's fair to say that Principia is a little bit surprised. And rugby fans, come together with Emirates, the official airline of USA Rugby. Enjoy our award-winning service to more than 140 destinations worldwide across 6 continents. Tomorrow brings us all closer to the game we love. Fly Emirates. Hello tomorrow. Phaedra, you've flown Emirates, haven't you?
I've flown Emirates once to Dubai.
Once. Yes, me too. And it ruined me for all other airlines.
Tell you, it's a little bit different than the rest.
Yes, flying and then landing and having to take a connection with another airline.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually it's depressing.
But or you could just see it as giving you a little bit of perspective.
It does give you it certainly does give you perspective. As does flying over the Mediterranean like that. That's pretty nice too. We are here at the USA Rugby College Sevens Championships. They have 3 fields going, 3 separate brackets. We've been looking at the men's Division 1 here on this field, which is a field I can't remember the name of. This would be Barton Stadium. And now we're into the men's Division 2 with Minnesota Duluth leading 21-0 over Principia, the defending champions, and Minnesota Duluth defending 15's Division 2 champions. And boy, are they physical. But they can move the ball too. They can run.
They certainly can. And again, they're for me, the standout player, at least with moving the ball up the field, has been number 8, Jake Lukers. I anticipate we'll see a couple more big runs from him before he goes out in this game.
Just off, Nick. Boy, come on. Go for ball. Let's go. Mark. Go.
They were here, they left.
Well, it was a long kick. Nice chase there from Schwartz, and I think it was Tanaka. Christensen there too. Line out for Duluth. They win it nicely. There's Schwartz again. Keep calling his name. Bolstad digs it out. Martin is in support. Martin gets it. Martin still surging along. He's not going to be brought down easily. And there is your man, Lutgers. Through and over. He enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was a wonderful, wonderful series of play there. Duluth just showing dominance in that north-south running game.
They really looked like they knew what they wanted to do, and they just came out and did it, and they did it right off the bat from the start of the second half.
Yeah, Principia is really struggling with these one-on-one tackles, a little bit high. So in order for them to really get back into this match, they're going to have to turn on the gas with the defense and gain some possession of the ball.
The kick slides away to the left, so it will be 26-0.
Always comes down to basics, Alex. The basics, executing the basics makes everything else flawless.
And Duluth, in their 15s experience, very used to playing, executing those basics under pressure.
And to mention the basics, in sevens, one of the basics is working in threes, and we saw that was obviously an example of not working in threes. The third supporter was a little bit late.
And as a result, ball nudged forward by Principia. It'll be a scrum to Duluth. Bolstad just sort of patrolling down there about 10 meters behind that scrum. Looks so confident what he's going to do with it. But the ball is sloppy coming out, and that's nicely grabbed by Curtis Wittenberg. But nudged forward again, another scrum. Now, that was a good little scrum sequence from Principia.
Yeah, they had a little bit of halftime talk and had their Wheaties, and now they're ready to, I'm sorry, their Weetabix.
Their Weetabix, yes, they had their Weetabix.
That's right.
Just put a little peanut butter on those.
That's right.
And Wittenberg this time came around on an offside position. The ball was not out of the scrum, so that's a penalty. Not what Principia needed. Principia won their first game against Providence College very well. It was close at halftime, but they ran away with it in the second half. There goes Lukers from Bolstad. Schwartz to Bolstad. And there's our first try scorer, Hansen. Hansen gathers that pass back. Bolstad again. Lutgers. Oh, he's going to just put his head down. No. Pops it out to the side. The backhand pass to Blake Martin. Blake Martin going to the corner. They're going to have a little chat about it. He might have been held up.
That was a great backhand pass.
And it's going to be try given. Blake Martin. And when you're that big and solid, you can hold that ball like that and just sort of dish it out.
Absolutely, with no pressure. You got one arm holding one defender, and you know, just that little, shows a little bit of skill in the big guy. I like to see that. It's not all brawn.
Like no, it's not all brawn. 31-0. It has been a mixture of brawn and skill, and most definitely execution by Minnesota Duluth. Way out there in the frozen north, in the tundra. And they just look very comfortable. They look so confident. Bolstad goes and takes a rest. They can run on a couple of subs now. 2.5 minutes to go. And Principia has learned quite a lot from this game. And they may come back. They may come back realizing later in the knockout rounds what's required of them, but they're just blown off the ball on that ruck. Schwartz again. Bunt rock. And that's Tanaka. Scored a try already. Wilson. Fakes to bunt rock. Hansen. Nicely gathered by Schwartz. And that's Christensen. Moving it again. Oh, this is just so nice to see. Good ball movement.
Tremendous continuity by Duluth.
Martin again, just scored a try. Martin's going to go into the corner. That was a classic power step. Step in, knock him back, gives himself a little bit of separation, and over he goes. Another try, and possibly their best one.
And that's just really been the storyline of this game for Duluth. It's just been a matter of overpowering this Thunder Chickens squad.
Got to overpower the Thunder Chickens. Penguin power. Penguin power this time around, 36-0 here in the men's Division II Pool A. And the next game coming up is also a Pool A game, Coast Guard against Providence. Two local rivals. They've played each other before frequently. Of interest, if you follow Sevens and you follow the USA Men's Sevens team, their captain, Madison Hughes, well, his little brother Cameron plays for Providence, so we'll see how he does. And they're moving it now. Sparkman puts on a move. He's got this little hitch step. He's got some support. That's Patterson.
Oh, the tremendous defense there by Cody Christensen, number 9 for Duluth, to turn that ball over.
And then forcing a penalty as Principia is sort of going on top of over the top of the ball, but Duluth just looked very calm. They went back, their cover defense was solid. Kick to touch, we're going to work this game out. I don't know if we're going to have time for the line out. Probably will have time for the line out, and that will be the last play. 38-0, Minnesota Duluth leads this game. Schwartz is going to throw it in and kick it out. Dominant.
Pure dominance here by Minnesota Duluth, showing why they are who they are. And definitely the prevailing side in this match.
Loath as I am to bring out sort of a UK phrase, they laid down a marker. They really
certainly did. They exhibited so much power. They, like you said, they were very calm in situations where they were against two people, 2-on-1 situations where they were at the disadvantage, and they just played it through. They played through every phase of the game, and that's what the scoreboard reflects.
An education for the Thunder Chickens. We will have Providence against Coast Guard in just a few minutes. We will be right back here on USA Rugby TV.
Back tackle 3. 1, 2, 3. One, right. To the side, boys. Hey, first hit. Oh, I want it. 1, 2, 3. Go for Rugby. Hey, Joe, drop a little. Joe, come on, get low. Come on, Joe. Line.
Well, we're back here at University of Denver as you hear the clock tower ring in noon. And it's Providence against Coast Guard. Providence in the stripes going from left to right. Coast Guard is in blue. I'm Alex Goff, and I'm here with Phaedra Knight, and we just saw another Pool A game where Minnesota Duluth won big against Principia, and now we're going to see how these guys are going to hang in there. Penalty for, we had sort of a long talk about this. It's sort of a discussion. Coast Guard looking to move this thing, but it really seems like they're sort of dishing off to someone, and that guy looks around for a gap and then dishes off to someone, and that guy looks for a gap. It's not really quite the same.
Yeah, it looks a little frantic right now. They just need to kind of slow it down, take a couple of deep breaths. In this particular phase, they had an overload. I mean, they didn't have a lot of space to work with, but it's just a matter of setting it up, resetting. You don't have to score in the first phase, and just, you know, just having a little bit more composure.
Scrum down for Providence. Ball squirts out the back quite aggressively, and they somehow managed to rescue it. Rescued adequately, and a very slightly over-aggressive Coast Guard chase. They commit a penalty, and there's a good way to run away from your support. Got to get it back. Now they're working it. And a knock on.
That was great defense by number 9 for the Coast Guard. Jamison Escobar, he just got in the face of that receiver causing that knock on. That's good stuff. That's great heads up play. Coast Guard now with had the overload, had a 3-on-1 situation, but he just couldn't get that ball out. Number 3 found the gap.
And that would be Joe Rizzardi. And that was just as simple. They had the ruck in the middle. They split out 2 backs on either side. Got it one pass to Rizzardi, and he just took a gap and went. He's a big guy, pretty strong, and you gotta be. It looks like you have to really be prepared to tackle him.
Yeah, you got to, and on him you have to really go low. He's a strong runner, got those big legs, and he has a pretty low center of gravity. So that's not a person you want to try to go high on.
The kick is good, and that makes it 7-0 for Coast Guard Academy. Beautiful kick, bounces just before the touchline, and with that turf bounce, comes back in field, but Providence manages to control it.
Oh boy.
And good ball movement there.
Support there a little slow.
And a penalty against Coast Guard, diving onto the ball. And there's Hughes, the captain of the team, dishing it off.
I saw Madison here a little bit earlier to watch his little brother.
Good.
After their impressive performance.
He
in
deserves a
London.
break for
Yeah.
sure, but
Yeah.
the ball turned over because they were so slow to that ruck. And Coast Guard gets it out. Jacoby Bradford in at the corner. That's going to make it 12-0 Coast Guard Academy. Takes a little bit of time getting up. It's a bit of a tackle at the end. Remember the Coast Guard Academy, these are kids that are going to college in Connecticut. It's trained to be the Coast Guard. It's a very important job. It's I've dealt with the Coast Guard on many a time out fishing with my family in Massachusetts. And I remember as the kick goes over to make it 14-0, the Coast Guard came out to take my mother into shore when she got a fish hook in her finger.
Oh, wow.
It was actually her middle finger. She's walking off the gangplank with her middle finger stuck up in the air.
That's a greeting.
Yeah. But great people out there, the work they do, difficult work, and it takes a lot of work to learn how to do it.
That's great defense there by number 9, Jamison Escobar. Just couldn't hold on to it, knock the ball on, but tenacious on the defense. Very aggressive squad here with the Coast Guard.
Have you noticed they all have the same haircut, so you can't recognize by their hair?
Yeah, that makes it a little bit more difficult.
So it'll be about pressure and about punishing mistakes for Coast Guard, and Providence wants to move that ball. They want to unleash their faster guys, and here we go. We've got a break, got some support. This looks promising.
And that's the famous Cameron Hughes, I believe.
I think Cameron's in the headgear.
Okay.
And number
14.
This may be Reineke, but we're not sure because we don't have our full squad in front of us. But it is a terrific try from Providence nonetheless. And it was well done because they had 2 people running who kept with that attack and stayed with it.
Yeah, it's so important once you pass the ball, where you remain or where you decide to go becomes the most important decision or most important component of the play. And where you're coming from in terms of a support line will dictate essentially what happens. And he just stayed in the play and carried it in.
The kick is good, 14-7. That's a crucial try for Providence just before halftime. But we're still playing here in the first half, so Coast Guard can certainly answer. The buzzer goes, but remember, play keeps going until the ball is whistled dead. You can't end on a penalty. There's a penalty for Providence. They tap it. They're running. Oh, they've got a little bit potential room. No. Passing lane cut off nicely. Coast Guard, they've got it back. Little frantic passes, but the pass is still vaguely being controlled. There's our guy Rizzardi.
Yeah, you got to take a look, even in those frantic moments, at the person you're passing the ball to. Otherwise, you may not connect, and that's what we've seen a bit from the Coast Guard.
Escobar whipped down to the ground, gets up because he wasn't held. He's there, he controls it well enough. I think that's Taverdi. And back out to the wing. That'll be it, and that is a huge score. I'm not going to guess who that is. I believe that's Adam Cruz.
That is Adam Cruz, number 16.
And Cruz caps it off. And Phaedra, how many sevens games have you played in where that try with time up at the end of a half, how big a move is that? How big of a punch to the gut for Providence is that?
Tremendous. It's tremendous. It's a more of a, obviously the disparity in the score is not that great, but the mental, psychological effect of going into the half with another try under your belt is very fueling,
21-7.
Yeah.
Coast Guard Academy now leads. A couple of downcast faces, it looks like, on Providence College as they thought, okay, we're within 1 try, and then suddenly they're 2 tries behind again. They can score. They just show that they can score.
Absolutely, and if they get that ball into the hands of their speed, they're dangerous.
Fans come out to Sacramento, California this July to witness the Pacific Nations Cup doubleheader between Fiji and Samoa and the USA Eagles taking on Japan as well in a World Cup preview at Bonnie Field. Tickets are available at www.ticketmaster.com. You get 2 test matches for the price of 1. How great is that? Should be fun.
Better get it now before the cost goes up, because hey, rugby in America is certainly...
They're selling out these games. This is the thing. They're selling out these games. And we were excited that they were selling out Bonnie Field, which is not a huge stadium. Selling out PPL Park, a little bit bigger. Then they go and sell out Soldier Field, right. 61,500 people. Absolutely phenomenal. And there will be a game at Soldier Field as well. Don't forget about that one. USA playing Australia September 5th. Go check out details on that. I think that's also at Ticketmaster. But you can go to usarugby.org to get details on that game, because those tickets will go fast. You think there's 60,000, they're still going to go fast. And we are starting second half now. 21-7. Coast Guard leads. A deep kickoff by Coast Guard. Fumbled forward by Providence, but it was fumbled first. Knock on by Coast Guard. It'll be a scrum to Providence. But again, that pressure, that chase, that physicality is right there from Coast Guard.
Yeah, and you know, just outside of the, a little bit ways outside of the 5 meter. But this is a really crucial scrum for Providence. They really need to apply the pressure here and get out of the red zone.
Need an exit strategy, right? I'm not sure fly hacking it is going to be it. Coast Guard has it. It's going to be trouble for the Friars. Number 7, Rizzardi, going straight to the line and picked up, and over they go.
And they're playing a little bit of reaction rugby, the Friars, which is why they're caught on their back heels.
And that would be a try. I didn't quite get who the number was in that pileup, but 26 now to 7 for Coast Guard. And that's going to be, you know, lather, rinse, repeat. They're just going to kick it deep and just pin them there and make them make mistakes.
Yeah, you know, it's obvious that the more aggressive team in this match has been Coast Guard. And yeah, if the game plan is working for you, then why stop? Why fix it, right? You don't fix what's not broken.
I believe that was Jamison Escobar with the try. The kick was good. It's 28-7. 3 converted tries behind Providence are now. They get a little bit of a break there. Another restart mistake. I think I've stopped counting restart mistakes, but there are a lot of reasons for them, I guess. A little bit of over adrenaline, trying to get the exact perfect kick, but that one was well out on the full. Probably not what they wanted. Now a little bit of a lifeline for the Friars here from Providence College. Movement. Well, they've got some space now. That pursuit defense could be something they can use if they move the ball a little bit faster. But so many defenders in their face.
Well, one thing that will help when these players get caught up, you know, in a tackle and they stiff their feet is if one of these Friars was to come through at pace, and they're just kind of standing back, waiting tentatively to receive the pass, which is not going to advance the ball in the direction they want it to go.
Ball knocked forward. Scrum down for Coast Guard. Coast Guard leads 28-7. We got about 4 minutes left in this one. After this game, we're going to take a little break, sort of a buffer, to help make sure that the timing is managed right, although the timing looks really good on this tournament so far. People getting ready to play on time, and the referees doing a great job in getting the game started on time. So after that 20-minute break, we're going to come back on this feed at 12:40 with University of California women against Lindenwood. I'm going to be taking a break, and you'll be getting Paul Emmerich and James Patterson for that game. That'll be exciting to hear those two work together.
And it's a slight knock by the Friars. Coast Guard in control of this match.
3.5 minutes, boys.
We've seen Minnesota Duluth win convincingly over Coast Guard here and over Principia. They look really good. I don't think they're going to have too much trouble with Providence and probably going to go win the pool. Notre Dame College had to struggle a little bit. They won by 2 in their first game, 14-12 against James Madison. Then they tied UNC Wilmington. So UNC Wilmington, who beat Southern Illinois, can actually finish top the pool in Pool B. That'll be an interesting contest to see how that works out. Coast Guard, again, they're working it. Ricky Moore passes it out to Taverdi. That's Rizzardi. Stood up a little bit and then trying to control it, but it rolls out into touch. They're working it side to side still.
Yeah, need that. Well, I mean, it's important to work the ball, move the defense around a bit from side to side, but eventually you're going to want to have that strike runner coming through, piercing that line. That's what the folks like to see at home.
For you kids at home, that's what you want to see. You want to see the strike runners. And here we go, Providence into the corner. He puts his head down. Yes, he's there.
So there's still some life in this Friar squad.
There certainly is some life. And Vader, when they've had the ball, they've done some things with the ball. The problem is they haven't kept the ball.
Exactly. You know, and it's that consistency in that heads-up play. Like, you know, in this scenario, taking the ball at pace. When you take the ball at pace and run with support, you make it very difficult for the defense to tackle you. You make it difficult for the defense to stop you. And so if Providence can do this a couple more times, they're back in this match.
28-12. Yeah, they need to score right now. Yeah. They need to win this restart, and they need to go and score right now.
Time is certainly of the essence.
Right now, among the other teams that are looking really good, Wisconsin Whitewater absolutely put Vassar to the sword, 56-0 earlier today. They're playing right now, I believe, against East Carolina. Haven't seen a score there yet. Probably if you're watching the feed, you'll know. But that restart didn't go 10. It actually didn't even go 1 by Providence. That's another one of those restart mistakes. It just hands momentum back to the other team. And Coast Guard got plenty of time. They have less than a minute to go now. I think they'll want to score a try. You can get these kids that come on as late subs. They want to score a try. Ball lost in contact, though.
Looks like they may have regained possession through penalty.
Well, that was potentially an advantage played, but it was a penalty for not releasing the tackled player in the end.
And it looks like Coast Guard's going to try to burn the clock off a little bit. If they can get the ball out to touch.
It doesn't go to touch. Providence has one more chance, but really just one more chance. Up through the middle. It's been very active, number 10. And that looks good. Number 6. Oh, he's going to go. He's going to head him off. He's going to say, no, I may not look fast, but I feel fast.
I wonder, is that number 6 worn in 15s by that guy?
I think that maybe number 3. We're not sure.
I heard that.
But he fended him off. Very nice try. It ends it on a positive note, and this can matter. Points difference can matter, but 28-17, Providence loses to Coast Guard Academy. Coast Guard Academy pretty efficient in the end, gave up a couple of late tries, but that's going to do it for them.
Well, Alex, it's been a pleasure.
It has been a pleasure.
And we will definitely meet again this weekend.
I'm sure that's going to happen. It's on the schedule somewhere. But we're going to sign off in a couple of seconds here, just as we have the kick attempted. Beautiful, nice high kick. Looks away to the left. And that will be the end of it. 28-17, Coast Guard wins their first game of pool play. They're 1-1. Providence College loses. They're 0-2. We are going to enter into a break here at Denver University. We will be back in about 20 minutes. And it'll be for the women's bracket. California gets Lindenwood will be your next game for Fader Night. This is Alex Goff, and we will be back.
I'll take it now. It's mostly because we got a bunch of teams that are wearing yellow, so we want to make sure we have not. Okay.
What that game you guys scored for?
Surprised it's no it made me look good too. You got the nice apple.
I think we can cross.
Are you at university? Get in front of the ball. Got right there. Right? Yeah. I will. And also my water bottle is over there. What's in it? What? What's in it? Water. Okay. Let's go, Gio!
Welcome back to the 2015 USA Rugby College 7 National Championship. We resume action here with action from California and Lindenwood. And California looked really good this morning, didn't they, Paul?
They did. They were very clinical. Irene Gardner's been doing a great job over there with the California Berkeley program. And let's see if they have more of the same for this game.
And danger players for this team. Stacey Wong, she was phenomenal this morning, wasn't she?
She had some great patience with the ball, showed a little bit of flash with behind that back pass to put one of her teammates away. She's been absolutely outstanding.
And then Lindenwood, we're all familiar with the Lindenwood program. They've really built an excellent rugby program down there, haven't they?
it's one of those small schools that takes advantage of not having a football team, and they can put their resources in behind rugby. And it's a great thing to see.
Here we are for the opening kickoff. Kicks deep, ball finds ground.
A little bit of trouble handling there for Lindenwood.
Tiffany Pearson spreading the ball well. There's numbers here if she wants to go wide. Unfortunately, pass can't go to hand. Can she pick it up? Yes, she can in the corner. Excellent cover tackle there.
Quick line out with Lindenwood. Decide to play it.
Ref says no, we'll take the line out. Jocelyn Taufua, what a tackle in the corner. She came across very well there, cleaned up the cover tackle. Great attacking position here though.
I'm sure they'll have something scripted here, James.
They got the quick tap. Stacey Wong sitting in the boot if she needs it. A little untidy there. The danger's right on the outside here. We know the speed that she has outside. Caitlin Whiteside.
Can we release her?
She's well covered. Well covered though. Just tidying up the breakdown here. Good patience and good recycling from Cal. Now, she's got one more outside her. She's got Stacey Wong if she needs her. She says no. Takes the ball into contact. Still not taken. Strong running there by Jessica Lewis. Now,
offload, move it back.
Wide sweeping pass here. She just needs to draw the last defender, and then Caitlin. We know the speed she's got. Caitlin's on her own to the corner. Can she get there? Oh, great lunge and the try. Fantastic individual effort. She was extremely dangerous in the first game today, and she's shown that again.
Well, you know, they've got the speedster outside, and they just need to move the ball to her. And a great finish, strong finish, stayed inside, dotted it down for 5.
Yeah, again, and they showed a lot of patience today, and patience is what enables them to get that ball wide and capitalize it on at the corner. And Stacey Wong, big cutout pass across the field, just some silky hands put her away in the corner.
Conversion missed by California. It was a tough one when you don't center it. Kickoff to come.
Looks like the weather's just circling at the moment here at DU. We've had great weather all morning, but as we know in the last couple of weeks, there's been some pretty bad thunderstorms, so hopefully they stay away this afternoon and enable rugby to be played. Here's the restart again. Not so high. Easily taken by Lindenwood. Lindenwood organising their defence wide here, and let's see what speed they've got on the outside. She chooses to cut back inside with the fend.
Nice little pop.
Great work there. Good patience there. Ball in the right hand. Excellent job. She just trucks it up. Good, quick, clean. But look at Cal's defense again. Swarming the breakdown. They've got numbers here if they want to use it. She says no. She's going to go herself. Excellent job. Good technique there. Releasing the ball. Deemed incorrect entry. Quick ball here available if they want it.
We're going to move it away. She sees a gap.
Ariana Lewis. Look at the power. Good effort there. Good clean. Excellent recycle. She spots the gap herself. She goes. Can she get the ball down? Held up, says the referee.
Good gap spotted there, right on the fringe defense.
Ariana Lewis, again, she's proved very dangerous to start this game, and both teams showing great patience, ability to build phases and convert on that.
We'll see if California kicks out of their own end here, if they're going to play out. Scrum to Berkeley.
Chris.
Oh.
Tell who's ever working up there that it's not.
Ball's held up, Lindenwood ball. They've got a nice deep attack here. There's plenty of options. There's a blind side available if they want it. They don't have anyone set there. But sat in behind the scrum, you've got Crystal Borrow sitting there. She's got either option available. Decides to move the ball. Looking to feed the speed on the outside. Again, choosing to cut in rather than go around the speedster.
Nice little pop off the ground. She powers through.
Try scored.
Well done.
Excellent try. That's Jocelyn Taufua again. Now showing good patience. This is a pretty evenly matched game as we thought it would be coming in. California obviously with that great win this morning. The wide conversion is unsuccessful. So Paul, talk a little bit more about strategy, especially in around the field. You've got a lot of scrums in close to the line. Do you look to move the ball in these situations? Are you trying to set up the defense?
Well, you've got a lot more space to work with off of a set piece on a scrum. Blind was a good option there, but in the end they didn't need it with strong, powerful running.
No, and again, a good example of recycling here. They're not having to commit too many numbers to the breakdown, which is leaving numbers on the feet, which is obviously crucial.
done a great job of recycling. Both teams have.
The short kick goes 10, well taken. Little untidy on the ground, knock on. Lindenwood's ball, they've got it if they want to. Giving it to the speedster on the outside, she just stumbles a little bit.
Moving the ball back wide. Some good spaced, well taken gap.
Oh,
Does
look
she have
at the
speed to finish?
Pendraza in the corner. Excellent work. She had numbers outside, but she didn't need them, showing real athleticism to get to the outside.
Very strong run indeed.
Yeah, there's been lots of talk about Annika so far. She's one of the bigger, more powerful players they have on the team, and they use her to draw in a lot of defenders, which gives them the ability to defeat the speed they have outside. Wide conversion. She tries to sneak a few extra meters there. Well done. Here's Tafua from the outside. Conversion unsuccessful.
Lindenwood taking good control of this first half. Minute left to play. Up 10-5. Kickoff to come to Cal.
You got a minute left before halftime. How important is it that Cal, answers right now?
It's going to put the game at evens. Cal needs to keep possession, go through the phases, and get some points on the board. Nice probing run there.
Choosing to go herself. Does she have support when she needs it? No, a little bit slow there. Over the ball. Excellent work over the ball.
And
penalty.
Hands in the ruck. Under 30 seconds left to play here. Cal looking for a score before halftime.
Oh, looking to get the ball to the danger. Here she goes again. She's got real speed if she needs it. Sliding through the tackle. Great ball placement there. They've got numbers wide if they choose to use it.
And there's space here. She tries the outside. Nice fend around the corner.
Here's Rose. Good job by Rose here. Good quick clean. She's going to pick and go herself. Up the middle. There goes the hooter. Last play.
Oh, and a turnover by Cal.
Oh, deemed penalty. Oh. Incorrect entry. Here we go with the quick tap.
Last play for the half. Cal would like to see some points scored here.
You'd want to get into the danger. And there she goes, Wong! Fantastic stuff. Oh, she can't control the ball.
Just lost it forward.
She could have freed her hands. It was Caitlin on the outside. Unfortunately, she couldn't. There's the halftime score. 12-5 Lindenwood. Paul, it's been a good first half so far.
It has. Both teams have been doing well to control the ball, keep possession, go through phases. And Lindenwood is ahead 12-5. Welcome back to the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships. Second half of Cal and Lindenwood University. Lindenwood up 12-5. It's been a good first half. Join the conversation on Twitter, #College Sevens.
Yeah, Paul, it was a really good first half play. We know the danger Cal has. They were just unable to get the ball in their hand. Linden was very good at maintaining possession, and possession really wins games.
Some good patience demonstrated in the build-up. Lindenwood to kick off.
Kicking deep here.
To the danger man.
Yeah, here she is. We know she's got real speed.
Good job.
Good line here. They got numbers if they want to use it. Just cleaning things up. A little bit messy at the back here. Possession's still there. Lindenwood very good at getting over the ball.
Strong counter ruck by Lindenwood. Really making the breakdowns tough for him.
Cal's having to commit too many people to the breakdown, and here she is again. She's got real speed if she wants to use it. There's Wong. There's Wong with a kick.
Oh,
good kicks.
Downfield.
Smart stuff. She was going to get bundled across the sideline. Instead, she decides to kick. Oh, here's the counter. Danger now. Good line, though.
She evades 2.
Excellent stuff by Steibel. Go, Steibel.
A nice pop off the ground. Numbers there.
Bolinder, a little untidy. Looks like a turnover from Cal. There's trouble here. No penalty, says referee. Looks like she didn't release the tackle player.
Back it up, 10.
Nice attacking platform here for Lindenwood. Goes down the short side.
Oh, here's Borrow sneaking out the tackle. Can she get there? Great try. Crystal Borrow in the corner.
A strong run indeed.
Again, she's been probing down that blind side all day. We'll see again on the replay here. She realizes their number's short just on the blind. Instead of coming inside, she just sneaks down there.
She gets the defense drifting over real nice and the cut back around the blind side.
Again, though, it came from a little bit of sneaky play down the right-hand side. A good kick. The chase line wasn't there, and Steibel, she came back pretty hard and brought the ball back right down the field.
Your kick is only as good as your chase, James.
Absolutely, absolutely. Looks like a few ginger legs out there, a few substitutions coming on. Obviously, this is the second game of the day, but you know, fatigue's probably starting to wear in a little bit, Paul.
It is, and that's the challenging thing about sevens is you've got multiple games in one day. Recovery becomes a big, important part of being successful.
Here we go. Now, Linden was really extended their lead here. Cal's going to have to answer pretty quickly with only 4 minutes left. Oh, and a little bit of a swing and the miss there.
Not quite 10. Half-arm penalty for Cal here. And the quick tap coming on at depth.
Little set phase here. She chooses to go on the outside herself. There's numbers here if she wants, and there's the speed down the sideline. Can she get to the corner? Yes, she can. Again, this is her 4th try of the tournament so far.
Well, give your partner a high five on that one. She did a great job of drawing in the defense, making them stop their feet, and put her winger away.
And she, you know, she's got this stride on her. She's got a long stride, but the ability for her to just shuffle her feet and freeze the defender really puts her in good spaces.
Fantastic job. This really puts Cal back into the game. Conversion to come.
The kick is high and short.
Just short. Lindenwood still up 17-10 against Cal. It's been a great game so far.
So there's been some great upsets today. James Madison's upset before in the other stadium was an absolute ripper. Down 2 tries with just under a minute to come. They came back and secured the win. So sevens rugby, it's not over till it's over, is it, Paul?
That's right. Anyone's game here. 2-possession game. Cal needs to get the ball back and get some more points. Oh.
Interesting decision there. Looks like it just went 10 with the knock on. Looks like she's playing with some kind of visor there, is it? Ski goggles?
Some protection device for her nose, maybe.
Good attacking position. You got the danger team out there. Excellent stuff. Wong's in midfield, and you know how dangerous she is when she gets a chance to move in space.
Scrum to come for Cal. Oh, and turned over. Straight back out the tunnel. Reset for the scrum. Cal has been looking dangerous. They've currently got the momentum on their side right now. Let's see if they can't get some points with this next possession.
Tough scrum. Looks like it's against the head. No, she says play on. She comes around the back there. I thought it was sneaky. No, offsides. Lindenwood want to slow things down here. They've got the lead. Again, no rush.
Take your time.
Just
get
trying
set.
to set things up. Lineout's available if they want it. They don't need it. They're just setting up in here. Looks like they've got a staggered attack. Little dummy switch coming back down the blind side.
3-on-2 down the
Good
short
numbers.
side. Doesn't need it.
Show and go. Excellent stuff by Tafua. She's really powerful, isn't she? What we got here? No, we got a penalty against them. Looks like holding on. They have to play this quickly.
Nice turnover by Cal.
Numbers
got
are there
the
if they
ball
want
back.
to use it. Good hands. Nice silky hands there. Running sideways a bit. She wants someone to drop under. Oh, offload central from Wong again. There's Tafua being a menace at the breakdown. She's stolen the ball again. There's danger here. Numbers out wide.
Lindenwood's moving it wide to the speed man. Oh.
Unfortunately, she can't hang on to the ball again. I wonder if that device is just impairing with her vision a little bit. Still plenty of time here with a minute left. Cal really needs to score on this possession.
An unconverted try will tie the game. A converted try will win it for Cal here, James. It's a real nail biter.
Here we go. Interesting to see the defense of Lindenwood. We've got our first defender line very tight here. Very, very tight. Cal's got a distinct advantage here being able to turn the shoulders of the second defender. Here we go, clean ball. This is what they need. Get the ball into the hands. Here we go. Here she comes. She wants to switch. No, she doesn't. She goes herself, Wong. She needs support on the inside. She's looking for that offload. She gets it. There's
and
Caitlin.
around the corner.
Caitlin, go!
Oh, just bundled into touch.
Oh.
Just couldn't keep her feet.
Wong again, oh, the intercept!
No.
Referee says no, she wants the line out. I thought she'd come in from a clean position there.
Thought it was play on. Important line out here from Lindenwood. Backed onto their goal line. If Cal can get a turnover.
Here we go, there goes the full-time whistle. They're gonna have to compete in this line out. There's no more time left in this game. Again, Lindenwood up 15 points to 10. There it is, she's gonna kick it out. Can she kick it out? No, she can't. There's the full-time whistle. A nail-biter here. Lindenwood closing it out, 17 points to 10.
That was a heck of a game. Credit to both teams. One of the best matches I've seen so far today, James.
Absolutely. That wraps up coverage here. Coming up next, Texas versus James Madison from the 2015 USA Rugby Sevens National Championship. Welcome back to the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championship. I'm James Patterson, joined alongside me by the superstar, phenom, Sevens 15 and single man Paul Emmerich.
Oh, it's great to be here, James. It's awesome to see some great Sevens rugby being played here today.
Coming up next, we've got Texas against James Madison. James Madison, was pretty good earlier today. They just couldn't string the phases together. I think their coach would have told them, coming away from that first match, just build the phases, don't force the pass, and get a little more width on your defense.
They had some good moments against Cal Berkeley earlier today. They came away with a loss, but then had a good upset their second match of the day.
Absolutely they did. So fantastic stuff. Getting ready to kick off here as the weather darkens and storms around us.
Not quite 10 from Texas University. We're going to play the half arm. James decides to take quick. Texas all offside. A nice straightened line there by number 3. Quick recycle. And we're going to move it wide for our first try of the day. Oh, just off the fingertips.
A little bit messy there.
James Madison has reclaimed the ball back. Penalty for Texas, hands in the ruck. Quick taken. And straight ahead we go. Just looking for someone to cut, straighten off there. Rounds the corner, a nice stiff arm. Plays the ball inside. Misses the partner, turnover. Texas pins the ears, goes all the way.
Can she get there? Here comes number 6, chasing her down. No, she can. She can't go all the way. What a brilliant individual effort, Paul.
Well, it just goes to show you again, James, turnovers kill in sevens. The ball was picked up, taken 60 meters back the other way. James Madison was mounting a good attack. Conversion to come. Conversion just wide. Well struck.
Excellent stuff there. So Texas gaining their early momentum. They're up 5 points to 0. 5-12 in the game. James Madison has looked a little bit dangerous, but haven't again been able to string together any phases. High restart. Well taken on the run by number 1 as she trucks up the middle. Looking for support. What an offload. Still powering the legs. Thunder thighs downfield. Here we go. Little bit too many players in there. No, she's not held. She'll go herself.
She released the ball. A nice stiff arm.
Needs support here. She's isolated on her own. Diving over. It looks a little bit dangerous there. Surprised the ref didn't. There it is. 2-on-1 if she wants it. See, running sideways behind her player, though. Looking for
play the wraparound. Number 1 trucks it up. Making good forward.
Again, good leg drive up the field.
If they can just get this clean and out. Texas with the nice counter ruck and the turnover. And the penalty.
Unlucky there for James Madison.
And the quick
Texas
tap.
Takes it quickly. She's off to the races. Can she get there? Oh, swarming tackle. Release and goes off the player. Well done. Referee says play on. She needs support with her. She's got numbers out wide. They're well back. Screaming onto the ball.
And again.
Can she get there?
Just over the line.
Great stuff. Excellent try from Texas.
Well done, Texas Rugby. Austin should be happy right now.
Yeah, the Longhorn State showing real dominance here. Again, just the ability to get phases. They're a little deep, but it didn't matter. Showing the ball in front of her as she moves downfield.
They did a good job of recognizing where the pressure was and moving the ball to the space.
Absolutely. Good stuff here as Texas takes the, again, pushing their lead further ahead. 10 points to 0 with the conversion to come here. If you're James Madison right now, what do you have to do to regroup?
I'd say first thing as a coach, talk about possession. Keep possession. They're making good go forward with their runners. Now they just need to convert that into some points. Keep possession, move the ball wide to space, let the ball do the work.
Absolutely. The conversion is unsuccessful. 10 points to 0. Texas with the early advantage.
This would be the third game of the day for James Madison University. There might be some tired legs out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You're seeing it just, a little bit tired, and they've still got a lot of rugby left to play. So it's going to be important to see how they recover tonight. How important is rest after the competition? What do? Do you get in the pool?
In between games, it was immediately into ice baths. You get into some recovery, some compression type stuff. You get the fluids kind of flowing and going, get them flushed out so you can recover for the next game.
Unfortunately, it looks like the gods have spoken. The lightning is coming around us, so it looks like we're going to go for a little lightning delay here. We'll resume coverage as soon as we can, but again, player safety is paramount, so we're going to have a rest.
got their numbers. So
Okay, cool. All right. Emily.
Emily, sorry. So they told us to stay away from Tent City, so we're just gonna be like under the.
Okay.
I've got time. I'll come back at 3.
Yeah.
Are you gonna come back to me?
Yeah, we'll find you.
I'll come back right here and then go out.
Oh, I forgot. Jeremy said they only require about 5 minutes to warm up.
Yeah, 5 or 10. 5 or 10.
Should I give them some time? If you disagree, I'm gonna let them have at least 5 minutes
Okay,
for
I'm
safety.
just
Yeah. If you disagree, I'll say at least 5, just for safety reasons. Yeah, that would be my call. Okay. Thank you.
I think you'll take yellow. Under the tunnel. If there's actually lightning, I'd rather us be protected by a brick structure. Right? Hey Jamie, what's up? Sorry, I'm like running 6 million miles an hour. Have a good day.
Yeah.
I'm off the puck. I'm on the ball. I know, man. We're actually on the ball. We never come to a rugby field unprepared, Alexios. This is why you guys have got it. Hey, get off! Oh, no. Why? Look, we're hitting off. Can I get a ball card?
Well, it's just funny because, like, super good.
Welcome back to the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships. Join the conversation on Twitter, #College7s. We had a short lightning delay here at Denver University. We've got the all clear to commence play, and we are kicking off Texas to James Madison University.
And Texas was really dominant in the opening phase of the game. They'll look to come back and get this ascendancy, knowing they've lost all the momentum with the rain shift. James Madison moving the ball well to start the game here. They'd struggled a bit in the first half, moving the ball through possession, just a little bit stagnant on their attack, but they've already come out with a lot more purpose in the second spell.
Coach must have said a few words at halftime or in the break to get them back organized. Recycled the ball well.
Excellent
moving
stuff.
it into space.
Moving it out to the speed, cuts inside, does she? That's Rich Margaret, she's done well today. Little messy at the back there. They'll look to clean that up. Lots of pressure from Texas.
They've done a good job of contesting the ruck so far.
Here we go. Little show and go on the outside. She looks to straighten for the offload.
Oh.
Right idea, but just the wrong execution there from Rebecca Rains. She's looked good as well. She tries to free her arms through the tackle. That's really important in trying to put someone away, isn't it?
Good initiative. James Madison with the scrum here. Oh, sorry, Texas with the scrum here.
And Wendy Sun, scrum half, she's done pretty well today. She looks to get her hands on the ball multiple phases. She's always looping around, looking for the extra option. It looks like there might have been a couple of changes as well. Lots of pressure at the back. Ref says play on. Here she comes again, looking to spin the ball a bit wider.
Gonna get it to their speed man out wide. Just off the fingertips. Play on,
Ref
says the ref.
play on. She comes around the corner, a little bit high into contact.
Taken into touch.
So it's always hard coming back after a rain delay, isn't it, Paul?
It is. You get into a rhythm and a flow in a game, and then you get the delay, and it kind of disrupts that. For Texas, maybe for James Madison, it may be an opportunity to get some tactical things straightened out.
Absolutely.
Nice clean line out, taken from the top.
She's looking for the cutback here. Good attack. Can she find support? Good tackle though. Well done by Texas. They were really probing at the breakdown in the first half. Fantastic hands there, being able to hold onto the ball. There may be a little bit of water, a little bit of moisture out there, so it's going to make handling a little more difficult.
James Madison done well to recycle the ball.
They got numbers out wide. Will she get it? No, a little bit too wide on that pass. Again, good counter-rucking there by Texas, and they've turned the ball over. They've got numbers out wide.
She just needs to move it early.
Oh, needed to give that ball. Still on here. Unmarked out wide. Can she get the ball?
2-on-1.
Little step in, and here goes the danger girl.
Has she
down
got
the
the
outside,
gas?
turning inside, outside. Well done. Fantastic try there
the old
by
in
the
and
number
out.
9, Wendy Sun. She was good in the first spell as well, and she's come back really strong. What I like about her was she carries the ball. She's got the ball out 2 hands, and she uses the ball to shift defenders.
Well, when you run with the ball in 2 hands, keeps the defenders off you, keeps them guessing.
Absolutely. That brings the score to 15-0 to Texas. So Texas really starting this second spell after the rain bait was an ascendancy. And the ball, yes, knuckles forward over the post. 7 points there. Takes the score 17 points to 0 for Texas as they come back to the halfway.
So now as the James Madison coach, James, what are we talking about here at halftime?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to bring the troops in. See, they've done the right thing, but again, they're too high at the breakdown, and Texas is being able to exploit them, coming in nice and low and turning over ball. In fact, all 3 tries from Texas have been on turnover ball.
They've done a good job at contesting the ruck so far.
Absolutely. So there's the halftime score, 17 points to 0 for Texas over James Madison. Again, we had an hour rain delay, so we'll be back here in a moment for the second half. Welcome back to the second half. After the short spell, it's Texas all over James Madison so far in this game. I'm James Patterson, joined in the booth by referee, coach, 7s and 15, Eagle player Paul Emmerich. Paul, what do you think's been said at halftime?
Well, if you're Texas, you'd say a bit more of the same. Control the ball, keep pressuring them in the rucks, get those turnovers. And if you're James Madison, I reckon you're going to talk about keeping possession and just being patient and going through the phases.
Absolutely. They're going to want to contest off this kickoff if possible, although Texas has really split the field well. Their strongest ball catchers are at the front of the play. Here comes the kickoff. Good high kick. Down at the back, there's Wendy. She's got safe hands all day long. Good pass out wide there. Looking to spread the ball immediately out wide. Coming back to the short side. Here's Wendy again. Looking to put someone in space. Just forward there, unfortunately. Ref says play on.
Just a little knock by Texas there. James Madison will have a good opportunity to attack from here. And they need some points on the board here in the second half.
Absolutely. Emily Fulbrook here. She's standing in at first receiver. She's going to want to get the ball out early and look to loop around, look to create an extra person.
Try to get out to the speed woman out there, Margaret Rich. Let's see if she can't put a move on.
Here we go. Good scrum here. Pressure on at the back though, untidy. Now Texas ball, turnover. They'll look to spin the ball wide to danger here. Good little show and go. Good tackle. Well tackled there by Fulbrook. And good counter ruck. Do you think the coaches maybe said, do what Texas is doing?
Give them a little taste of their own medicine.
Exactly.
They've turned the ball over. We got the corner here.
Little loop around. Straightening well. And finding the wrap around. Can she find support on the inside? No, she just settles the ball down. Cleans out. I guess play on, says the referee. A little bit of sneaky work there, looking for the quick throw. Quick throws on. Unfortunately, couldn't get the pass to hand there. See, that's been the story of James Madison today. Too many drop balls.
Just a little bit off in their passing, making it hard for the receivers to catch.
Absolutely, absolutely. All in all, a great day for rugby here. Apart from the rain delays, we've had plenty of good rugby spectacles. There's good crowds coming in, and what a great venue to have it at Denver University.
And the Suns even come out to visit us for a little bit.
Absolutely. Hopefully it holds off. Rain forecasted this afternoon, but at the moment we're playing rugby.
We're going to get our scrum settled here for a second. Texas put in.
Texas may be adjusting to the conditions here. They're pretty wide in the first half. Coach maybe said, come in a little bit with the slippery ball. Make sure of the passes. Out the back from Sun. Looks
a little dummy switch.
Little show and go and straightens. Now she's just going to take the corner. Excellent job. Good placement. Good clean out.
James Madison resourcing those rucks.
Yes, James Madison committing a lot of defenders. And the intercept. She's got it.
Well,
All the way to the goal line.
Does she have the gas?
Kiva O'Sullivan-Roach. Excellent stuff there. She spotted that a mile away. Cherry picking that out of thin air. Excellent stuff. And what a momentum shifter here with 4:19 to play.
And the conversion's rather close. It's going to be a 17-7 game if they can make this. 2-possession game there, James.
Oh, absolute. She read that meat pie, picked it out of the air. Fantastic stuff. You know, in situations like that, you look to leaders. She's a leader on the team to make a play, get momentum back behind the team and do well.
This would be a good opportunity to get some fresh legs on for James Madison University and carry this momentum on in this next kickoff.
Absolutely. Interesting technique here. She's front arm when she kicks, but getting in a good low position. Ooh, toe hack kick, and the kick is good.
Mark it down.
7 points. Drawn the deficit to 10 points with 3:34. Still anyone's game here.
She's been doing well with the kickoffs, making them contestable. Let's see if James Madison can't get one back here.
Absolutely. Wonder if the same tactic down to Sun at the back. There it is. Nice high kick. Oh, little knock on there. Again, good pressure from that kickoff. She's getting great height on those kicks.
That allows for the defense to come up, put pressure on them. I think she heard footsteps coming.
Absolutely.
Looked up a little bit.
Stomping down the field.
Looked up and lost sight of the ball.
Interesting defensively here. Texas is stacking their players in really tight, giving them the outside.
We've got fresh legs on at the center position here for James Madison. Let's see if she gets the ball and what she can do.
Interesting defensive strategy here. Maybe accounting for that blind side, but really leaving them dangerous here. Little dummy switch. No, comes back to the switch. Good explosive running.
Oh,
still going.
She's strong.
Fantastic stuff by Monica Williams. They've got numbers out here if they can use it. Quick hands is all they need.
And another.
Feed the speed. Here we go. Cutting inside. She's got players on. Ball can't go to hand, unfortunately. Right technique, cutting in, but just not able to get the ball up.
The offload was there. She looked for it, just couldn't execute.
It's really been the tale today for James Madison. Bunch of missed opportunities. That should have been 7 points in the corner again, but their skills have just been leading them down. There you go. If you're Texas here, you just want to chew up the time. Under 2 minutes left here, they can close things out. Clean ball to Sun. She sneaks down the blind side. Has she got the speed? No, she cuts inside herself. She needs support here. She doesn't need support. Excellent work. Great technique. Releasing the ball, getting up and making it hard, and sniping down the blind side. Stay in field. Excellent job. Good clean. Sun's got the ball available.
They're going to move
Passing
it.
the ball out wide. Great numbers here if they want to use them. The dummy switch. Straightening. She's got numbers on the outside. She doesn't need it. Comes inside. Outside.
Oh.
Great work there. Excellent play. With the fend. Just trying to switch the ball in transition, perhaps pushing the pass a little bit.
Here's a turnover for James Madison. Let's see if she can create some magic.
Referee's playing advantage. Ball's available if they want to play it. They've got numbers out to the left if they want to use it. Good ball, screaming up the middle. No one will touch her. She's got to go the distance.
Has she got the legs?
She got the legs. She's get there. She's tiring. She's tiring. Well done.
James Madison back into the game.
Great try by Alice Crawshaw. Good stuff, and she's really gasping for oxygen down there. Great run. Again, momentum shifting. Under 41 seconds. They're going to want to take this kick quickly. Still anyone's game. Again, they're taking their time here.
This conversion's important.
Conversion is good.
14-17 here. Texas leading James Madison University.
This perhaps could be the last play of the game. This is really important. Some fresh legs coming on for Texas.
If you're Texas, you got to be thinking sure hands. We want to keep this possession, run the clock out, kick the ball out, and get out of jail.
Big high kick here. No one's ball. They're going to let it bounce. Dangerous. Dangerous stuff. And there goes the hooter. Just needs to hold on to the ball. Kick it out. Yeah, there you go. Well done.
Fantastic
Wendy Sun
game.
finishes the game. Final score, Texas 17 points to 14. A little bit of a scare there if you're Texas.
That's all right. James Madison has been improving all day today, and it wasn't the result that they wanted, but they came back and fought hard. And what a game.
Absolutely. They want to take that momentum into the rest of the rest of the day, sorry. 17 points to 14 again. The final score, Texas is elated as they take down James Madison. Coming up next, we have Stanford versus Texas Tech.
Welcome back to Denver University for the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships. Next up, we've got Stanford versus Texas Tech. Stanford's in the white with the black shorts. Texas Tech is with the red and black. Been a great day of rugby so far here, James.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some real cracker games, you know, close games coming back too. It shows you got to play to the final whistle. This Stanford team will be well drilled, obviously coached by Matt Sherman, who's done an incredible job building that program down there.
I had the pleasure of playing alongside Matt Sherman in the men's national team, and on his departure, he took up the job at Stanford, and he's been doing a great job, absolutely.
Yeah,
class act, class guy.
Very good coach, listens to his players well, and you know, a good motivator for his team. Should be a good game here. Stanford in the traditional white and red colors. Texas Tech in the black and red colors.
Stanford to kick off, and we're underway.
Short kick, will it go 10? Yes, it will. Play on. Well done, well taken in. Again, look at the probing at the ruck.
Ooh, a little bit of slip there.
We got speed here if she can get it out wide. She's just in front of her opposite player.
Some more pressure here from Stanford at the ruck.
Untidy
ball.
Tidied up well by Stanford. They'll look to settle things down here a little bit. Running a little bit sideways there is Chelsea Svensson. Taken to ground. They've got good numbers here and good depth if they can free the ball. Good hands there. Wide pass.
Megan McAndrews on the ball.
Off the knee. Play on, says the referee. Taken into contact well. We got number. McAndrews stepping into the first receiver position. Holding the ball up well.
Pass.
Quick hands needed there. Couldn't free the ball. Pressure's on. Should be a turnover. Turnover is good. Texas Tech ball.
Texas Tech being patient with their build-up.
Swarming defense by Stanford. They've got a real wall there. Little chip and chase. The right option. The ball could bounce, could be anybody's ball. Well done at the back there by Danny McDonald, though. She did well. Looking inside. A little bit messy.
Stanford can move the ball here. Another pass.
Freeing the ball out wide. There we go. Getting it to the speed. We've got a Fenn there. She's just settling things down.
Stanford sets the ruck. Quick recycle. And there's gaps aplenty out here.
Whoa, coming in from the sideline. Good spot tackle made there by Texas Tech. Oh, slices through the hole, does she? Number 2, Danny McDonald. Excellent run there. Real show of pace there, wasn't it, Paul?
And a good strength and a good show of power there as well. Able to slip through those 2 or 3 defenders and finish it off. Dotted down under the post, and the 2 points will become an important part of this.
Absolutely, and you could hear the call from the sideline. Coach Sherman yelling, go forward, and go forward she did. She sliced through that hole. Steadies herself before the conversion. Fairly straightforward here. Conversion is good. 7 points to 0. Doesn't look like the clock started yet, but probably about 5 minutes left in this first half.
Points came over again on the turnover.
And here we go. Here comes the restart. Good high kick. Good chase. Texas Tech with the ball. Straightening a little bit. Looking to probe for a gap. She needs to get the ball in 2 hands, though, to be able to pass. Knock on.
Quick throw in by Stanford.
Quick throw is good. Dangerous ball in 2 hands. Slicing upfield. Just steadying things down. Looking for speed out wide. She'll have a cracker on her own. Steadies inside. Goes outside. Great run there. Good stuff. Good powerful running from Chelsea Svensson.
She did a great job going up the sideline, staying in bounds, and reversing the play.
Oh, good pass. Coming in from the outside. Swarming in from the outside was Chastity Mays. That was a try-saving tackle there. Excellent read from the outside. An important skill for a winger to be able to do. Oh.
A lot of pressure at the breakdown.
Just straightening things up here, settling things down. Texas Tech is a man down at the moment in the backfield. Penalty advantage. They'll look to play this quickly. They're one defender down. She's hobbling back. Just slowing things down here. Interesting. Looking for a little bit of a set piece here.
Yep, I'm sure we've got a play that we're going to run here for Stanford. A good attacking opportunity here for
quick tap
for them.
Goes right, shows left. Excellent work, showing the ball. She needs support. Unfortunately,
offload almost went to hand.
Get the ball out wide. One more pass will do it. There it is.
And a try.
Svensson, Chelsea Svensson scoring. She's been dangerous already. Had a couple good runs. And then that's just the value of being good in support play, isn't it?
Put yourself in the right position, you make the easy pass, and you get the tries.
Absolutely. So Stanford showing good dominance here in the first half, being able to string together a little more phases. Texas Tech is resourcing those breakdowns pretty highly, and that's really playing into Stanford's hands.
And credit to Stanford, they've been putting a lot of pressure in there, requiring Texas Tech to resource those breakdowns.
Absolutely.
Stanford taking their time for the conversion. There's no need to rush here with 2:37 left.
Here comes the kick. Just to the left. Score remains 12-0. Stanford against Texas Tech.
Texas Tech has had some bright spots. They just haven't been able to convert some of those offloads and get the ball into space. But they've been looking dangerous.
Absolutely, they have. If you're Texas Tech here, you really want to get on the ball before halftime. Another Stanford score will make things pretty difficult, especially with the momentum. A high kick. Yes, well done. Goes 10 meters. Well done.
Beautiful take.
Brilliant reclaim there. Looking to move the ball here.
Straightening
nice inside ball. Great line there.
Back into your
she
partner.
needs support.
She's
Yes,
there.
that is great team rugby. Excellent stuff there. Number 2, Danny McDonald with the try. And that was beautiful to see the inside ball. We haven't seen that a lot today, have we?
Not so much, but it was great. She gave the ball inside and then supported her runner after she made the break. 5 points, easy as you like.
Yeah, if you're a coach right now, you've got a big grin on your face. You work on that a lot, but being able to execute an inside ball really keeps defenses honest.
Another conversion to come for Stanford is up, and it's good.
Extending the lead. We talked about how important it was for Stanford to get another try in before halftime, really push the momentum in their favor.
3-possession ball game now for Texas Tech. They want to get possession, go to work on the ball, go through their phases, and get a score before halftime.
Absolutely. Here comes the restart again. She's been good at restarts. This one doesn't look like it'll go 10, but waiting for the ball to bounce. Referee says no. They're going for the quick tap, though. She's running up to halfway. She knows she's got to play quickly if they want to score before the halftime break. Here comes Texas Tech. A little bit of a no-look pass, but ball goes to hand, sliding through. She's still on her feet. She needs support. Oh, and the intercept, and she's off to the races, galloping down the field. She looks like she's running out of energy there a little bit. She needs to find support.
Some tired legs.
Can she find support? Popping it up. Well done. Oh, good tackle from behind. Oh, she picked that from a mile away, didn't she?
Oh, she read it like a book.
Absolutely. It'll be scrum. It looks like there's enough time for one more play here. If you're Texas Tech, you really want to get on the ball before halftime.
There's some tired legs out there. It showed there. Number 14 has been getting through a ton of work this game.
Absolutely. There goes the hooter for the halftime. So this will be the last play of the first half. Comes the put in. Ball's not very clean. Referee, there we go. She's just pestering at the back of the ruck there. Quick tap. Need to get the ball wide to their speed. Here we go. This is what we've wanted to see all game. Perhaps dropping off there a little bit, but she's got the speed to get round the corner. Now can she make a move? She steps inside. She needs support. Plays the ball, releases the ball. Good technique. Still driving forward is she. Fantastic stuff from number 13, Tony Armstrong.
Great pressure being built by Texas Tech. We just need to get the ball out.
A little bit stagnant there, trying to force the pass a little bit, and there's a forward pass there, and that will finish the first half.
Yep.
All Stanford so far, Paul.
It has been. Texas Tech has had some glimmers of some promising, enterprising rugby that just haven't been able to execute the last little bit.
Excellent. We'll be back in a few minutes for the second half of Stanford versus Texas Tech, Women's D1 National Championship.
Welcome back to the second half of the Stanford, Texas Tech University. Stanford up 19-0. Here with my partner in crime, James Patterson. I'm Paul Emmerich. James.
Yes, you are Paul Emmerich. Great stuff, Paul.
It's been Stanford all first half.
It has. They've been really dominant. Well-coached unit here. You know, they work the ball really well. And by having the inside-outside option, they're just sitting down defense enough to find space.
It's been well worked. A well-coached team over there in Stanford. This is our third game of the day for a lot of these ladies. Some tired legs out there. But we're going to dig in and finish it out.
Ball finds ground here. Looks like it's going to cross the touch time. Will they play it quickly? Yes, they will. Good wide pass here. Not enough pressure there from Texas Tech. Oh, great pass.
We're going to get around the
corner.
corner.
Through the hands, can she? There's
2-on-1.
one more pass. Oh, still trucking through. There she goes,
Strong.
number 12. Fantastic stuff from Sasha Herbst Cortina. She's still going, Cortina.
Well brought down.
Trouble here if they get the ball wide. Numbers to burn. All they need is hands. Oh, ball can't go to hand.
Just a little errant. Oh, we've got a penalty here for
like an
offside.
penalty.
Stanford will slow it down. We'll go to a set piece move off of penalty. Some really enterprising stuff, moving the ball very well.
Oh, little dummy show and go. Good line there, fantastic line.
Well
done.
executed.
She sits down the defense, didn't she? That was Nikki Richardson. Excellent work there. She ran at the line, ball in two hands, too easy.
Great bit of footwork. Froze down the defender, 2-on-1.
Fantastic. All Stanford here. 24 points with a conversion to come. You know, the conditioning, it's really showing their conditioning. Texas Tech looks a little ginger at the moment out there. It looks like they're a little bit more tired. Conversion is successful. It's 26 points to 0. Stanford really fresh legs.
They're looking sharp. And from playing, it's much easier to be on attack than it is on defense. And Texas Tech has played a lot of defense this match.
Yeah, they haven't. Partly their own fault. They haven't been able to string together enough phases. Here comes the kick. Good high kick. Well regathered though. Oh, twinkle toes.
A little bit of footwork.
Makes a move, throws the no-look pass though. Should be a turnover. Stanford ball. No, referee
Knocked
says
on in the
knocked
tackle.
on.
Texas Tech will have to put in on the scrum. And we'll see if we can't get it out to the number 13, Tony Armstrong. She's had some great runs, great probing runs in this game so far. Let's see if she can't spark a little bit of magic and get this Texas Tech team on the board.
Here we go again, just precious time ticking off the clock. 12 to put in the ball.
Oh,
It's against the
Stanford
head.
stole it.
There it is. They'll look to move the ball here. She's got real speed if she wants to. Ball out in 2 hands. Excellent probing line there. Looking for space around the outside. How about that? Second touches all day for Stanford. Spreading the ball wide. Straightening again.
They'd
She's
be in
really
trouble
good at
here.
Straightening. Beautiful stuff. Little 2-on-1 there. She needs to give it. She
Through
does
the
it.
dummy.
Goes herself. Steps inside. Great try there from Stanford's number 10, Jess Smith.
Had a little bit of everything. She had the dummy, little step inside, and then the burst of speed to finish it.
Yeah, excellent work. Stanford's a really well-drilled unit, aren't they?
They've been doing a great job of spreading the ball wide, finding the gaps in the defense.
What I like to see is they're creating gaps. Their ball carriers are running to the line with a ball in 2 hands, just moving the ball, shifting defenders. Quite often they haven't even had to pass the ball. The defense has just drifted off them.
And that's being that double threat as a runner and as a ball player.
Absolutely. That was something you were great at, Paul. Ball in 2 hands. You only had one direction, though, forward. It wasn't shifting defenders, it was running over defenders.
To get to the goal line, James, you got to go forward.
Absolutely. Paul Emmerich was Mr. Ford, meter eater. It was a pleasure to play outside him.
Here we come with the kickoff. Dominating performance by Stanford, 33-0.
Big kick straight out. That'll be a quick tap halfway. Good showing out here. If we see the crowd, good crowd. They're all enjoying good rugby today.
It's been a little bit cooler weather, which isn't a bad thing for playing sevens because there is a lot of running.
Absolutely. You don't want to be trying to breathe this thin air up here and dealing with 90-degree weather as well.
Texas Tech's on the quick tap.
Here
Number
we go.
3.
There's one direction. She's going forward. There she goes with the turner pace. Says try and tackle me if you want to.
No one's interested.
No. Sneaking in the corner. Great tackle, though. Excellent work on the outside.
Oh, and just brought into touch.
Jeepers. How about that run by Ashley Moore? She was charging down the field.
And that's running forward, James, right there.
That's
straight, direct, challenge the tacklers. Go ahead and bring me down.
That's shades of Paul Emmerich at the 2011 Rugby World Cup. Just taking Italian defenders with him downfield.
Stanford's got to be careful here. Execute this line out. Keep possession. This could be a cheeky turnover for Texas Tech.
Stanford's deep. Will they kick? There she goes with the big kick. The big hoof downfield. She's going to want to catch us on this turf field. This bounce could go anywhere.
Janae Coleman, she's dangerous, though. Let's see if she puts on a little move here.
There's some speed.
Nice little fend.
Little fend.
Spin move.
Little shake and bake twist move there. She's still on her
strong.
feet driving. They cannot bring her to ground. Ball's held up, though. They'll need to get this ball available quickly.
Can move this ball away from pressure.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Straight
One
upfield
direction.
she goes. Again, look how narrow their attack is. They're not really doing much.
Oh, she slipped the tackle.
Sniping.
And a little step and a fend.
Oh, ball in the wrong hand.
Chastity Mays.
Ball in the wrong hand, fend with the wrong hand. It didn't matter. She's too good of an athlete.
Give me the rock. I'll get something going. Consolation try here for Texas Tech. They've been working hard. They've been on the precipice and doing great things, and a great individual effort there.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Looks like there'll be one more play after this. She makes no mistake of that conversion. Right in front, 33 points to 7. Stanford over Texas Tech. Good to see though, Texas Tech all got smiles on their faces. They're enjoying this. Doesn't matter about the score.
I'm sure they'd like to reclaim this kickoff and get another score on the board.
I think I saw Ashley Moore saying, give me the rock. They'll take their time here. Wide pass, doesn't go to Hands. Gonna find Hands out wide. Stepping inside, outside. She's on her way. The big ranging stride.
Well taken down by the sweeper.
Oh, and too much. Here comes Sasha Herb Cortina in for a second try of the game. She's got real speed. And that'll be the icing on the cake. Stanford seals the victory with a great try. 38 points so far with a conversion to come. Real dominant performance from Stanford in this match.
They should be happy with that. They'll take this momentum into day 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely, day 2. Anyone's game. We've seen some real strong performance on the women's side. California threatening, Stanford threatening. Should be interesting. And there it is, folks. Final score, 40 points to 7. Stanford over Texas Tech. We'll be back in a moment with some men's coverage. Central Washington playing Nevada. Welcome back to the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championship. We return with men's Division I action here as we have Central Washington playing.
Yeah, there's Vili Toletau. Great U20 player from Hawaii coming in for Central Washington against Nevada. And yeah, those Wildcats, they're moving that ball quickly.
Oh, good ball. Too much. Can they get the ball back inside again? Yes, they can. Excellent work by Central Washington first up. They were really dominant in their early performance today as well.
Boy, they really concentrate on their sevens. They take it very seriously. And hands out to number 13, Dominic Lindstrom, who is a freshman. Did a nice interview with him. He's from the Kent program in Washington State, and was an all-star as a high schooler, and he's a freshman and a nice player working with Vili Toletau, who's just recently out of the U20 team. I'm Alex Goff. I'm with James Patterson, who, if I start listing your resume, it's going to take us a while, but we got a former Eagle, former captain of the USA Under-19 team, former Super Rugby player, Canterbury Crusader, and Otaka as well, right?
Yeah,
there you go.
Good to be here. I mean, this is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. I've really enjoyed actually seeing the Division I rugby. If you look year to year at this competition, it's just strengthening every year. Not only with just pure athleticism, but the skills are really picking up, which is making it a great spectacle.
Good. You've seen actual real sevens and not just 15s with 7 players on the field.
Absolutely. A little bit messy at the back there. Look to claim the ball here. Again, that defense is just swarming.
Lindstrom in with that tackle, and that Zach Siemens fighting over for the ball. So Seaman, he's going to pick it up. He's going to poach and go.
Well done. Well done. See, that Central Washington defense is just very organized. They're very slow moving sideways. As soon as they see an opportunity, they swarm onto that ball. Again, in the game earlier today, I can't count the amount of turnover tries they created. So, in sevens rugby, you only get the ball for so long, so being able to create those turnovers is so valuable. And it's really demoralizing for the defensive team.
Well, it certainly is. Nevada, the Wolfpack, not quite sure what to make of all of this. They look a little bit frustrated. University of Nevada, they are coached by Nello Louis, played for the USA Sevens team, and he's been doing a really nice job with them. They won their tournament, but the level of competition a little bit different with Central Washington. Also claim to fame, the University of Nevada, Reno, one of their famous alumnus would be the USA Eagles national team captain, Todd Clever, went there, and I'm sure he's hoping they get a score in soon. Meanwhile, the coach for Central Washington is Anthony Pacheco. Tony Pacheco, being for a couple of years now, has been the USA All-American Sevens coach, and he instills that system in with the Wildcats here. They're repeat winners at the Northwest Collegiate Rugby Conference Championship. I don't think they've ever lost a game there in 3 or 4 years. But there goes the Wolfpack.
Good play there. It's a little bit messy with that, trying to force that last pass there. And we're talking about Central Washington's program, and you just see the number of players that are actually making that next step up. We see Aladdin Shermer. He's been involved in that Falcons program, the development program for the USA Sevens. We've seen him, feature in some of those tournaments, especially the Serevi tournament. He's a good talent for them.
And out in the wing on the 15s team, Tim Stanfield scored a couple of tries this past year.
Absolutely.
And Pat Blair, who's been on the USA Sevens team, also a Central Washington alum. See how the scrum goes.
Good width and depth here.
And very smoothly out. Siemens, all that hair. Don't know how he does it. Lindstrom, he's going for the corner. He's not thinking about anything else. Oh, he's got some support.
Excellent stuff by Tyler Kaufman. Sorry,
And
Scott Dean.
Scott Dean coming in support, gets that back inside pass. And James, he seemed to expect him to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. They did that all morning, so they moved the ball really well. The second receiver takes the ball to the line and feeds the speed. Now, Dominic Lindstrom's got a good turn of pace. He generally just points himself to the outside, and we've got that inside support. So, all Central Washington so far, very dominant performance.
They've shipped that ball out very quickly. It wasn't exactly the cleanest of scrum wins, but it didn't really matter. And Scott Dean's lining up this kick, 17-0. Central Washington, you hear the thump on the boot there. Looks good. He likes the altitude. And it is 19-0. Nevada looking at just, they need to string a couple of passes together.
Absolutely. They don't have the ball, and it's pretty hard to win if you don't have possession. But it's just really impressive to see the ability for the guys to be able to pass in front of a man, so he's not having to check step. Really gives them the ability to get on the outside.
Sherman tries to go and get that ball up in the air. Doesn't quite get it. Fumbled around, but I don't think any knock-ons. Nevada has it, looking to move it now. And that's what pressure defense will do. It makes you think about the next thing before you had the first thing. A little bit of a knock-on there, scrum to Central. Central Washington is a varsity program, both for men and for women. And we see both their men's and their women's team here in Denver this weekend, both playing very well.
It's good to see, and it's a good sign for an overall program if you have your men's and women's team performing at the highest level.
Well, they get along well. They work together, which is good to see. Nice tackle, looses ball, rescued by Dean.
Wide pass here.
And Siemens.
Go himself. Little goose step. Stands up the player. Oh, he's just playing games with him out there.
That was a little bit wild, but he was having fun with it for certain.
Absolutely. Smiles on everyone's faces. He's shaking his head. I don't even think he knew what move he did
that's
there.
Right.
I think he was wanting to step, but it just ended up being 3 or 4 goose steps down the field, but it did the trick anyway.
I think that'll make the highlight reel for the team, especially maybe the joke highlight reel. I don't know if they give out fines for excessive goose stepping, but they might for that.
He was running on hot coals.
And the kick from Dean, no problem whatsoever. 26-0. Time trickling down at the end of this first half. And And we'll have one more play as the hooter sounds.
Good high restart. Will it go 10?
And out on the full. So Nevada will have a shot here with a free kick midfield. And you know, the restart is so important, and executing, getting that kick correct. I know they want to get it all the way to the sideline, but it's a risky deal if you get it out on the full.
Absolutely. Here comes the ball. Looking to set up a little bit of a set phase move here. Moving the ball to the outside. Again, swarming defense as he takes him across the touchline.
Oh, they gave him nothing, and they'll get nothing and like it. 26-0, Central Washington looking very, very polished, James.
Yeah, they are. If you're Nevada here, you've just got to come to the sideline. Say, just relax a little bit. We've got this wall of defense. So against a wall of defense, you're going to have to be able to recycle and commit defenders to that breakdown to create overlaps. At the moment, it seems like they're just trying to score on every phase.
And you see those little bits of nervousness, a little bit of agitation, you know, getting a perfectly good pass right in his hands and then letting it fall, things like that. You can't afford to do that against a team that executes the way that Central Washington does. And you know, so I'm sure it's a little bit of a talk of, you know, let's get the ball. Now, once we get the ball, let's keep the ball. Impressive though, Central Washington has come very close on a number of times to winning a national championship. They didn't quite get there. I think they're a little frustrated with that whole idea, and I think this is something that they've really targeted this spring, perhaps get a national sevens title.
Absolutely, and it's really interesting to see. You know, having those few upsets in the last few years, they come out and they play with this real, almost frustrated confidence that they haven't been able to secure the deal, and they play really aggressively on the front foot. And you know, sevens rugby is all about front foot ball.
See that Ian Wright is there on the field for Central. Martin Vanderwall. Aladdin Shermer, we've hardly really called his name. He went out for a couple of high balls. They haven't needed him.
Absolutely. He's lost that signature haircut of his, that ginger top he had last year.
That's true.
Again, there's another kickoff kicked out on the full, so several missed opportunities.
Well, that kick made us stand up to go look for it, so we're already annoyed at that. It'll be a free kick for Nevada at midfield. They're down 26-0. They really need to get something moving. And James, as you said, they need to just hold on to it, be patient, work those phases. Well, they're still looking for like that home run ball, but there's 3 men on him.
Oh, excellent work at the breakdown. Fantastic stuff.
Vanderwall recycles. Shermer,
Tolutau.
And that's Ratukalu.
Ball sliding through, going to
Right.
Great step, he's got support there.
And that's Scott Dean in support once more. Another support try for him.
Again, another trial for the turnover. Really interesting to see. Their defense on the sideline, what they do is they close very well. As soon as they get to the sideline, Central Washington is sending 3 players in the wall to cut off that inside pass. And once you have that, you're really outnumbered at the breakdown. And that's the 3rd time today they've been able to turn the ball over.
Ratakalo asked for the ball to take the kick in front of the post, and he worm burnered it underneath the bar, so it'll be 31-0. I think the only way to beat that wall, I remember our broadcasting partner, Dallin Stanford, would be a master of this, being able to just boot the ball over that wall.
Yep.
Sort of a little kick out wide. You have to have good control of your feet, though, to be able to do that.
Oh, great restart there. Came off the hand, though. It's play on. Nevada's ball. They want to do something with the ball here. Straightening and wrapping. Again, good go forward. That's what they need to do. Go forward. Good clean. They need a quick clean here. They got numbers out to the left if they can use them. Little chip. That's what we talked about before. Just turning the defense. Good chase here. Wild pass inside. Oh, it's gone to hand, though. No one will stop him from here.
Good rescue from Bo Davis. He passed it on inside. Ratukalu will dish it off to Vili Tolutau, who will jog in easily. And that's pretty demoralizing for Nevada because they had something going there. It was a nice little, they recycled well. They looked for something to go for space. Just didn't work out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as you said, this defense from the Wildcats, it's pretty solid. And not only do they hit hard, they stay together.
Everything's very low. Their tackles are low, the clean-outs are low. It makes it pretty hard to play against them, especially if your body position's high, as Nevada's has been.
Well, they have a very deep squad as well, bringing on as a sub Tyler Kaufman, and he is a former football player at Central Washington, and a real powerful runner, big, tall guy. And they bring that guy on as a sub.
You know you're deep if you can bring on that.
Yeah, that's right. Watched him play down at the Battle of the Bay. I was extremely impressed with him, and it was one of those things where they put him in a role that worked for him, which was, you know, we're going to give you the ball, you go run. And then he's asked to be a little bit more tactically aware. That takes time. It's a little bit of a shock to the system for new players, and they have to deal with that. Ball comes out. That would be right. Dean.
Oh, great show of the ball there. Still on his feet. They got plenty of numbers out here. Again, look at this organization from Central Washington.
Ratukalu.
A little bit messy there.
Oh, that's a nice fend from Davis. And that was Vanderwall sending it wide.
Great stuff. What a step. Excellent, just showing the ball, holding it up, and then just that immediate acceleration to take the hole.
Well, he knew the minute he was going to see any kind of hip turn toward the other direction, he was going to make it work. And those big neon boots just flashed a little bit as he ran back across the grain. So that would be Lindstrom again.
Really put on a clinic here. It's
yeah,
been fantastic.
Exactly. Well, 43-0 now. Central Washington leads. Lindstrom has 2. The kick is over, so that makes it 45-0. We've seen a couple of really impressive support tries from Scott Dean, who is taking a well-deserved rest on the sidelines. We've seen some good work, 2 tries from Zach Siemens. He's taking a well-deserved rest on the sidelines, and there's no let-off. There goes Kaufman in for a hit. No let-off from this Central Washington team.
Good offload there. Good switch, excellent stuff. He needs support here. He's isolated. Better watch out. There could be another turnover here. Looks like they may have stolen the ball again. Oh, but good job.
Over.
Well done countering that.
Referee has no problem with that. Everybody was legal through the gate. And now we have a penalty going straight down on the ball. Just about 80 seconds left in this game. Reno looking to try and work their way through. The ball went forward. And just another case, James, as you said, of trying to do too much with each possession.
Yeah, it can get really frustrating. I been on the other side of this sometimes, and when you try and do too much, you go away from that structure, and you've really got to stick to the structure to build pattern.
Ratukalu feeds it. He takes it. He's got Cornuti with him. Vanderwall, Kaufman.
A little over the top pass.
Skips Davis out to Lindstrom.
Inside support again. He's got one more man if he needs him. Will he need him?
No, I don't think so. Davis has been itching to get to that sideline, and there comes your half century with a try from Bo Davis for Central Washington, 50-0. And you see the hands on the knees from a couple of Nevada players. They've been working hard, but they've made it harder work for them.
Absolutely, and it's going to be really interesting to see how Central Washington responds tomorrow. When you have a lot of blowout victories like they have today, you can get complacent, and when you come into championship rugby, there's been a lot of blowouts today, and when they're forced to play against some better sides, they're going to have to really stick to their structure.
Well, it was 31-7 against North Texas earlier today, and up ahead for them, Central Washington has San Diego State, which is a team we will be seeing next. 52-0, Central Washington wins over Nevada, and coming up next will be San Diego State against North Texas, and SD State will be looking to go 2-0 and set up a nice matchup of 2-0 teams here in Pool A. Some other results from the men's D1 competition. Iowa beating Cal Poly 22-15. I think that's thought to be something of an upset. Davenport beat Sacramento State 47-7. On this field, you saw on webcasts on USA Rugby TV, Stony Brook beat Arkansas 26-24 in a great back and forth game. And Arizona State beat Texas A&M 33-5. Utah over Miami, Ohio 26-12. Lindenwood over Central Florida 17-7. That was just a war. San Diego State 35-0 over Nevada. So Nevada now unable to score in 2 games. Bowling Green winning on the last play, or just about the last play, last minute of the game, 19-17 over Wisconsin. West Virginia 33-0 over Texas State. Central Washington, as we said, 31-7 over North Texas. American International 34-14 over Mississippi State. First game of the day in Division I, St. Mary's looking very polished, 43-12 over Colorado State. James is left. Good to work with you, James. Fader Knight is here. I'm Alex Goff. We're at the USA Rugby College Sevens Championships at Denver University. It's now a beautiful day. It's been dark. We had a break for lightning. So if you're here looking for a game that's on your schedule, we're 90 minutes behind schedule because we had a 90-minute stoppage time because of lightning, obviously a safety issue. And here we go with San Diego State in the white against North Texas, coached by Michael Engelbrecht, who is seems to do everything when it comes to coaching in the Texas area. And the kickoff not really secured. And we're gonna have a knock on and a scrum down.
We actually have a line out.
They opted for the line out. The ball was knocked forward and into touch. And we're going to get a penalty for not releasing the tackled player. Again, if you tackle someone, you think you're holding them up, but their knee touches the ground. They're tackled. You have to release there. Ball hands out. Nick Lupian. Another penalty this time, and probably not 10 meters back.
San Diego State has a great opportunity to kind of set up an organized play. This is a really high pressure area for North Texas, or any team to be in.
That's true. Ari Fink ready to take the tap. He's got some people to work with. That's Conrad. And they send it out wide to the wing. Into the corner, is it good? We're happy. Try San Diego State, just like that. And that was a planned penalty move. They seem to execute that very nicely. Waited, you set up a 2-on-1, draw the man, send it out to the wing.
And when you're in this area of your own half, you have to attack defensively. You can't just sit on the line. And it seemed as though North Texas just, was a little bit too hesitant in that defensive drive, but there's not a lot you can do either when you got that kind of pace coming at you.
That's true. It's true. A little bit too aggressive early on in that they didn't retreat 10, and that put them back on their goal line, and then they waited a little bit. The kick is up, but a little bit to the right. 5-0, San Diego State holds a lead just as we're getting started here at Denver University. And it must be the quarter hour because the bells are tolling in the bell tower. San Diego State have already won a game. They defeated Nevada 35-0, so they're 1-0. North Texas lost to Central Washington, so they're 0-1. But they're moving the ball now.
Yeah, that was a great take by North Texas on that kickoff.
Ball spills forward out of that rock. It looked like North Texas had won that one, and then they kind of just fumbled it forward. A little bit frustrating for them. And we will have a scrum down for San Diego State. Standing right behind that scrum, that's Kalei Conrad. Went to New Zealand to do some work. He's been an All-American. And actually, I think Conrad is going to be putting the ball into the scrum. Outstanding talent for the Aztecs. Good shove from North Texas, though.
Yeah.
Ball comes out on the Texan side.
Great defensive scrum there.
Gathered up by Epelahame Havil.
But his support wasn't there in a timely fashion. But the ref has ruled it not releasing the tackle player. Once again, we've seen that call many times today, Alex.
It is a split second whether the support is too slow or whether the poach is too quick.
Well, you got to show those hands once you've tackled the player. You got to be able to demonstrate that you do have separation between tackler and ball carrier, and that's what the refs are looking for at all levels of the play.
And then they dove onto the ball, so it's penalty against North Texas. There's Devin Christor going through. Look at him just ruck right over.
Great.
He's good. Yeah. He wins it, but no, we don't like that one. We have a call. We have a call from the assistant referee. We're going to talk a little bit about that.
Looked like good heads-up play to me, but great aggression at least.
Conrad kicks it to touch. A very nice kick because he really didn't have that good an angle, but he reverses basically the position on the field from his 22 to North Texas 22. Looks like San Diego State has a decided height advantage in that line. They're a couple of big guys in North Texas, but their jumper a little bit taller as well. Switzer with the throw, he overthrows it. That's Christor. He's a big boy, but he is taken down like a sack of wet cement.
And he had the advantage there, the defender for San Diego State defender.
Janice kicks it ahead, he chases down. That's put into touch. We're gonna figure out who put it into touch. And it looks like North Texas just nudged it over. Well, that was a great little kick ahead because he had support. He had people with him. So now, no, it's going to be a North Texas throw.
Yeah, North Texas is definitely in a pressure zone.
And
Mishandled
that one, beautifully rescued though, and then throws it away. Aztecs now have it. And that was just inexperience. Good poach though.
Great
now
poach.
We have another turnover. Is it going to be turned over a third time? Yes. Taken, but illegally. They did it illegally. They didn't release the tackled player. So some pretty good rescue work there, but the unnumbered player who's playing at halfback came in, rescued that ball on the line out, but then threw it away rather than just letting himself set up the face. Now we go, North Texas. We're running with it now. Into touch.
Yeah, that's just, I don't know if it's lack of field awareness, but you want to keep that ball alive, especially when you got support there. Nice little run there by North Texas, but just running it into touch.
And then with the quick line out, and we've got the cutback, and that is Esmet Wardak. And Wardak cuts back against the grain and is in under the post. It's been kind of hard. It's a hard slog here for San Diego State, but they do get that second try in just before the buzzer. And Conrad will line up that kick. I think both teams seem to be forcing it just a little bit too much, trying to score a try from just one single possession.
Yeah, it's patience, especially at this stage in the day. It's been a long day. These teams are pretty tired, I'm assuming, although they did have a little bit of weather delay break. But now's the time to slow it down and go to the basics, right? Depend on your ability to link up, good passes, patience, phase play. Wins every time.
Halftime, 12-0 San Diego State leads. And fans, San Jose's Avea Stadium becomes the home of international rugby on July 18 with a double-header featuring Canada taking on Japan and the USA Eagles in a World Cup preview match against Samoa. tickets are available at www.ticketmaster.com. You know, USA Samoa was the first game I ever went to, first international I ever went to as a rider.
What year was
journalist.
that?
That was 2000. I was riding before then, but I didn't actually go to a test matches with credentials and everything. And
Well,
I saw them go play. And
what was the outcome of that game?
USA lost 19-12 in a game that featured Vainga Tuigamala, who had was one of the last players to be able to play for 2 countries, play for New Zealand, and then went and played for Samoa. And also featured one of, I think it was the initial cap for Phil Eloff, who went on to have a very long career for the USA. He was 20 years old at the time.
Phil Eloff, a.k.a. Tattoo.
And whose younger brother, JP, is here playing for Davenport. So let's see, it all comes full circle.
I tell you.
We are starting second half. North Texas, as it gets a little bit dark with these clouds, I'm getting a little bit nervous about that, but a little rain isn't going to hurt anybody. We're just worried about the flashy stuff. North Texas kicks it deep, fielded very nicely by Wardak. The last try scorer, we've got a break. Breaks another tackle, holds on to 2 guys, but the Aztecs are there to drive it forward, get it to ground so they can dig it out.
That support was right on him.
But ball not coming. The support was right on them, and nobody thought about releasing the ball. So North Texas gets it. A fake. Oh, very nicely done. And that was Cody Fry.
North Texas sent in both of their support players, leaving the ball completely exposed, so that San Diego State's number 13 pick it up and run it all the way back.
And that'll be Dalton Wimmer, and they were all quickly on that. There was the steal, and then the feed, and get it to the fast guy. But you're right, the North Texas kids, they were working their way forward. They just didn't have enough people at the base of that ruck.
Well, the key here, too, is I'm pretty certain that one person could have probably gone in on that ruck, but it comes down to communicating who's going to be the number 2 and who's going to be the number 3 to get that ball back out. And just seemed like they didn't have that communication.
Up at the higher levels, you have to be able to win a ruck on your own.
Absolutely.
And if people want to be good sevens players, they talk about speed and being able to pass, and all that stuff's good. But you got to be able to win a ruck all by your lonesome.
First starts with possession. First starts with doing the things that will win you possession or maintain possession. When every point of contact it's what I've always been coached. When you do that, you come up on the winning end of the stick.
It's true. The kick ahead, it's kind of a grubber kick, and it goes 10 meters, and Aztecs have it. Well, again, there's the battle of the breakdown. Again, there's a turnover of the breakdown. North Texas actually doing pretty well there, but the rucking going back and forth.
The first rucker for San Diego State did a great job of driving through. That second rucker lost his feet.
And we're going to have a timeout here for a second.
Looks like we got lightning again.
Lightning.
We're going to be on a weather delay due to lightning.
So when lightning is seen within a certain distance of the venue, then everybody has to leave. Everybody has to leave the field. Everybody has to leave the stands. And we take a break, and then we wait for the lightning to go away. And there's a certain amount of time that we have to wait for that. And then we come back and play. So 4 minutes and 53 seconds left on the scoreboard clock. San Diego State is leading North Texas 17-0. Normally the weather in Denver around this time is supposed to be mid-70s and sunny. And this weekend it is mid-60s, and we got rain and threat of thunderstorms.
Someone left the shower on.
Yes, right. And somebody left the skyline on.
Yeah.
So
little bling in the air.
we will be back in a little bit, and we are on weather delay. Hopefully the lightning will go away quickly.
Well, Alex, I look forward to seeing you shortly.
Sounds good.
Tell Turgeon there's no rush to get here now.
Right? No, we won't tell him that.
Yeah, we're going. We're going. Do it, Devils. Do it. I think you might have to.
it right now. Yeah, that's the thought. But the last meeting, I don't know, they could make a little schedule, like, take the motivation breaks out. Okay. Those ones. No, yeah, exactly. So, right. Want to try and get rid of that, you know. Okay, anything we do for having to be here for the rest of the night, so. Okay? Okay, take care.
Ah, nice.
go through up downs, refs.
Still got it.
I went to
I'm down on the field.
I went to this Surly camp in Minneapolis, and Nate Osborne was he coaches up there. He's a backs coach. I'm in touch with him.
I'm on the field. Whatever that is.
Nate, call up Topes. I still got it. You see me schooling these high schoolers?
Sometimes you get to show them what's up.
Can't like quick reflexes.
Good, how you doing? Fly yourself out?
No, I'm a USA Army. I figured it was important to be in a class.
Couldn't just pay for your gas?
Yeah, usually.
So, yeah, 20-hour drive.
I don't know if I can survive like for a drive through Iowa.
Between Minnesota and Texas,
I hear you.
Hey everybody, we are back at the University of Denver USA Rugby College Sevens Championships. We had a break for lightning and they're actually taking away the breaks from the schedule now, so everything's being shunted up so they can get these games in because it has been kind of a wild weather day here in Denver. This is Alex Goff with Phaedra Knight. We're in the middle of San Diego State versus North Texas. San Diego State leading 17-0, and we are now back in action. And Phaedra Knight, North Texas struggling to just get that continuity going.
Yeah, they have been struggling most of the game, Alex. And as you see, San Diego State winning that line out or stealing that line out from North Texas just further shows that the North Texas, their struggles and their woes for the day. It's kind of hard coming back off of such a long break, you know.
Yeah, what is that like? Trying to just go straight cold and then warm up again?
Well, when I was 23, it was a lot easier than what it is now. And I'm certain, you know, it's hard either way. And you're at the end of, you know, presumably the end of the day for some of these teams, or close to the end. So it's hard. It's hard to crank those bodies back up.
Well, North Texas is on the front foot. They got a penalty advantage going for them. Working the ball out again. We've got a cut back there by Weaver. Excuse me, not by Weaver. By Havil. Another probe ahead. That would be Keller. And we're going to stay with that penalty, and we're going to have perhaps a little bit of a talking to check with the assistant referee to see if perhaps there might be a card issued, something like that. 17-0 San Diego State. They're defending their goal line right now. 2 tries from Esmat Wardak, pacing them to that lead. We'll see what North Texas can do. That's Allison. He just sets that ruck. They're going to send it through again. That was Keller, again putting his head down. Oh, they're just sort of picking it up and going straight, and they got ripped, the ball got ripped out. And we're going to go for a scrum 5, I think. Yeah, scrum 5, North Texas.
That was just great heads-up defense by San Diego State to just rip that ball out of the hands of a North Texas player.
And there with his hands on his hips out there on the wing is Epalahame Havel for North Texas. He's kind of waiting for that ball. He just really wish he could get that pass. Potentially a little bit frustrated, talking with Cody Fry, see if he can get that ball. The scrum comes North Texas's side, but it was wheeled. There's a penalty advantage against North Texas for holding the ball on. So scrum half rescued it, but nobody was there to help him out, and he ended up just holding on to the ball. So San Diego State lifts this siege. Conrad boots it to touch. Really nice kicking foot on him, and they're out of jail. Last try from San Diego State was from Dalton Weimer. Calais Conrad was the one who kicked that one conversion. 2 tries, as I said, from Esmat Wardak. Did you know, Fader, that the name Esmat is derived from a Turkish name that means safeguarder?
I actually do.
Good.
I've been studying up on my Turkish
Good.
history.
Good. And a lovely little tap tackle there. But player on the ground, not allowed to get back up, and he got thumped. And we're going to see a card. I think that was just called a dangerous tackle. So number 6, Gregorio Chavez, sent to the sideline.
Yeah, that was, you know, 2 years ago that may not have been called, but the referees have the welfare of the players at stake, and so it's just in the best interest to keep the game under control. He'll be sitting out.
He'll be sitting out, but North Texas does get the ball back, diving onto the ball. And, you know, there's lots of momentum. We've seen it a few times now. Team gets that tap penalty, and they drop it, or they don't quite execute something. Really, you don't have to rush at that point.
There's no rushing, and, you know, you can only do one thing at a time, although things can happen in a fast sequence of each other. It's one thing at a time. You catch and then you run.
Austin Keller once again challenging that tackler, making a little bit more ground. That's Jacob Camp. Hart, he's taken down, cleared out by Havel.
Nice recycle there by the North Texas support to get off the ground.
Well, that was Cody Fry who set it up, and then it went out to Keller. Keller was thinking 2 things at once, and he didn't get the first one right, dropped the ball, and it was recovered and scored. Very quick. Just, you know, they're building something, and then it's kind of taken away. So that's going to make it 22-0 for San Diego State. with the kick to come. And I think that try was from Ari Fink. Kick goes over from Calais Conrad. 24-0.
And
that is full time.
That is full time.
Well, we got this game in. It took a chunk of a break in the middle, but that'll be it. San Diego State goes to 2-0. They will be playing Central Washington in their final pool game of the day, and both those teams are 2-0. So that's going to be a good one right there. Coming up next, Arizona State against Iowa. This is an interesting one because we all knew that Pool D would be kind of a crapshoot tournament, and I wrote something on Golf Rugby Report about it, but I made a big mistake in that I really just overlooked Iowa. I thought that Cal Poly would be a challenge there. I thought Arizona State would be, Texas A&M. Well, guess what? Iowa already beat Cal Poly. They're coming into this 1-0. Arizona State, they won theirs. They're 1-0. This is actually a very big game indeed. We look ahead to that one. AIC looks like they've got in control a game over Bowling Green. So that one is just wrapping up.
All right, and Hawkeyes are ready to take the field already.
They're pretty pumped after that big win against Cal Poly. Cal Poly came in with a lot of expectations and a really nice looking team, at least from the fall, and they were surprised, and that may be one of the issues with teams that have been playing sevens in the fall and then take a break and play 15s, as opposed to the teams that have been concentrating on sevens. The Big Ten teams were concentrating on sevens all through the spring. That's been a hallmark of what they've been doing. They had a series, and so there's just been more sevens tournament play for Iowa. That's got to help them. Arizona State, they're in that situation where they haven't played a lot of sevens, but they've been training hard, get a couple of scrimmages in. They had a very, very good fall.
Yes, Alex. Arizona State wearing the striped yellow and red jerseys. Iowa Hawkeyes in the black and gold, so folks know who they're watching.
And fans, remember, BLK, the fastest growing teamwear supplier in the world, is proud to be the official apparel partner of USA Rugby. Visit blksport.com to see how we can assist you and your team go beyond limits known. BLK, it's not change, it's evolution. And remember that before the USA men's national team heads off to the World Cup in England, they're going to play in a game in PPL Park in Philadelphia. You're going to get to see them play against a full-time professional team in Harlequins, the long-time Harlequins Football Club. That's how old they are. They call themselves a football club, not just rugby football. You get to see that game August 30th at PPL Park. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com. Coming on after this game, which is Arizona State, Iowa, we'll see Cal Poly against Texas A&M, two teams that are 0-1. But one of them is going to come out of that 1-1. Somebody's going to come out of this game 1-1. They're going to be tied. It's still going to be a lot to play for. And remember, two teams that finish second in their pool go on to the quarterfinals. 2 out of the 6 second-place teams. You need to have a really good points difference to get there. Now, if things can be shaken up, if you have, for example, two teams that are 2-0 and they play each other and they tie, well, most likely both of those teams are going to go through the quarters, and it'll only be one team that's 2-1, a second-place team that'll go through. So a lot of little sort of difficulties going on. People have to very quickly figure out what the seeds are, and if you've been to some of these tournaments, you know how much pressure there is on someone running a tournament to then have to do all the math to make sure that they've got the matchups and the seeds correctly while people are barking in their ear.
Right, it's just total chaos and multitasking.
That's true.
Yeah, you have to be an operational genius and a statistician to crunch those numbers. That's a lot. But you know what? These are rugby folks, so they can muster it. If you're just joining us, you are tuning in to the 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships. It's 2 days of just excellent college rugby, the best you'll see in this country.
If you were looking for results on the women's side, well, let's talk a little bit about standings. Pool A, Penn State is 2-0 and looking very strong as they set up. Chasing them is UC Davis in Pool A. Pool B, 2-0. University of Virginia and Stanford. They will play each other to find out who wins that pool later today. Pool C, Central Washington. Well, Central Washington overall, men and women, are 4-0 because Central Washington is 2-0 in their pool. Princeton 1-1, North Carolina 1-1, Humboldt State 0-2. So Central Washington looks good to win that pool. And then in Pool D, Lindenwood is 2-0 with California and Texas at 1-1. So some of these new varsity teams, these varsity programs, certainly looking very strong. Virginia very impressive in shutting out Air Force 27-0, Stanford 40-7 over Texas Tech, and Lindenwood beating Cal 15-5. That was kind of a big game because Cal looked very solid, shutting out James Madison 29-0.
Well, it makes me wonder if Cal's performance has been affected by the absence of its head coach, Irene Gardner, who's on tour with the U.S. Sevens team, just finished up actually today in the Amsterdam Sevens tournament. Just makes you wonder. She's a very quiet person, but incredible presence obviously on the field, and an incredible presence, I'm sure, with her squad. I know they're missing her today.
Well, you know, a presence, as you said, a calming influence, a confidence builder, and in a 5-point game, 15-10, maybe that's the difference between you know, a try or not a try. You know, seeing some other impressive scores, really like what we're seeing from Virginia and Penn State, 42-7 over Rutgers, 39-0 over Montana State. They will be facing their biggest test of the day, UC Davis, later today. And then in the men's Division II, well, we saw Principia, the defending champions, win big their first game and then get taken to school a little bit, 38-0 by Minnesota Duluth, who look fantastic going 2-0 so far in their pool. Also looking solid, Wisconsin Whitewater and St. Louis are both 2-0 and will face each other in Pool B. Minnesota Duluth leads Pool A and looks very strong there. They are yet to play. So they're yet to play, I believe, Coast Guard. We'll check on that. And then UNC Wilmington, perhaps not necessarily expected to beat Notre Dame College, but they did do that, and UNC Wilmington beat Southern Illinois as well. They'll play James Madison. That's going to be a tough game. JMU almost beat Notre Dame College. We might see 3 teams 2-1 in that one, but UNC Wilmington, perhaps the pleasant surprise of the Division II bracket so far. We're getting ready to kick off with Arizona State against Iowa. Just a reminder that we had a couple of delays on lightning. So if you're tuning in right now and you looked at the schedule, you would be saying Arizona State versus Iowa is supposed to kick off at 2:20 p.m. Mountain Time, and now it's 4:45 p.m. Mountain Time. And that's right, we are about 2.5 hours behind because of lightning. And that's all. That's the only reason. Everything else has been working well. We do have a couple of breaks. There's supposed to be a 20-minute break between 4:40 and 5 o'clock, which is now, but I think that we are trying to avoid it and get ready to kick off once the referee gets here.
We're on a ref delay.
I think we're on a ref delay. We're due for a kickoff in just about 6, maybe 5 minutes. We will be right back.
Yeah, I'm glad you volunteered. Thank you. Thanks for volunteering. Or like if I'm ready and there's one defender in between us, and like someone's coming right here, I'm always just like, and then whichever way he goes, I pull it back right.
Welcome back to Denver University. Here we are back in action. And this is Arizona State against Iowa. Arizona State kicked off. They kicked off on the full, so yet another kickoff or restart mistake. Free kick for Iowa, and they are struggling to get down to the ground. Grant Thompson. And there goes Daniel Carroll. He's taken down around the neck. Referee Zapp doesn't like it. We're going to go for a card right here.
Right off the bat, issuing some colors there. That was just, I thought it was pretty strong play by number 14 to duck under there. It was definitely a high tackle, but he was off. I don't know if he was off to the races if he had, if the ref had let it play.
Not sure if that was Adam Sandstrom being taken off, but that sends a message. It certainly sends a message, if nothing else. Knocked forward by Iowa, so they don't get that executed quite the way they wanted to, but it's going to be 7-on-6 for the next couple of minutes. Arizona State gets the scrum put in. Both of these teams are 1-0 going into this game, this being a Pool D matchup. I'm Alex Goff with Phaedra Knight. We are 2 hours and about 2.5 hours behind schedule because of lightning, but it's sunny now, so we're happy.
Yeah, definitely happy. A little cool, but hey, these rugby players are enjoying this weather.
Hands out for Arizona State. A little bit of slipping on there. The turf gets a little bit wet. A good ruck straight through by John Ryberg, but then he knocks it on right at the end. A little bit too frantic, but it was a perfectly legal straight through the gate and right over.
Yeah, Ryberg is a really big player, very explosive looking guy. He's going to be hard to contain in this game. Continues to put that kind of pressure on the rucks.
Brown with the put in for Arizona State. Nice strike, but Eric Brown kind of overran it, ended up being gathered up by John Jones, but Brown guilty of tackling his opposite number who didn't have the ball. That goes out to Lynch. Lynch passes out, and that is taken in. That is a try for Iowa. Iowa continues to surprise today, going up 5-0, first try of the game.
And as I called it, that was Ryberg, number 7, with that try. Powerful guy. He's big. It's going to be hard to contain today.
One hit's not going to do it, really,
Nah.
especially not a hit where you don't wrap. The kick. I think the kick was away. Hard to see.
Yeah, the kick was no good.
All right, so 5-0. Iowa starts off well. That all started really from a bad kickoff. See how Iowa kicks it off. They retain it, very nicely done. That knock goes backwards. Young again getting involved. Lynch. Thompson. That's Young again. Taylor Young kicks ahead. He's impeded. I think we're going to say a penalty there. Yep, he was impeded, basically hit after the kick. So the penalty goes to where the ball landed.
And that was a great call by the ref. Wasn't sure if he saw it, but he did.
Got a little bit of glance back just to make sure everything was free. So
Iowa really taking advantage of this mismatch.
oh, and they send their big man right up there. Ball's free for the ruck. Young. He's got Thompson with him. He's going to go into contact. Thompson drives over. Ryberg fends off one. Almost there, not quite. Pops it up. And Michael Lynch was right there. Beautiful support work, and that's a try for Iowa.
Excellent. Ryberg, you know, again, powering up. Great north runner, creating the hole and just offloading it off the ground.
Well, that is some confident support play by Iowa. I think the yellow card is over, but they made it pay.
Oh yeah, they definitely did. They took it. I mean, they took good advantage of that time in the sin bin.
The kick is good. 12-0. The Iowa Hawkeyes lead here in the first half of this Pool D matchup.
And here they come again with pressure defense off that kickoff.
Let's see what Arizona State can do. They really have hardly touched the ball so far, but they have some talent, that's for sure. Now they're moving the ball.
Excellent run there by number 14 to set up number 10.
Then John Jones draws the man, dishes it out to Alex Sandstrom, and Sandstrom is free and clear. And shows exactly what they can do, and I'm sure the advice from the coaches was simply, you haven't had the ball yet. Why don't you get the ball and see what you can do with it? 12-7, just like that. Well, suddenly that makes a game of it.
changes it a little bit.
A little bit. The complexion is definitely adjusted. The kick was good from Eric Brown. So he's looking to get that ball high up. He's got some big runners to go in under it. Keenan Mayfield, that's Mayfield, taps it back. And into touch. He tapped it back just fine, it just bounced kind of strangely. They take it quickly. Not sure if they wanted to do that, but Thompson feeds it out. Oh, he sold himself out with that pass.
Yeah.
And that was Taylor Young trying to draw the man. He drew the man all the way into his stomach.
Drew him all the way into his stomach and just didn't pass the ball in front of the player. Made it really difficult for Ryberg to catch. And now we have a knock on and a scrum.
This will be the last play of the half as we tick down to 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Brown gets it through this clean ball for Arizona State. That's what they want. Sandstrom to Sandstrom. There we go. Nobody with him. Flings it out. That is Adam Sandstrom, the older brother. Back in. It's knocked down. We're good. Kicked to touch, and that will end the half. And trying to just get perhaps a little bit too cute. Arizona State maybe could have used that, but 12-7, Iowa leads, and we can see clearly Iowa wants to get down into the 22 and work it and exert the pressure and get it over. Arizona State thinks they can score from their own 22, and they've certainly shown at least once they can do it.
They have. I mean, they're very, very, they are gazelle-like when they get the ball in hand. They just kind of float. So it shows the danger in allowing them to spread that ball wide.
Tries from John Ryberg and Michael Lynch for Iowa. Adam Sandstrom for Arizona State. We're at 12-7. Hey fans, come out to Sacramento, California this July to witness the Pacific Nations Cup doubleheader between Fiji and Samoa. That's one of the games, and USA Eagles will take on Japan. It's kind of a World Cup preview at Bonnie Field. Tickets are available. They will go fast. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com.
Well, the crossover game not only exists with the U.S. team, the national team, it also exists at the collegiate level. Speaking of David Ryberg, standout player for Iowa, he's a crossover athlete, former football player, big, strong center, and he's very difficult to bring down. He's a first-team All-Big Ten.
He's been their #1 go-to scoring man, that's for sure. And Iowa has a very good team. Played well in 15, showed well in the playoffs. And as we said, they have a really nice 7 series in the Big Ten. A few conferences working on that. The Atlantic Coast Rugby League also doing the same thing. Kickoff goes out on the full. So the kickoffs for both halves of this game out on the full. Complete change of momentum there. And now we've got a free kick for Arizona State. Sun Devils with Eric Brown will tap it. See what they've got set up.
Yeah, Arizona State's so dangerous in this.
Using Sandstrom as a decoy runner. They send in Lynch. Excuse me, not Lynch. That would be on the other team. That would be Matt Brennan. Gather, that's Mayfield.
Support not there, but save the ball, save possession. Nice toss up.
Sandstrom looking for help. He's got some. There's the break. Oh, he couldn't quite make the move, and Grant Thompson took him down. But there we go again. Brennan again, he loops around. Follow your pass. He's in at the corner. What's the call? It's a try. Beautiful work from Matt Brennan, freshman from Seattle. And that will make it 12-12.
Yeah, Arizona State is nearly unstoppable when they are on the front foot going down. I mean, they're great handling skills, great offloading skills from the floor. It's hard to stop that kind of offense.
Well, we've had 2 kickoffs that go out on the full, leading to 2 free kicks for the other team, try for the other team each time.
Well, we've seen that quite a bit today, Alex. We mentioned earlier how these kickers need to, reel it in a little bit and take their time maybe a little bit more, not to rush those kicks, because those restarts are crucial, and free kicks they're not easy to defend.
No. So the kick is no good. It stays 12-12. We have a tie ball game here between 2 teams that are 1-0. So much at stake for this. It's going to be very hard for anyone to get into the quarterfinals as a second-place team. There are only 2 out of 6 spots. Really, to feel comfortable, you got to win your pool. Fumbled ball. It's kicked ahead. It's chased. Who's got it? Oh, John Jones thought he had it. It bounced off his chest. He knocked it on, but now we have a penalty, probably impeding someone. Quick tap going the other way. And Adam Sandstrom brought back and told that you actually have to tap it with your foot. You can't just sort of have a suggestion of a tap as the foot grazes by. We see that given so many times, but a beautiful kick to touch in lieu of the quick tap from Adam Sandstrom, and gets his team a line out deep inside that 22. And Fader, do you see that? Are referees consistent about that? about the tap? Does the ball have to leave your hands? Does it not leave your hands?
From my judgment, I've seen, I think that most of them do. A lot of players I see just basically place the ball on the floor, tap it, just to make sure that there's no question about it. So, what's your take?
I feel that it's inconsistent, and I
Okay.
see that it's punished. That one was called back to the mark. I've seen a scrum given. I've seen it allowed to go, and so that kind of bothers me. Maybe because I have personal remembrance of things that didn't go my way. I don't know. Well, that initial line out from Arizona State was tapped back on their side, but it rolled into touch, so it was a line out for Iowa. Iowa has the ball now, and they are trying to move their way around. Boyda spinning the ball out. That's Young.
And they're playing with an advantage there.
And that would be Carroll. Carroll trying to get through. A little bit of forward pass, but the penalty advantage is still there. So now Iowa's thinking that they're going to kick to touch. Nope, Taylor Young taps it. There we go with Lynch. Lynch shrugging somebody off his head a little bit. And Thompson clears out. And that's Boyda, Jason Boyda. Nobody with him. Yes, there is somebody with him. And Taylor Young was right there, and what a great pass.
Beautiful.
Out of contact.
I mean, that's the kind of support you want, you know. You got to be hit, and it's not just support, it's support at pace. That's how you penetrate the defensive line. That's how you score tries down the middle.
Fantastic try from Iowa, and they really needed it because they were pinned in their own end. And that makes it 17-12. The kick is coming from right in front of the post. Taylor Young, who scored the try, left foot, right through, 19-12, which means Arizona State needs to tie it. It needs a converted try to tie it up. And we have 2 minutes and 33 seconds left on the clock.
Well, when you're Arizona State, that's an eternity, right? I mean, they have the ability to score in a split second, as we've seen.
They can strike quickly. Let's see the restart, how that goes. It's a nice one. It's lifted up. It's gathered. Iowa's got it, knocked out of the hands. We're going to say, referee says play on, we're good. Clear out by Carroll. I think that might be Dylan Timmons and number 6, but I'm not sure because we don't have a number 6 on our roster, and Dylan Timmons wears 16, so we're guessing. When he takes a knee, our big, scary number 6 takes a rest for a second, and we will have just an injury check here with a little bit less than 2 minutes to go. But that was a little bit fumbly, but everybody sort of selling themselves out to get that ball up in the air. I'd much rather that than waiting for it to hit the ground.
Yeah, you got to put your body on the line, know that you're protected at least while your feet are off the ground, and trust that the referee will manage that accordingly. But yeah, body's on the line for the ball.
Scrum down for Iowa. Ball squirts out in a funny direction, and it comes out for the Sun Devils.
It's a great defensive scrum.
There's a step. There's another step. He's looking pretty good there. Out the ball comes from the ruck. A quick run.
This is where they're most dangerous, Arizona State.
And there's a fend, and there's another fend. And that is a try. Beautiful work from Adam Sandstrom, the veteran, the senior, former USA age grade player. And what a crucial try, and under the post.
Yes, Alex.
Well, here we go. We could have a tie ball game. And there's going to be no overtime. This is a pool game. And we do have time, so that we will get a restart. So it comes down to this play. Both teams might be okay with a tie, because it feels like then there's a good chance that the second place team in this pool gets through to the quarterfinals. But you know that they also want to win.
Yeah, winning is the way.
Ball tapped back, rescued by Arizona State. Sandstrom has it. Got to be careful. Oh, he breaks a tackle. He's got support with him. Going to make the pass.
2-1-1.
We're good.
Yep.
Referee Zapp says that was a perfectly good pass. He's in over the line. Try, victory, Arizona State. What a terrific play from Adam Sandstrom, and he just looked to his right to his support man and just said, stay back, stay back, stay back, I got you. Here it is. And that's the winner, 24-19 with a kick to come.
Fantastic, fantastic win by Arizona State.
And that comes down to, that is a great veteran play. Just puts in a little jink. He waits for a second. He sees there's a little bit of a hole, goes through. Kind of a weak ankle attempt to tackle. He gets through that, and he has somebody who goes with him. The kick is up, and it is good. Just to put an emphasis on it, that is a big one for Arizona State. They come through against Iowa 26-19. They win. They go to 2-0. Coming up next, Pool D, Cal Poly against Texas A&M. Both of these teams have lost their opening game. And one would say that Cal Poly's loss to Iowa was a bit of an upset, but they still have a shot. They can still get through. They do need to win their next 2 games, and Texas A&M feeling they're in exactly the same boat. Rugby fans, come together with Emirates, the official airline of USA Rugby. Enjoy our award-winning service to more than 140 destinations worldwide across 6 continents. Tomorrow brings us all closer to the game we love. Fly Emirates. Hello tomorrow.
Well, the sun is shining bright. Let's hope the rain stays away for the rest of the day, and at least the lightning.
We keep our fingers crossed. In other action over Division I, West Virginia moved to 2-0 with a 26-7 defeat of Colorado State. Wisconsin defeated Mississippi State 24-14, so Wisconsin moves to 1-1. We've got Arkansas against Lindenwood, Utah against Sacramento State. Those games in progress. So we are getting ready. Texas A&M on your left in mostly white with a little bit of maroon, and Cal Poly in green. Waiting just a little bit longer. Gatorade knows every victory starts from within. It's the determination to come up big when it matters most, but no athlete does it alone. They need training and fuel to perform. That's how greatness comes from within. Win from within. We're waiting just a few more minutes before we start this one. Not exactly sure why, other than maybe we're ahead of schedule. Except that we're behind schedule because of the lightning, but apart from that, we might be ahead of schedule. And also winning their second round game, St. Mary's 43-0 over Texas State. So they've scored 86 points in their 2 games. St. Mary's are at 2-0. West Virginia is at 2-0. Those 2 teams in the same pool, and they will meet up later today, probably after 7:30. I'm sure they're trying to get this done just a little bit faster than that, but
yeah, that's the hope.
That's the hope. We're not sure if the Division II Cup quarterfinals will be moved. I know that's been topic of conversation, but we will see. Cal Poly kicks off here against Texas A&M, and it is nicely taken by number 2, Alexander Demblon. He is their captain. And look at this bullocking run. Power, 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 all the way through.
Why run around them when you can run through them, Alex?
None of that pesky changing of direction or anything like that. But that was a big run from Matthew Theodore. And he did recycle it back, but it was actually Jarrett who picked it up and lost it in contact. Now you see a big size dichotomy here in the forwards anyway, between A&M Theodore, I don't know, he's about 6'5", he looks big.
Yeah, he's a
And
big guy.
Cal Poly, much smaller. Put in the scrum by Khalil Dominguez. And he digs it out of the scrum, and we're going to say he knocked it forward. And that was pretty good harassing, too, by Cody Dubberly from A&M. Making Dominguez think twice about what he wanted to do. So now A&M has an attacking scrum. Dubberly to put in. Standing off would be Lance Clayton with Gilberto Arbero with him. So Dubberly thinks about giving, doesn't give it, finally gives it. Artero, then Demblon, the captain, he tries to go for the line, pockets it back. Number 7, Arpero, he picks it up again. He's down.
Sport there just a second too late. Lose it in the ruck.
They do lose it, and A&M lost a great chance, and there's the break from his own goal line. The Mustangs are going, and Alex Wormer, he had the support on the outside, and that was Mark Grzanich with him, but he just dummied to him, cut back inside. That's a thing of beauty, and that was 101 meters coast to coast for that try.
Yeah, that's just exceptional play. You can't ask for anything better than that.
He saw the gap, he had the confidence to take it. Then he saw the opportunity again, had the confidence to take that. And what a fabulous try. And there's A&M thinking they did all this work, they got all the way to the line. Not only did they get nothing out of it, they actually got
scored against. Right.
Yeah, they got scored against. So
Well, that's the game of sevens. I mean, you can be knocking on the door of a try and in a split second have the ball taken away from you, and hey, 7 points will be scored against you.
5-0 Cal Poly, 7-0 Cal Poly leads. Really nice, snappy restart from Mike Mitchell, but it is gathered by Dubberly. He's got Mitchell to beat. Mitchell takes him down. Ball loose, knocked forward in the attempt to cut off that passing lane. That looked very promising, and A&M really taking it to them.
Yeah, Cody Dubberly, quite a fire plug there.
Robert Larson out there on the right wing for A&M. I don't think he's touched the ball yet, and I'm sure you would like to see some sort of hands out, show what he can do, but they lost it in the scrum again. And there's the kick ahead. Is that a late hit? Grzanich is chasing. Wormer is chasing back. The ball is loose. Grzanich picks it up, fumbles it, and knocked it forward. And if he had so much time, nobody else was there. If he just got to his feet, he would have been fine.
He would have been totally fine. But now Cal Poly has an opportunity to really put some pressure on this strong Texas A&M scrum. Let's see if they can play the psychological game and get the advantage.
So it's a case of being rushed and at the same time taking things slowly. A&M wins this scrum. That was a crucial win for them.
It's a great tackle there.
And there's a cut through by Arpero, but they lose it, and it's knocked forward again.
Great effort by Cal Poly. They're just doing very well, playing very well. Woke up after that try was scored, and have been making it very difficult for Texas A&M.
Just a couple of little minor mistakes here and there.
Yeah.
Scrum to the Aggies. They win that one pretty clearly. Debberly out to Clayton. Then caught Arpero, is held up. And we're going to hold it up there. That's a maul. Goes down to the ground. Ball's not coming out. And that's a really good just sort of stand-up defense there from Wormer.
And that's a great call by the ref. Many times I've seen the maul formed and the ball and the play go to ground, and the ref allows it to play on.
And it says now it's become a ruck, but it was a maul, and it stayed a maul, and it's not coming out.
Right.
It's not coming out. So
Exactly.
really sort of define it as that way. So Dominguez puts it in. Gets it out there to Wormer. And that's Mitchell. Mitchell, really haven't seen him run with the ball. Oh, look at that backhand pass. Magic Johnson style. And then still they recycle.
Got a big 2-on-1
And
there.
then Demblon.
Beautiful step.
And that is out to Tackett, Max Tackett, who's a big try scorer for them in 15s. He's out there, gets a touch, gets a try, and that was very nicely done. And how about that little backhand pass from Mike Mitchell? And I guess it's a good thing because it went to hand to a teammate, so we can say it was a good play.
Absolutely. It's only, you know, whether it was luck or just pure skill, it worked.
I think he's going to say that it was skill.
That kick was just wide, so the try goes unconverted.
And that'll be 12-0. Cal Poly leads. And certainly a case of teams trying to make their opportunities pay. And Cal Poly's let a few go begging, but they've eventually made 2 of them come to fruition. And A&M knows that they've let a few slip through their fingers. Working the ball through the hands there. Goes back. That is a knock forward. Time up. That's halftime. So Cal Poly leads 12-0 at halftime against Texas A&M. A&M looking a little bit frustrated, perhaps, with some of the chances that they have just not quite taken advantage of.
Yeah, you know, they showed their dominance in the first half, the first opening minutes of the first half, and how they could run, how they could pass, how they could support. And it seems like Cal Poly came alive and smothered that fire.
Well, they certainly didn't. And, you know, nothing smothers a fire like a coast-to-coast run from your own try line all the way through to score on the opposing try line. And that really, I mean, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, Alex, it certainly does. But we have another half ahead of us. And 12 points is not a great deal of a challenge to overcome. So it's all about regrouping in this halftime discussion and coming back out with the freshness of the first few minutes of the game.
While we're at halftime, looking at the other field, Cyber Field, where I see that Davenport is leading Miami of Ohio by 21 points to 0, right as they come to the end of the first half. So Davenport has started well so far. 47-7 was their initial win over Sacramento State, and putting to bed perhaps the whole concern about whether teams should, you know, they're in 7s mode or they're in 15s mode. We've seen some teams that have been playing 7s all spring playing really good 7s, and some teams that have been playing 15s most of the springs. Davenport has, Lindenwood, and they've been doing just fine.
Yeah, you know, it's relative. It's mindset, right? If you can switch it on and switch off the 15s mode, you come up with the results that these teams have come up with today. Also, there's so much of the 15s game that influences the 7s game in this state and time, at this point in time. You know, the physical piece, the contact piece, definitely reminiscent of the 15s game. So just depends on each team and the mindset of the psychological mindset of each team. So.
That ball gathered by Tackett, the try scorer right at the end of the half. Mollard working it forward. It comes back out to Wormer. Mitchell makes a break, show and go. Goes some more, no problem. Mikey Mitchell, 50 meters in for a fantastic try, and Cal Poly now leads 17-0.
Yeah, there's a need for Texas A&M to tighten up on that defense. They have to cover better. You know, they have to make those tackles. They have to look up and realign much quicker.
Well, Mikey Mitchell got a lot of notice during the fall for his footwork. He really was able to beat some people in a phone booth. He's more than that. He's made some very good defensive plays. That one-on-one tackle on Dubberly in the first half, that was noticeable too. And he can kick too, because that kick is over, and that's 19-0 for Cal Poly over Texas A&M. Mitchell comes back to do the restart. And it's a dinky little one, lands before the touchline and rolls over. So that'll be a line out for A&M.
Great job there by Cal Poly players to impede on the quick line.
Big Matt Theodore is there. He's in there as a lifter. He sends up Demblon, who takes it. It's the pass is just super loose. And finally, poor Robert Larson actually gets the ball, and he gets the ball in his own try line, does very well, keeps going, he's still going. He somehow has broken through to the 10-meter line, but ball is ripped apart, ripped away. Mahler goes there. It's flipped out to Hardiman. He's taken down.
And that's not coming in through the gate by Texas A&M, and Cal Poly is.
With Larson is down on the ground, needs some attention. It's a penalty to Cal Poly. And Dominguez taken down. Recycled out now. Hardiman's trying to get it. We've got another penalty on the ruck, and we're going to get a yellow card, not releasing the tackled player.
And that's the second yellow card of the match for Texas A&M, and it's really hurting them. It really hurt them in the first half with the momentum that this Cal Poly team has.
Lance Clayton goes off for 2 minutes. Robert Larson is still on the ground. Finally, that medical attention. And I think we're going to wait for him to see what the issue is. But Larson, they hadn't passed to him all game. And then the ball goes rolling around, bumps off the goalpost, and there it is, 5 meters deep into the try zone, and he picks it up and somehow gets around a couple of people, gets hit well into his 22. He still goes. He goes past the 22, up to the 10-meter dotted line. And unfortunately, I don't know if the Aggies just didn't think he was going to make it because they didn't really follow him up. And he turned the ball over. So we are still looking at attention for Robert Larson. Fans, don't forget, San Jose Zavea Stadium becomes the home of International Rugby July 18 with a doubleheader featuring Canada taking on Japan and the USA Eagles in a World Cup preview match against Samoa. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. Larson gets off the field under his own power. He's replaced. Tap and go on the penalty for Cal Poly.
That was a forward pass.
And Dempster giving it to Mahler. They had a flat pass, crash ball kind of thing going. But yeah, forward pass. And again, a lack of execution on a tap penalty. Bit of a frustration for a lot of teams today.
Yeah, just, you know, timing. You got that much time to set up that play. Just take your time and make it happen, you know, happen right.
But there's a break, and that would be Dubberly, the scrum half. Takes on 2. He's taken down by his opposite number, but it's recycled well. Arpero. Oh, he gets it out to Joris Buffa. Arpero again. Out to the big man, Theodore. Oh, he drags one guy around his ankle. Arpero, he's keep mentioning his name. Braden Hood waiting for that ball to come back to him. Hood, now he's got it. Sends a flat pass, and Max Tackett read it, and he took it away.
Yeah, it was a wonderful read there.
And they're moving. Mustangs are going. Ball's still going. Knocked down, knocked forward, and they just do a one pass too far. Probably should have just placed it and recycled over. But what a play from Max Tackett, because that was a nice long, it was a flat pass, anticipated well, and stood in front of it.
Yeah, just take away that passing lane. And when you, as a passing player, if you don't take a look at where you're passing it, that's what happens.
19-0 now, Cal Poly leads. We've got about 3.5 minutes to go. Arpero, he's got one guy with him. Still, we don't really get that ball. He waited a little bit too long, and the ball hits the deck, knocked forward. Remember, Texas A&M have a man in the sin bin. He hasn't been called back yet, and we're going to take the option of the line out of the scrum because the ball was knocked forward into touch. But no, we're going to go with the scrum. Daniel Hardiman will be putting it in. And that was a feeding. That was about as feedy as you can feed a scrum.
Yes, sir.
Went to the feed bag on that one. Demblon trying to challenge the defense. Dubberly, Buffa, Arpero, Hood, Theodore, thump, 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 Theodore. Manages to get it back. Demblon again, the captain. Buffa taken down beautifully by Zach Markow.
Referee playing advantage there, Alex. Brings the ball back.
Right. And they went for a tap, but nowhere near the mark, so they'll try it again. Dubberly sets up the play now. Do you think Theodore might be getting it? He looks
possible.
Really interested in getting it. Theodore lines somebody up, hits him, hits another. He's still churning those legs. That's what they want from him.
Pulled in two defenders, create that overload.
Demblon on the switch with Clayton. Clayton moves forward, but Clayton holding on to the ball. A little bit slow into that breakdown were the Aggies, and they will lose another scoring opportunity. Mustangs tap it. They're going to run it now. Well, that's a good tackle from Arpero. He's been everywhere for Texas A&M. Tackett looking for the ball for Cal Poly. Doesn't get it. And not releasing the tackle player. Tackett taps. Tackett fakes it. And he feeds his man. Draws the last man. That would be Hardiman. Hardiman says, I don't really have the pace to do it. I need some help. Will you help me, please? John Murphy says, sure.
My pleasure.
I'm here. Just pass it to me. I'm okay. I'll take one of those tries you dream about when you get the ball and there's no one in your way.
Right.
Go in under the post. Kick goes over. 26-0. I think we're going to have enough time.
Now that's the expiration of the game, I thought. I think the referee just...
And he just blew full time, and that is it. Full time. That's game done. 26-0. Cal Poly over Texas A&M. Cal Poly moves to 1-1, a crucial win for them. Texas A&M 0-2. Still some things to think about. We are moving on. We are moving quickly because we want to get as many games as we can in the sunlight. And it is a beautiful sunny day suddenly.
Well, Alex, we're going to bring on Katie Worst.
Oh, we're doing a switch over. So I'm Alex Goff. Thank you, Phaedra Knight.
Thank you. I'll see you again soon.
I'm sure you will. I'm here. I think we're confirmed. I'm here, and that's that. Katie Worst is going to come on as we go to Notre Dame College against Southern Illinois.
So, D2. Okay. Cool. All right. Hey, ready to do some broadcast now? And we are about ready to kick off at the USA Rugby Division II College Sevens National Championship here at Denver University. Beautiful Denver, Colorado. My name is Eric Tabor, sitting down in the broadcast booth now next to Katie Worson. Katie, we're looking at Southern Illinois now versus a very dangerous NDC, Notre Dame College team, and this should be a great game.
Absolutely. We've got Notre Dame College in the gold and blue, and then also the Southern Illinois Salukis in the multiple, looks like garnet, black, and white jerseys.
And immediately, NDC using their pace. William Mount. Mount is through for a try. Yes, the referee gives it. Almost looked like he knocked it on in the end zone there, but it's a try, and the Notre Dame College Falcons jump out to an early 5-0 lead over Southern Illinois Salukis. And this NDC side, for those folks who don't know, Katie, a varsity team. So a lot of these boys receiving scholarships to play rugby at their college. They've moved up through the ranks. Only been a varsity team for about 3 years now, and they've moved up through the ranks from small college to Division II, and they've got a plan to go Division I soon. So we're going to be seeing Notre Dame College around for a long time to come.
As we've seen right away, just some great speedsters there, and Mount, he's lucky to get that ball down. He took a little look back on that one. Maybe slight mishandle, but the try was awarded.
So NDC, Alec Janotka, his kick is short, does not go 10, short arm penalty to the Salukis. They'll take that from midfield, and this is their first attacking opportunity of the game. It's been all NDC so far in the first 2 minutes. Ooh, a little behind the back pass, goes to ground, and NDC recovers, and they are moving.
That's Mount again, so quick to pick up that errant pass.
I tell you, Mount's been a real shining star for this team so far today. I got the chance to watch NDC in their previous game today, and he's got some very fast feet. Oh, but his hand's letting him down there. We've got a knock on from NDC. It's going to be a scrum put into Southern Illinois. So Southern Illinois, I was saying, I watched this round of Pool C action from the D2 competition earlier today. Southern Illinois loses a heartbreaker after winning all game, nearly pulling up the upset of the day against James Madison, losing the last second, the last play of the game by 2 points. So Salukis looking for some revenge here, looking to get in that W column again.
Salukis putting a little bit of pressure here. Janoka really making it very difficult for the opposing scrum half. Oh, nice fend off there. I think that's Mount again.
Here come the Falcons. Janoka again. Oh, Janoka's pass out to Tony Williams. Finds deck, and we got advantage being played here for the Salukis. A little sloppy, but here's an opportunity. Southern Illinois on the break. And Southern Illinois, number 13, Ryan Flynn. Flynn all the way to the end zone. Try time for Southern Illinois.
Flynn just had the advantage there. Not too much the defense could do for Notre Dame College. Nice little quick step, and around he goes, right through the post.
And in that game I was just talking about, when Southern Illinois almost upset James Madison, Flynn was a 2-time try scorer in that game, and he's got a really powerful left foot. That's his move that he uses. He brings the defenders out left, hits that left foot, comes back inside, and he's already scored now 3 tries that I've seen on the day just with that one singular move, so he's very dangerous.
And Cozy is good there on the conversion, equalizing the score at 7.
Tie ball game here at DU. 2015 USA Rugby College Sevens National Championships. We've got Division I men, Division II men, and the women's bracket today. You're looking at Division II bracket here. Pool C action. Notre Dame College, Southern Illinois, and the Falcons from NDC on the attack.
And that's Smith taking it forward.
Good patient stuff here from the Falcons. Still pretty loose ball, though. They're going to have to tidy it up if they're going to walk away with the win here.
That's Janoka to Mount. Mount sprinting forward. Great tackle there by Salukis.
Ooh, one arm little flick pass there. Slick stuff from the Falcons.
Looks like the support got a little bit too ahead. Now trying to come over.
Oh, the fancy step there. That's Mount. Is that Mount? He's in for the try. Notre Dame College, another 5-pointer underneath the posts. They now take the 12-7 lead over Southern Illinois, and Mount, that's his second on the afternoon for this game so far. And he's got to be their biggest offensive threat at this point.
Sure, just a great little high step move. Certainly backed himself. Went straight through that defender to touch it down.
All right, Chico, looks like it's me and you.
So the extra points are added from Janotka, and that's a 14-7 lead. So from what I've seen from Southern Illinois today, they were up on James Madison by a few tries, and really the reason they were up on James Madison because they played really patient, controlled rugby. They're having a few mental breakdowns here. They haven't, they dropped the ball a few times, a few tactical errors that haven't produced a lot of ground for them, so they're going to have to get back to that patient rugby.
Really, Notre Dame College just starving them of any type of possession. It's been all their ball most of this half.
But the kick goes deep, so now we've got another short arm penalty at midfield to the Salukis. Oh, there's a gap. Here come the Salukis. Brian Kazi.
Kazi, great little breakthrough there.
Turnover city though. So NDC on the attack now. Looking to find some space out wide. Powerful running there from the Falcons.
That's 4-0, making his presence known there for Notre Dame College. Great work to really spread the field there by the Falcons.
Jonathan McDonald taking ball into contact on the wing, spreading it side to side of the Falcons. They'll need to move the ball again. There's numbers out left if they can get the ball there. Here's space. They can't find the man on the outside, and a turnover. Here come the Salukis. Oh, a little show and go there. Gets wrapped up. Looked like a forward pass. Yes, it was. And that brings us to halftime of this Pool C matchup in the Division II bracket today here at the USA Rugby College Sevens National Championship at Denver University, beautiful Denver, Colorado. We're a bit behind schedule today, folks. We've had 2 lightning delays, but we have clear skies now, and we're back in action, Katie, and we'll finish off the day with some great games.
Definitely all teams are really looking forward to getting out onto the field, and after that second delay, we've seen some really good rugby so far.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Normally in Colorado this time of year you can expect nothing but blue skies and warm weather, but Colorado, like much of the southwest United States, undergoing a lot of, their wettest spring on record almost, so it affects our play a little bit here, but we march on nonetheless.
As far as this match goes, it's been Notre Dame College mostly, and they are ahead barely in the score line. But really, Southern Illinois has done quite well to contain a lot of their offensive threats. We've seen Janotka and Mount just really kind of taking it forward for the Falcons.
Yeah, Mount really is their danger man. He's playing in the center, so what they're looking for him to do is be your attacker, your guy that's going to receive the ball, make something happen, and then either look to offload to his pace men outside or look to recycle it back inside, or just score a try with his flat-out speed, which he can do. Every team wants that stepper in the centers. You look at the men's Eagle Sevens team. They've had a lot of success recently with the way they've been able to structure their back line, and guys like Falau Niua who play in that center position, and he's got such a nice bit of arm work with the ball in hand, and he's also got a really lethal step, and Maka Nufe as well. His step is absolutely lethal, and we've seen a lot of success for the Eagles because of that so far this season on the World Series, the Sevens World Series. And I look at Mount as that kind of a player as well.
Janotka set to take the kick, goes really deep.
Out of bounds, and again, we're going to have a short arm penalty to the Salukis. So this is 3 restarts now that NDC has had errors on, and the Salukis are going to have to score here. They need to get one more try. They're given the gift of having a short arm penalty at midfield. They got to set something up and get Notre Dame College under some pressure here.
He skips 2 players, try to get the ball out wide to the wing.
And puts the ball to foot. Did he see a gap? Probably the wrong decision. And here comes number 15, Evan Bradshaw for NDC. And this man is, he's a big boy and he's fast, but he gets caught crossing behind his own players. So here's another great opportunity for the Salukis to climb back into this game.
Salukis really giving a gift there. They did see the space, tried to kick forward. He was about ready to punish him for that decision.
NDC,
great crushing tackle there.
NDC able to bring on subs such as Bradshaw, and that's just dangerous, you know. It's like almost like Carl Niles coming on as a sub in the World Series. You have to have guys in the, ready to do the hard work, and they come on the field and make an impact, and that's what Bradshaw does. And not releasing the ball is the penalty, so NDC now will be able to relieve this pressure. And they will maintain the lead 14-7 over Southern Illinois University with 5 minutes and 40 seconds roughly left in this second half of play here at the Division II bracket. Pool C action.
Just an unfortunate lapse in discipline there for Southern Illinois. Worked so hard to get those hard yards forward. Just support wasn't quite there for them at the time. Looks like we're gonna make a couple of substitutions.
So if you're NDC, you really have no interest in going fast here. You want to click those minutes away. The line out did not go 5 though, so, oh no, we've got a short arm penalty to the Falcons. Bradshaw, number 15, he wants to run. He's a big man. He scored tries earlier in the day, and he is a danger.
Bradshaw elected to give the ball to Janoka to calm down, to really, like you said, collect that time.
Mount, oh, and he's got Bradshaw on his outside. Will he find him? Mount just wrapped up in the contact. Bradshaw there for the ruck though. The Falcons will come back to this side of the field. Penalty to the Falcons. Janotka taps and goes. He's got Bradshaw on his outside, doesn't use him. Here come the Falcons, step inside. Rodney Thomas, big Rodney Thomas with the step, and he is underneath the post for a try.
Credit to Salukis for not giving up on that last-ditch play there. Thomas was just able to reach back and dot the ball down. Thomas had numbers to the outside, really just backed himself, took that gap, and went forward and really earned that try.
So with just under 4 minutes left in this second half, the Falcons now up. That's 21 to, should be 7, I think, on the scoreboard. The points got awarded to the wrong team there. So 21-7 for NDC. And we've got 3.5 left. NDC to kick off now. 21-7, there we go. Scoreboard is now correct. And again, NDC having all kinds of problems with these restarts. It's a short arm penalty to the Salukis at midfield. There's 3 minutes left, plenty of time in sevens. They need to put some pressure on them though. NDC giving them all kinds of gifts, Katie, like we said earlier, at these restarts.
Janoka just trying to find the feel, I think, for the ball on the boot. He's either too long or too short.
Number 10 there for Southern Illinois, Brian Kazi. Tried to shoot the gap and offload with one hand, but it's a knock-on now. And here come the subs for the Salukis. We're gonna have a put in to the Falcons from Notre Dame College. If you're just tuning in, folks, my name is Eric Tabor of USA Rugby. I'm here with Katie Worse for the Division II bracket of the USA Rugby College Sevens National Championship here at Denver University, Denver, Colorado.
And Eric, fans at home, if you get a minute, you can join the conversation on Twitter. Go ahead and let us know at #College7s.
Let us know what you think with the hashtag of this try, folks. Number 12, Tom Walsh for NDC, in for another try for the Falcons, and that one's gonna seal up the game.
Just another great exclamation point from this Notre Dame College side.
That's some strong running there from Walsh. Look at the man, he's got thighs as thick as tree trunks. The tackling was a bit iffy from the Salukis there, trying to get some arm tackles in. with a big guy like that, you're not going to be able to take him down easily. Breaks through the tackle, and off he goes.
Janoka just wide on the conversion.
So 26-7. Notre Dame College Falcons look like they will take this victory and move on.
Notre Dame College electing to switch it up a bit. Now Walsh will take the kick.
That's a better restart from the Falcons. And the Salukis now under all kinds of pressure. No, but the Falcons with the early hit. And so NDC shooting themselves in the foot once again on these restarts.
Committing 2 individuals for that tackle. Referee didn't like it.
Handling errors again from the Salukis. And, you know, it's kind of a moist day out there, Katie, with this rain, but on a nice dry turf field like this, you really shouldn't see so many mishandled balls.
Was well handled there by Thomas. He saw the defense coming up.
Bradshaw, big man looking for the gap. Does he get it? He does. He's through the arm tackle. He breaks. Evan Bradshaw down for a try for the Falcons.
Bradshaw really has been just chomping at the bit for that opportunity all day. He saw a slight gap and was able to just really, with that leg drive, push his way through. Salukis couldn't do much to hang on.
You know, Bradshaw, he's a big man. He's got huge legs. He's a powerful runner. He's got a nice long stride. You know, he's the kind of guy that NDC wants to put on the wing and let him be a finisher. He's been running some sort of questionable lines, you know, and support lines, but at the end of the day, he puts the nail in the coffin for NDC to go to a 33-7 victory over Southern Illinois, and Notre Dame College will be sitting on top of their pool now, I believe, and they'll be moving on to the Cup quarters. So I'm Eric Tabor for USA Rugby. With me, Katie Wirtz. We're going to take a 2-second break. We're going to come back with some more D2 action from Pool C. We have James Madison versus UNC Wilmington, and these are 2 winners from the last game, and this is going to be an exciting game. We'll be back in a second. And we're back at the next round of Pool C action here in the D2 Men's National Championship bracket. We've got University of North Carolina Wilmington in the white and light blue, playing from right to left on your screen, and in black, we've got the Dukes from James Madison University. Both of these teams with big victories in the last round of pool play. UNC Wilmington pulling off a massive upset over Notre Dame College, who we just saw.
UNC Wilmington with just an absolutely punishing tackle there.
Oh, Wilmington going for the pickoff. No, he's offsides. Referee Brighton Kamalo gives the penalty to the Dukes. So, as I was saying, looking at the previous round of action, James Madison Dukes beating Southern Illinois in the last play of the game, and North Carolina Wilmington beating NDC, so that's a big upset. Coach Jeremy Tomanak for the Seahawks from Wilmington doing a great job in his first year as the helm. But here we see the Seahawks, number 11. Don't have his name on the roster right now, but number 11 sent off with the yellow card, so he will be sitting for 2 minutes. And here comes James Madison. They're a man up, and they know it. They got some pace. They're going to attack out wide. Another penalty to JMU here. So the Dukes playing a man up, 7 men against 6. Trying to find a gap in the defense. And here comes the space out wide. If they can move the ball out to the width. And they are in for a try.
Just a fantastic bunch of fancy stepping there by James Madison. And also Key just really kind of laying himself out, making sure he can distribute the ball to finish up in the corner there. JMU set to take the kick. Just short. Didn't quite have the range.
So JMU, the Dukes, out to a 5-0 lead over UNC Wilmington. Wilmington still playing with 6 players. They're a man down and a guy in the sin bin. That sin bin's got to be about over though, so Wilmington's just going to hang on to the ball with some patience here. If they can, great defensive work from the Dukes.
That was Tim Katz, really just so physical around the breakdown.
Great footwork from Wilmington. Now they've got some space out wide. The big man powering ahead. He's going forward. But it's a steal. No, the penalty goes to Wilmington. And it's a quick tap. No, Kumalo says bring it back to the mark.
Probably did him a favor there. He really was going alone. Wasn't much support to be found.
Well, I'll tell you what it does is it eats up a few extra seconds in that sin bin for Wilmington. So if they can punch one in here with a man down, that really puts them in the driver's seat in this game. And here comes Wilmington. Number 12, William Rickard. Billy Rickard around the corner. Billy Rickard's in for a try.
Rickard really making something out of a whole lot of nothing. There was a kick forward and just charged down a bit, then he picked it up and was able to use his pace to get out to the corner.
Yeah, he really didn't have any other thoughts going between his ears at that point other than just give me that space and I'm going to take it. I'm going to turn the corner on this guy. Love it. Love to see it. He trusted his speed, went with it. Try time.
Kunkel will take the kick. And it's good.
So 12 points to 0 now. James Madison over Wilmington. Wilmington is now back up to 7 men, I believe. No, they've only got 6. So, you know, Katie, I didn't see the color of that card, but it's definitely been 2 minutes of play since he was sent off the field. And Wilmington's still down a man. That might have been a red card. Oh, no, here he comes. As I say that,
really, the story so far for James Madison has been them just capitalizing on small errors that UNC Wilmington's been making. Again, another charge down there for JMU.
Oh, here's Rickard again. Rickard with a nice offload, and it's a try for James Madison.
And that's to Larson, just a case of being in the right place at the right time. Certainly Rickard's thanking him for that one. Nice, beautiful offload, great awareness of where his teammate's at. Really putting JMU in the front foot.
So James Madison now under all kinds of pressure. You know, they've been physical, and they have been pretty handy in this game. They've played most of it with the man down. So it just goes to prove, as the kick goes through the uprights, we're talking 19 points to 0 now. Just goes to prove how dangerous it is to go a man down in the game of 7s. You got to be super careful. You can't go off the field and leave your teammates shorthanded. And if you do, it's so easy to score a quick try in 7s and go up 19 points to 0. And now with a minute left, there is really not much coming back now in this half.
Yeah, like you said, just playing that man down is that difference between having that one extra offload that they've been able to convert on. Here's some great
this
pace.
Man. I think his name's Cook, number 4. He's never played rugby before he came to Wilmington, never played any team sport of any kind. And now he's their captain. And but unfortunately, there's a little knock on there. So technical errors again, handling errors, real basic stuff. A lot of passes going to deck in this game, so you got to figure they're tired. A lot of guys have been sitting around for an extra hour and a half, 2 hours because of the lightning. So it's a real marathon of a day for these players.
Saw just a little glimpse into some of that breakneck speed that this UNC Wilmington Seahawks team has. They earned their way here with an at-large bid after their 18-1 during their whole 7th season. So it's a great bit of pace here. Just JMU doing a great job to starve them any type of possession.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, the Seahawks from Wilmington, as we see JMU going with another breakaway. Oh, good tackling there from Wilmington, and a knock-on from, and that comes to halftime. So the knock-on from JMU leads to halftime, and as I was saying, Wilmington under first-year head coach Jeremy Tominac, 18-1 in the 7th season. That's nothing to sniff at there. That's great work under a new head coach, Jeremy Tominac, up from West Virginia. Learned a bit of coaching from the coaches at Wheeling Jesuit University. Was an assistant there, and went down to Wilmington. Picks up the head coaching job at UNC Wilmington, and he's doing great things now with the Seahawks. So at halftime now, 19 points to 0. James Madison over UNC Wilmington. Be right back. And we're back for the second half of James Madison University versus North Carolina Wilmington, and immediately we see Wilmington here on the attack. Wilmington in the white jerseys. Ooh, a little bit of razzle-dazzle football pass there from Wilmington. This is the start they needed. Here comes the big man, and it's a try for the Seahawks. Wow, about 30 seconds into this game, the Seahawks right on the board using their power and their pace, and that's exactly the start they needed.
That's Shanelak there. Really, as we said, big, powerful prop. He's got quick feet and exceptional handling there, too, as well. He's just been a danger so far in this first half, and now we're seeing him really convert to score those points.
So it looks like Wilmington brought in a few key subs in this second half. We got a new pace man on the outside over there, and the big man who just scored the try, he is now being subbed off. So bringing in the fresh legs for Wilmington. They're going to make up a lot of ground here. It's a 19-7 ball game. Not impossible in the game of sevens, but they've got some work to do.
You see the frustration there on the Seahawks faces. They really have come out here with a great deal of intensity. Just one little errant handling error again. It's been the story for this team so far.
Yeah, we were chatting at the break, and really the difference in this game so far is that James Madison's just had the possession. Wilmington handling errors, just like we saw there, costing him possession, and then James Madison's got the strength. They're a very strong team to maintain that possession.
What a great contest there in that scrum. Wilmington comes away with it.
Oh, nice handoff there from number 12. Ball still alive, is it? No, referee puts his flag up, and Wilmington goes into touch. So JMU now backed against their own try line, but it will be their throw into the line out.
Credit to the Duke's defense there, really just never gave up on it, was able to push him to the corner just so he could get his foot out.
So the Dukes with the throw in. Brighton Kamalo not quite happy with the tunnel.
You see the set pieces just heating up a bit between these two sides.
Not straight is the call from referee Kamalo. And here comes a golden opportunity for the Seahawks, Katie.
Exactly what they're looking for here in terms of territory. Great field position for them.
It will be interesting to see what kind of tactics that Wilmington uses in the line out here. They're not the tallest team. Although they've got a sub coming in now. So more fresh legs for the Seahawks.
Looks like they've also elected to just spread the length of this line out, trying to neutralize the height advantage that JMU has.
Not sure what the call there was, but yeah, penalty to JMU. JMU didn't take the mark, so tough break there for Wilmington. Just a golden possession, and they messed it up, but hey, here comes Wilmington now. Oh, there it is, turnover. Is it gonna be a try? It is.
Wilmington just really putting their foot on the gas there, just gave up that ball, and then actually came right back around, was able to put a lot of pressure, a lot of go forward defensively. That wall came at them, they picked up the ball quick and dotted it down the middle.
You know, they made something out of nothing there. They blew the opportunity. Oh, and that kick goes wide left, and they're gonna be wanting that one back. That could be very important down the line. So we're looking at a 17-19 game now. Should be when the scoreboard goes up. But only 2 points in it. Wilmington comes out, scores a couple of tries right off the bat. And there's still 2.5 minutes to play. So, Katie, it could come down to the wire.
As you said, I'm sure they would have liked to have that conversion back, and now here is JMU streaking up the side.
I think that's Rickard again. Rickard or Chris Kunkel. I believe that's number 4, Chris Kunkel, and that puts a bit more breathing room between JMU and North Carolina Wilmington. And with 2 minutes left exactly on the clock now, Wilmington is going to have to do a lot of work in the next few minutes to climb back into this.
JMU just answering really well for that miscue and handle. UNC kept themselves in the game and just weren't able to push them out to touch. Kunkel just a well-earned try there, and now he's going to try to go for the conversion to really put those couple extra points on the board, which can make all the difference.
Well, I tell you, Katie, if I had to describe this JMU team, from what I've seen out of them today, it would probably be, if one word, it would be poise. You know, they found themselves down by 2 tries with 30 seconds to go, and their last game came back, won that massive victory over Southern Illinois. You know, right here, James Madison gets a couple of tries right on, sorry, not James Madison, Wilmington gets a couple tries on the board, no big deal. They kept the pressure on, and they score some tries.
Kunkel will take the restart. Great aerial work there by James Madison.
Well, we've got an advantage. That's a high tackle for sure. So here comes another good opportunity for Madison, and Kumalo's going to his pocket. And yeah, that was a pretty blatant high tackle. It was right up around the neck. There's not much you can do as a referee other than go to the pocket in that situation.
Yeah, and the high tackle too, it was also probably a bit of unsportsmanship play. Tried to chuck the ball backwards, and Kumalo just not having that.
And
that's Katz
JMU,
coming in.
Timmy Katz. Tim Katz puts this game away with 25 seconds left on the clock. That'll be it. And JMU in no hurry to take this kick. They're going to let the clock wind down, and that should be the ball game. So, you know, and I was saying they're a very poised team, this JMU side, and I think a lot of that comes with rugby smarts. They've actually got a few players in their team that have played at Gonzaga High School out in Washington, D.C. Really well-coached high school team. So they use that smart rugby to kind of keep them in these situations where they have to battle their way out of a tough situation. They've got that experience to give them the W's in those situations.
And if you're ever going to go to a finisher, certainly Tim Katz is the one that JMU depends on a regular basis. Kunkel's getting set here to take the kick. Hopefully right at the last seconds of this match.
Yeah, and interesting from Kumalo to let this kickoff happen. I thought the clock ran out as that kick was being taken, but nonetheless, we're playing one more phase here. We'll see if Wilmington can get another try on the board.
James Madison losing a bit of their shape there, but definitely pressing up defensively.
He could be fast, actually. It's like the end of the 14 minutes.
Wilmington goes to the boot, ball goes out of bounds, and that is full time. Your final score from the Division II Pool C Men's National Championship Cup round or playoff rounds. James Madison 31, North Carolina Wilmington 12. We'll be back here to Denver University in just a moment.
Now here we are at University of Denver Sevens National Championships. I'm Alex Goff with Katie Wurst. This is the third round pool game for the women's championship. This is North Carolina against Central Washington. And Katie, Central Washington has been running roughshod over virtually everybody.
Central Washington fresh off of their final appearance in 15s. You see them in the red or scarlet, and then you see them in the Tar Heels Carolina blue, streaking upfield. That's number 8.
That's Nicole Davis. She's taken down, and a very nice poach there, perfectly legal poach from the Wildcats. Rucking over there.
Central Washington just taking advantage, using some physicality and coming back with that ball.
Good steal from Rolsma, and then looping around. That's Andie Toetu, and she's going to take it all the way to the house. Striding underneath the post. Try for Central Washington. What's new? What's different? Nothing different. The Wildcats are just clawing everybody.
That was Fina Toetu there early on.
She had a little bit of support. She didn't really need to use them. And Central Washington, earlier on, they beat Princeton 26-19. That was an exciting game. That was a good game. And then they moved on and beat Humboldt State 38-0. Now they lead 5-0.
Central Washington coached by Mel Denham and Katie Dowdy.
And they've been working hard. You know, they can recruit, and they've been recruiting some good athletes. But the athletes is just part of the equation. And they have some really exciting players, though. Cassidy Myers, Nate Serevi, you'll see in the neon green boots, the tall, striding player. And yes, that's right. That's Waseli Serevi's daughter.
You talk about their ability to recruit athletes. They were established as a varsity program this past fall, which has made a big difference to this team.
And pass to Davis goes to ground. Kind of a sloppy pass, but it is gathered in by Jen Johnson. Oh, and there's a break. Oh, and a dummy too. That's Cassidy Myers right there. She shows exactly why she's listed as one of the top players on the team. She's just seen a little bit of gap, goes there. She has 2 people on her outside, sold the dummy, and under she goes.
She takes on the role of fullback in the 15-a-side version of the game. She said just a great passer, great ability to run. It's certainly a solid tackler, too, for this Central Washington Wildcat side.
Not exactly big, though. Quite possibly the smallest player on the team.
But she certainly packs a lot of power, despite her size.
And I believe a product of the Kent Crusaders program, which has produced a number of outstanding young players. They're just waiting for a ball. They would like to kick off. Where's the ball person? You have one job, and that is to get a ball to the middle of the field. And there it goes. So 14-0 for Central Washington now. And just a nice little grubber kickoff. It goes 10, that's no problem. Big hit from Serevi, but UNC Chapel Hill retaining possession so far. Ruck over from Central Washington. UNC still has it. And they somehow get that out. And a break. Very fractured play. Tar Heels using it. And it's a loose pass. It wasn't a forward pass, it's a loose pass. That one was forward. But there you see the tiredness. You know, it's been a long day for these players. And out on the break, North Carolina player, she had someone with her, but a left-hand pass like that to the right, very difficult to do.
You see just some of that fatigue coming from Central Washington, making them work and earn all their ball and any type of possession they have in the breakdown. So much force and power on this Wildcat side. Really taking it to to North Carolina in the set piece.
And that's stolen by Haley Schaefer. And then there's pick and go. And that's Johnson. Schaefer again, looking for support. Serevi lets it roll. Myers has it. Dummies. Passes. Caught beautifully by Serevi. And the dummy, no problem. In she goes. Such a different kind of athlete than her dad, but those were some skills.
Here you saw a bit of that, just such an imposing ball carrier, but able to get up in the air and be able to tip that pass. Probably wasn't the best, but well handled, tipped it forward, kept on it, and then just strided forward.
That's going to make it 19-0 for the Wildcats.
Really not much of an answer here that we see the Tar Heels have. So many really lethal weapons that Central Washington is able to use.
And Myers makes it 21-0 with the good kick. Gotta make those tries count for 7. Different look on the kick. Bounces before it goes into touch. And it looks like they're just sort of playing around with different ideas. Are we gonna do the little grubber one? Are we gonna kick over the top? Are we gonna go let them have a line out? It's all kind of planning for the future. Maybe it's planning for tomorrow. Maybe it's planning for next year.
Something that worked well was Myers to Serevi, just that little short kick.
And that's gathered at the back by Johnson. They're going all the way to the line, and that is another. Oh. And it is not a try. I was going to say it was another try, but it is actually a double movement holding on to the ball by number 14. Toitu'u. Chapel Hill with a shot at building something, but they're so close to their goal line. Got to move that ball. Toitu'u. She makes the tackle. Another tackle from Serevi, just whips her ball carrier down to the ground. Ball's loose. Where is it? Who's on it? And that'll be the end of the half, I think.
Credit to Tuatu on that one, really just driving her legs forward. Probably one of the shortest members on the Central Washington side, but working quite well to go forward.
Half seemed to have been blown a little bit early, but 21-0. I'm not sure if anybody's complaining too much. Beautiful sunny afternoon here in Denver. It wasn't sunny earlier. It was raining, which nobody had a problem with. There was lightning. People do have a problem with that. When there is lightning, everybody has to leave. All the players have to leave, all the officials have to leave, all the fans have to leave and go inside, go find safety. And so we had 2 delays that put us behind about 2.5 hours. So that's been a strain on the players too, Katie. Some teams opting to go back to their hotel or find some other place to rest up. And other teams are in their tents, but it's really difficult when you're planning your recovery to then say, well, you're gonna have to wait another hour and then figure it out from there.
Certainly a lot of teams trying to find a way to occupy their time on that break. Many going ahead and joining the conversation on Twitter, letting us know what they're thinking about this tournament, how things are going, how teams are shaping up. You can go ahead and do the same at #CollegeSevens. That's the number 7s.
I'm good, how are you doing?
Let us know how you're enjoying yourself here out beautiful Denver University.
And remember, Gatorade knows every victory starts from within. It's the determination to come up big when it matters most, but no athlete does it alone. They need training and fuel to perform, and that's how greatness comes from within. Win from within. And remember, everyone, this summer, come to Cary, North Carolina for the 2015 NACRAS Sevens Championships to see which countries will represent the North American and Caribbean region at the Rio 2016 Olympic Summer Games. Visit NACRA7s.com for more information. It's going to be a great tournament. The United States and Canada are going to be battling it out on the men's side. Canada has already qualified on the women's side, and the United States just missed qualification by 1 point in 1 game. But they will be fighting for qualification in that tournament. It's a can't-miss opportunity.
Tuatu well taken on that restart for Central Washington. Pass skipped over her. Serevi with the quick hands to the outside.
And that is Toitu'u again. Oh, she goes inside, she goes outside. and then cuts back, and that, nope, not even who it is. It is Rosalind Pena, and another short, fast player on this team, and she was fed very nicely from Nate Sarevi, and went about 75 meters on that one. So a nice try from Pena. The kick from Myers is good, and that will make it 28-0. That was pretty basic there, Katie, that they won the restart, they retained the ball, and just worked a couple of phases and moved it.
Sarevi did just a great job of skipped pass, meant to go to Tuetu just over her head, and really had the presence of mind to get the ball in hand and quickly ship the ball out to Pena there, who's just, Coach Denham and Dowdy really describe her as having a high work rate and is that dirty work player, but certainly letting everybody know that she can finish on the outside, which we just saw.
Yeah, exactly, that wasn't such dirty work, but she's still willing to do it. Well taken by UNC. Moving the ball now. They not only need to move laterally, they need to get going forward, and the direction they're going is backward. Tackles, forcing the turnover. Wildcats have it. Out it goes to it. Tu'u. Pena on her outside. Pena's got it. Pena through the middle, well tackled. Got a release. Myers is alone on the outside, but they're going to go the other direction, and that's Jennifer Johnson. And she is in for a try, and that was just pressure defense forcing that turnover.
Really credit there to North Carolina, though, trying to scramble back. That was Latimer on that pretty great tackle there, trying to get her to ground. But again, they're so quick, Central Washington, to get the ball, recycle it through, and really moving the ball quickly through the hands to find the space that's needed.
33-0 it remains. Myers misses her first conversion of the game. And certainly it looks like Central Washington will go through this pool 3-0.
And Myers, another All-American in this absolutely stacked Central Washington side.
Samantha Pinson came in and made a big hit, loosened the ball. They had it, and then they gave up a penalty on a holding on. Now we've got numbers. UNC has it, and look at Pena just come right in. It was a 1-on-3, and she managed to take that ball to carry her down to the ground. Again, the pressure defense is just pushing UNC back. Pinson, another tackle. And if you're going to block out the passing lanes, make sure it doesn't hit you in the face. Turnover. Tu'u. And then out, a nice little looping run.
That's Ashley Ralsma, really just streaking upfield, has exceptional pace. Another junior All-American.
And a superb try from the Wildcats. And that'll make it 38-0, and a pretty dominant performance here, Katie Wares, for Central Washington. I guess one of the things that's telling, UNC is has played well, and and they started the day with a win, but you know the fitness comes in now. You know, how can you go through not only a 14-minute game but 3 of them at this point in the day? It's been a long day.
We're also here again in the Mile High City. The elevation takes a toll on players, especially that are at sea level. As you mentioned, they have played well. UNC really has had a couple of number of breaks, but then always just one bit of support away from striking where needed.
So Princeton will be playing Humboldt State. Princeton really pushed Central Washington, and I think that was perhaps a little bit of a surprise for some. And Princeton hoping to beat Humboldt State, and they'll be finishing 2-1 then, and second in the pool.
That last phase there was just another example of North Carolina having a great striking run, but Pena just doing the really hard yards of defensively bundling her into touch. Anytime they get one bit of go forward happening, the wall of Central Washington defense shuts them down. Referee sends Central Washington back. Trying to take the quick tap, has to get it through the mark.
Well, now UNC moving it a little bit. Trying to get balls passed in front of runners so they can run onto it. That's not happening. And Samantha Pinson again takes someone down with intensity. She's called for a high tackle, but the kinds of tackles she's putting in make any ball carrier think twice about doing anything. Pinson now over the ball, rucking over, staying on her feet very smartly. There's a tackle from Halahuni, and that's a turnover. Pena. Jones. Out to 19, Long. Long sends it out, she's waiting for the return pass. Rucks over, such good patience from Central Washington too, but she loses her footing and falls down over the ball, so there's a penalty for diving over. I think a little bit accidental, but nevertheless a penalty.
North Carolina did well to save a try there. The last-ditch effort, reached out and made that tackle on the edge.
This will be the last play of the game. Tar Heels really would like a score here, but it's been so difficult.
Great little step to commit the defender.
And
She
again,
didn't go with.
the blitz defense, this time Haley Schaefer. And that's Nicole Trejo-Valley. And again, look at them just ruck over, staying on their feet.
Just great leg drive there by Central Washington, which we've been seeing all game long.
Pena, she's all alone. She seems pretty comfortable in the situation, though. And the ball is spilled.
It looks like Rolsma on the ground.
Beautiful play from Rolsma. Jones again. And that'll be Trejo Valley. She's got Pinson with her. Pinson's just perfectly happy to ruck over. Jones. They want another one.
Credit to the Tar Heels, just
Schaefer.
scrambling around, trying to move as much as they can in the last seconds of this match.
Halahuni, she falls on it. I think she's knocked that ball on. And now we're going to call a penalty, holding on to the ball. The game cannot end on a penalty. It's a penalty to Central Washington.
Take it one-on-one, 10, you got it.
And Rolsma kicks it to touch, and that will be it. 40-0, emphatic victory for Central Washington. Chapel Hill hardly got out of their own half.
North Carolina just playing a great deal of defense. That was 7 solid minutes of defense for them, scrambling, doing whatever they could, but there's just too many offensive threats that we have had on attack. There's just nothing better than Central Washington so far today here.
Wildcats 3-0 in pool play, 104 points scored, 19 points given up, and that was in one game against Princeton. Got to be thinking that Princeton would like another chance at Central Washington. They lost by just a try. And that will do it for Pool C. We have our Pool C winners at Central Washington. We don't know who's second. Princeton likely, though, will be that team if they beat Humboldt State. Coming up next in this will be that Princeton-Humboldt State game. And it's a key game in terms of figuring out who's going to be in the quarterfinals as we map out the quarterfinal matchups. Some of the teams that have clinched quarterfinal spots, Virginia and Stanford, who are playing right now and probably finishing up. They probably will. I believe they have just finished. Both of them have already made it. We're just finding out who wins that pool. And also Lindenwood has clinched a quarterfinal spot, but they would like to be sure to win the pool. Same thing for Penn State. It's all to play for, though, for UC Davis and Rutgers, California and Texas. And here Princeton needing to get a win over Humboldt State. Katie, do you have a pick as to who you like so far? Who's been the most impressive team on the women's side that you've seen so far?
I think between, it's really too close to call at this point. Lindenwood looks really sharp, and Central Washington after finishing this game.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Really looking forward to this matchup coming here with Princeton against Humboldt State.
It was very interesting listening to the post-match wrap-up from Penn State. Maya Bitzer was the player leading the discussion. It was a player-led discussion. They talked about what they did well and what they could do better.
Princeton taking just a couple of smothered tackles there. Not able to get up.
Just a tiny bit too aggressive in that breakdown. Humboldt. Oh, and there's a fake, beautiful tap, and she fends them off. And that is a beautiful run from number 13, Meredith Conrad Forrest. She fended off another tackler, kept going, just not quite enough leg. Straight up the middle, though. And that's Elizabeth True.
Great work ethic there by the Princeton defender to chase her down.
And then Princeton right through the gate, drive right over the line, and we get a penalty for, I think, in from the side. And Princeton kicks a touch. It will be a line out for Princeton right at halfway. But Humboldt State right there showing that they've got the athleticism to make a few breaks. They just needed a little bit more body to the ball.
They do have a slight size advantage as well, but looking forward to them getting more physical as we go along. Great line out taken there by Princeton. Good little offload. Whoa, quite the tackle there.
And that was Kiana Hargreaves with the tackle for Humboldt. Jochebad Mifflin moving the ball. Now out to Jessica Liu. She's trying to go around the corner. She's taken into touch though. Looking for the quick line out. That's a no-go. They're going to go with regular line out. Humboldt throw in by Gabrielle Armstrong Scott. And quickly out to the wing, but it is really just 1 against 6 at that point. Not really much of a matchup.
Humboldt gaining a bit more numbers, but Princeton defense in there. She shoves her off.
Conrad Forrest looking very good. What an offload off the ground though. Needs help. She's held up. Ball ripped out, fumbled around. I think we're going to call for a knock on. And again, Meredith Conrad Forrest looking like she can make some breaks. She just needs a little bit of help. She's sending people out to say, go out wide. I think maybe she should just say, just stand behind me.
I think really they could do well to take her advice. See both teams getting a bit bunched up.
That's true. Gabrielle Armstrong Scott for Princeton. She's going to put it in.
Referee elects to reset that scrum. Good drive there by Humboldt, just getting a slight advantage.
Harassed by Hargreaves, but they get it out, and nope, it's going to be a knock-on. Great opposition scrum half work from Kiana Hargreaves at Humboldt, forcing Armstrong Scott to fumble the ball. And that'll be a scrum for Humboldt State. Now they look at what they've got. They've got so much space there on the right-hand side. Meredith Conrad Forrest is the one waiting for it. She's the first receiver, but the ball comes straight out of the tunnel. We'll look for another pack down.
Great battle there by two hookers.
And we are almost halfway through this first half. It is 0-0 between Princeton and Humboldt State. And the ball goes straight out the opposite tunnel, but the referee says, go for it, we're fine. Struggling around on the ground, somebody has it. And playing the ball on the ground, I guess, was the call there. It was a bit wild, and
Humboldt player jumped on top of it and just stayed down just a little bit too long. Didn't quite have the support to get over. Wasn't able to recycle it quickly enough, so penalty 2 awarded to Princeton.
And there's your tap, and there's your run, and there's your huge collision. I think that was Gabrielle Gibbons. Oh, and now they're moving it. That's Muflam. She's passed it inside. She's got support. Is there any more support? Now they're piling over. Armstrong Scott tries to get it out. No, she can't, but there's a penalty. Not releasing the tackle player. We're going to tap it quickly.
Do have numbers towards the outside, but she doesn't need it, takes it in on her own.
And that will be a try. You just have to get it down a little bit. And that'll do it. Like pulling teeth today to get a try in this game, but we do have one. 5-0, Princeton leads.
You saw Lambert there for Princeton pleading for the ball, wanting to take advantage of Humboldt just being slightly off kilter on that penalty. She did really well to ship it wide.
And Andrea Maleo scored under the post. The kick is good. 7-0. Princeton leads. 2.5 minutes to go in this half. Now, Princeton can get into the quarterfinals with a win here. If they lose, then you'll have 3 teams at 1 and 2. Likely, though, that with points difference, Princeton will probably still go through unless they lose by a very large amount.
Humboldt takes the restart cleanly.
That's what Humboldt wants, is that large amount. And again, big charging run from Madison Wallace. She doesn't go down easily, but she does go into touch. Quick line out. Big throw. Maleo, she's got it. She's all alone. May as well go find somebody to hit. Ball's out. Numbers for Princeton. And Lou, right up the middle. Taken down. Holy crow.
Quite a hit there by Humboldt. Lou saw a gap. It certainly ran into a Mack truck that is Humboldt State.
Oh my, just taken straight down. Conrad Forrest taps it. She goes. They had to leave her alone, and she's going all the way. And look at this, right under the post. Just reward for Meredith Conrad Forrest, because she has been outstanding for Humboldt State. And there, if you're not familiar with the rules there on rugby, when there's a penalty or a free kick, you have to retreat 10 meters. If you have not retreated 10 meters when the player taps and runs toward you, you have to let that player go. You can't tackle. If you tackle, you're probably going to give up a yellow card, sin bin offense, and an extra 10 meters. So they let her go, and by the time she got to 10 meters, there was just too much of a gap. She just kept going.
And Conrad Forrest finishing up that conversion as well.
So 7-7, and that will be it for the first half. And we are all tied up. Humboldt State coming in 0-2 and not playing like an 0-2 team at all. They're not backing down one bit.
Certainly, we've just seen defensively just punishing tackles, extremely physical. And that tackle that was made in open field really turned into that turnover. You can see the intensity, and then Conrad Forrest making a great decision to just take it on her own and going straight upfield.
Fans, remember, BLK is the fastest growing teamwear supplier in the world, and it's proud to be the official apparel partner of USA Rugby. Visit blksport.com to see how we can assist you and your team to go beyond limits known. BLK, it's not change, it's evolution. We're looking at a tie ball game over on Cyber Stadium as well, with Texas Tech and Air Force. Let's see if we can come up with a couple more scores for you.
Alex, this is the point in the day when every point matters, and the scores are really starting to add up here. And if you're counting at home, go ahead and let us know who you think is going to advance. You can check in with us on Twitter at #college7s with the number 7. Show your support for your team out here. Because we've got a great matchup going on for you if you're Princeton Tiger fan or Humboldt State.
Well, Cal beat Texas. I guess that is the big piece of news there. And moved to 2-1 in their pool. So Cal has punched their ticket to the quarterfinals. That kickoff from Humboldt State, not 10 meters. It's a free kick for Princeton. And you see that Humboldt State has to get back 10 quickly. Princeton thinking about they were going to tap quickly as well.
Oh, I thought you guys were leaving.
Conrad Forrest trying to just drop it right on the 10-meter line, just shy of that.
Now we're working on a play.
Pretty calculated start there.
Nice move. Looking for Muflam. She has it. She's taking down Lambert, clearing out over that. And that's Aparicio.
More great tackles there from Humboldt State. A bit high on that collision.
Muflam again. She has just one teammate out on the wing. That is Lou. And that's all she needed. There was 1 on 3, but they didn't bank on Jessica Lou being that fast. She just went out around Carlin Isles style and took it into the corner. Try for Princeton.
Just a bit of a defensive miscue there. Just kind of pushing forward, shot too far. And then Lou saw that space and was able to turn the corner. Well done to read the defense. Really figure out exactly where the weak point was and make that break.
Often it's about matchups too, isn't it? If you look up ahead and you see that the player who's marking you is not as fast as you, having been that player who is not as fast as you, I know, that then you just decide you're going to take the corner. Well, that was an important try for Princeton. They really had sort of underperformed in that first half. They'd had a lot of time in the Humboldt State 22, but they'd only got 1 try out of it.
I think Princeton really probably talking about let's go away from the physicality. Humboldt State has a slight size advantage. Decided to use their speed. It's working for them right now.
And yet another restart mistake. The ball goes out on the full. It's a free kick at midfield. It really isn't going to do you any favors to get that ball out on the full. Conrad Forrest, she taps it. She goes on her own for a bit. Cleared out nicely by Wallace. And not releasing the tackle player. Conrad Forrest, she goes on her own. Didn't look like Princeton was 10 meters. Wallace, she has it. She's going to try and run sideways. I'm not sure if that's really right for her. She has Hargreaves with her. Hargreaves running around. Reynolds with her. Reynolds following. Pass to Reynolds, but it sort of went over her head. Ball on the ground. And a knock forward.
Just a lot of disjointed play there. Timing not quite right, support getting too far up. Really need to gain more depth when they're able to recover the ball.
If you're a big, powerful forward, running sideways isn't really your milieu, wouldn't you say? I mean, really, you're going to be going straight up the gut. You want to find a gap and run north-south.
It certainly makes it more difficult as well for your support players to pick a line and run with it.
Scrum falls over, they're going to keep it up again. Time, not really Humboldt State's friends at this point.
Princeton slight advantage there on that set piece.
Muflam, she has it again. She's actually been a very good distributor. She's getting a lot of attention and then passing it out, but the ball was ripped loose, knock on Princeton, and another attacking opportunity for Humboldt State. And you see immediately Conrad Forrest says, I'm going to go out to the right side. This is where I want everybody to be.
Conrad Forrest really been pushing the tempo for this Humboldt State team, taking those quick taps, forcing the Princeton defense to be on their toes at all times.
A talented player. I'd like to see more of her on a select side, elite level, loose ball. And Hargreaves wasn't really able to control, and so now Princeton has it. A loop, Wallet.
Great fend off there by Princeton.
And that is a fend and a fend. Eakes, Alexandra Eakes. She pushed away 2, she pushed away 3, she's going to push away 4, and she's going to score it in the corner. And how do you like that? Out of traffic, out of a kind of player that you don't think has breakaway speed, which she broke away just fine.
Certainly Eeks just streaking forward, doing a great job. And really going with that fend off. Just made that Humboldt State player bounce off of her.
Princeton leads 17-7 with that try. It's a big one. Lambert with the kick attempt. Oh, that's a very nice looking kick. It's just going to curl in front of the posts. And so it's going to stay 17-7. Tigers lead. There's about 90 seconds left in this game. Humboldt State can come back to win it. They need to score twice, but they need to score right now.
Certainly Princeton will be thanking Eeks later on. What a great time to score that try.
Well, that's going to help them. There's a kick that's not even close to being on the line, all the way over. Conrad Forrest going to tap in the middle. And you just wonder if they couldn't have somebody up closer with her rather than one of these deep plays. They're going to work with Wallace. And now they have Bell. And Bell going in a little bit upright. She's pushed into touch.
Bell slipped through a tackle and then just ran out of space there towards the end.
She needed to break back inside and keep it low. And time frittering away for Humboldt State.
See Hargreaves and Reynolds talking about checking the clock, having a conversation about how they can move the ball quickly, certainly, to utilize what last seconds there are.
And there we go, the long throw. That works out nicely. Emily Kent passes back, though.
And my chin was very full.
Now we're looking at Aparicio. Cycled well. Lambert spins it out. And then Kent sends it out. Now we're out on the wing. There is Lou. Lou, she's got one more to beat. She's going to beat her. And put an emphatic stamp on the end of this. Princeton, they win their second game in this pool. 2-1 they'll end up winning. It's 22-7 right now with the kick to come, and they will get into the quarterfinals. And maybe they will get that second chance at facing Central Washington. Lambert puts it over. 24-7 will be your final score. Princeton into the quarterfinals. Next up, Rutgers, Montana State. We'll be right back. Well, we're back here with Rutgers, Montana State. And Rutgers scored right off the bat, a little bit of pressure defense and forcing an errant pass, and that was Emily Stewart in with the try for Rutgers, and that started it up 5-0. So far, these teams have been a little bit having a little bit of trouble simply because they're in the same pool as Penn State, which is not easy. But Rutgers started their day 42-7 loss against Penn State, and Montana State lost to Penn State 39-0. Montana State also lost to UC Davis 28-0. Rutgers, however, beat UC Davis 31-14. Considering how strong UC Davis looked, that was a little bit of a surprise. So what comes down here is that Rutgers wins. They should be into the quarterfinals. They are very motivated at that point to do that. A little bit of a run and a placement getting up and trying to move again were Rutgers, but not able to retain the ball.
Montana State did well just to bundle up that ball. You saw the Rutgers support go flying by. We'll get set for the scrum here. Put into Montana State. Rutgers is in the red, Montana State in the blue and gray. Oh, streaking upfield, there's Rutgers.
That is a great pick and go from Miranda Prevet. Outstanding play, and scrum halves love that. Don't they love that? That they know that there's all that space out on the weak side on a scrum. They just need some clean ball.
Prevet did well, really to show her leadership, making a great decision, looked upfield, saw some space. Exactly what head coach Ken Pape would want to see from his captain. They're short on the conversion kick there.
So that makes it 10-0.
That was Grabowski on the attempt. Grabowski will take the restart. Montana State backing up to try to make that catch.
You know, she made the catch, and that's the key thing. She didn't let it hit the ground.
Certainly came as a surprise to her, I think.
But rucked over. Rutgers just, they rucked over, and then they were penalized for diving over. So Montana State with the ball. They are moving it. Just a little bit slow, though. A little bit slow to place it. Lack of urgency here, and this is what we were talking about just a little bit of fatigue. Ball rescued by Duval. Nice little weaving run. She's still going. She's getting those legs moving. Not going to be denied. Beautiful work. That is a good way to get things going in traffic. Oh, they've got something going here. Again, looking for support. The support's there.
Great exploitation of that just slight gap there by Rutgers. Defensive wall.
That was Batzler. And again, they go wide. Looking to move it. The passing. Very nice passing from Montana State. Even that one. Oh, no, that was a little bit forward. Okay, that one probably should have taken it to ground. But pretty good work from Montana State to get out from deep in their own 22 and make their way into an attacking position against Rutgers.
Montana State showed some pretty exceptional field vision, too, for a team that's in their first year of existence. They actually earned this at-large bid to nationals after they competed in the Piper Cup and then the Colorado State Sevens tournament. They were pretty pleased in their first year to make it all the way to the Sevens National Championship.
You know, at some point you start something and you can say, this is our placement, this is where we are. You know, you're in this 16-team group. But then where do you place from that? You get something and you can point to that. It's important.
Great leg drive is also important there on that scrum. That's a great set piece by Montana State. But it looks like Rutgers has come away with it.
We're all very upright. Could stand to have somebody go in with a low body position. But there's a pick, and there's a pass, and there's a run, and she's got two to beat, and she does not beat them. Excellent tackle. Remember that sideline is your friend when you're on defense. And beautiful tackle by Montana State player to take her out.
It was a great little series of play by both sides. A good little flick pass from Rutgers. Saw the space on the outside. Really quick movement. Way to get the ball out there. And then just punishing tackle by Montana State. Great handle that ball off the turf.
Again, Montana State moving it.
Nice little slip in that gap there.
Hooter goes on the end of the half, so if the ball goes dead, that's the end of it. Montana State trying to make things work. Penalty.
Rutgers one final opportunity. Spun that pass wide. Pulling in 2 defenders.
And the ball comes loose again. Still playing with it. But I think we've got a forward pass, and that will be the end of the half. So 10-0 Rutgers. But you know, Montana State's trying to get something. They're trying to create something. It's just a little bit of lacking of support play from all 7 of them. And I think they could use just somebody else to get on their horse and help them out.
Montana State certainly still in this game, doing a great job of kind of finding those weak points in the Rutgers defense. At halftime here, if you're having that conversation, and you're Coach Ken Pape, you're talking about how can we close those doors that are open there? How can we really create great defensive shape and make sure that we're committing to closing the gaps?
Check in with some other scores from around the women's bracket. We saw Princeton beat Humboldt State and make sure that they're into the quarterfinals. Central Washington, they've won their pool. Stanford has beaten Texas Tech. California beat Texas. California's into the quarterfinals, as is Lindenwood, even though they haven't played all their games. They are guaranteed a place. And this game has a huge effect on who gets into the quarterfinals. And then Virginia and Stanford, we know they played each other. We don't have that confirmed yet.
Start to see the sun setting here at Denver University.
A little bit of illumination. That gathered up by Grabowski. She starts them forward. But they're going a little bit sideways and into touch. And that'll be a Montana State line out.
Montana State happy with that defensive movement, really pushed her to use the touch line.